main mode, Super Flow Spriteling, is here. At the start of each match, players choose one of 3 Spritelings to fight alongside them. Summon your Spriteling to gain a corresponding new skill. Let's take a look at what they can do. Super Flow Spriteling Skill 1. Bigly. The hero drinks a growth potion to increase their size and max health, but movement speed is slowed while enlarged. Super Flow Spriteling Skill 2. Runcy. The hero drinks a shrinking potion to instantly become smaller, knocking back nearby enemies and gaining movement speed, but damage becomes slightly reduced. Super Flow Spriteling Skill 3. Coolio. The hero drinks a cooldown potion to reduce cooldowns of all skills currently on cooldown 3 times, but at the cost of some health.
The wrong guy.
Honor of Kings, now with personalized in-match nameplates. Change your look whenever you want.
The flow, the origin of all energy in honor of kings. It shapes all life within the gorge and gives rise to countless skills and abilities. Some have learned how to harness the flow, transforming it into abilities uniquely their own. Yet, the flow has no fixed form. It moves freely like the wind and shifts fluidly like water. Time, space, life, and emotion all alter the course of the flow. Thus, different heroes awaken different powers through it. Some temper their bodies into peerless martial masters. Others delve into arcane arts, wielding overwhelming power that can rewrite the course of a battle. But the potential of the flow goes far beyond that. Step onto the battlefield, and amid the clash of combat, you'll learn to command the ever-changing nature of the flow, forging a combat style that is truly your own. Remember, the flow has never had predetermined rules. Rather, you are the one who creates them.
घर जल्दी आ जाना, ओके?
Okay, it's okay.
This is HOK.
It's okay. तो मैं काफी टाइम से मोबाइल गेम्स खेल रहा हूँ और इस जॉनर में सबसे टॉप पे आता है वो है ऑनर ऑफ किंग्स और ये ऑफिशियल इंडिया आ रहा है।
You okay? You okay?
You okay?
It's okay.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay.
Kings version launches on March 11th. Multiple heroes have received upgrades and improvements, along with a new mode, Super Flow Spriteling, and battle improvements waiting for you to explore. Let's take a look together. In this update, Ninja receives a gameplay upgrade. His skill 3, Universe Ring Skyfall, is now upgraded to allow targeting enemies on screen to initiate a charge. During the charge, Ninja gains crowd control immunity, deals physical damage, and knocks the target back, while also gaining damage reduction and resistance. After using the skill, its cooldown is based on flight distance. Charge speed starts at maximum, then diminishes over time. A new skill 4, Universe Ring, has been added. Ninja hurls the Universe Ring to attack all enemies, enhancing his skill 3 to have global range. It also grants global vision of enemies and disables enemy recalls while it is in effect. Global control potential fully unleashed. This update also brings balance improvements to Luara and Fati. Now, Luara's mana costs are reduced. Her wall traversing has been improved, allowing her to cross walls she couldn't before, greatly improving her mobility. Her skill damage structure has also been improved to benefit more from extra attack. Her visual effects are also improved, making her blades clearer. Fati's ultimate has been improved in this update. After using it, his damage and recovery are increased, and he gains 1 extra enhanced basic attack. Each extra sword energy recovers full health, but no longer deals full damage. Fati's sound effects and animation flow have also been improved. The new game mode, Super Flow Spriteling, is here. At the start of each match, players choose one of 3 Spritelings to fight alongside them. Summon your Spriteling to gain a corresponding new skill. Let's take a look at what they can do. Super Flow Spriteling Skill 1, Bigly. The hero drinks a growth potion to increase their size and max health, but movement speed is slowed while enlarged. Super Flow Spriteling Skill 2, Runcy. The hero drinks a shrinking potion to instantly become smaller, knocking back nearby enemies and gaining movement speed, but damage becomes slightly reduced. Super Flow Spriteling Skill 3, Coolio. The hero drinks a cooldown potion to reduce cooldowns of all skills currently on cooldown 3 times, but at the cost of some health. This update also includes multiple battlefield improvements, which we hope delivers a better combat experience. Gold distribution has been improved for Overlord Dragon minion-led lane pushes. If no teammate is nearby to receive gold from a dragon minion's kill, the gold will now be evenly shared among teammates. New visual icons have been added for defeating the Overlord, Shadow Overlord, Tyrant, and Shadow Tyrant, making jungle information clearer at a glance. Minion wave positioning has also been balanced to reduce inconsistencies in minion positioning that could occur in certain situations. Also, a new boss focus fire mechanic has been added to encourage team play and increase the rewards of teamwork. The 5 big bosses affected are Overlord, Tyrant, Shadow Overlord, Shadow Tyrant, and Tempest Dragon. The new boss monster focus fire mechanic was added to balance the efficiency of solo and team boss kills. When teammates focus fire on a boss together, focus fire stacks will build for them. More attackers grant more extra damage. Up to 4 stacks can be gained, granting up to 20% extra damage. During focus fire, wound effects will appear on the boss to indicate the current stat count. Boss monster base stats have also been adjusted. Overlord and Tyrant base health is increased by 5%. Shadow Overlord, Shadow Tyrant, and Tempest Dragon base health is increased by 10%. All the new content are waiting for you to experience. See you in the Gorge.
Season 14 is officially here. The new version brings a bunch of exciting improvements, so let's take a look. A new hero, Yango, is coming soon. Attack enemies and collect hero shards. Once you gather enough, you can summon an enemy hero puppet to fight alongside you. Control both Yango's main body and the puppet. Chain your skills together and outplay everyone in style. With puppets that are nearly indistinguishable from the real thing, can you spot who is real? Nezha has been upgraded, gaining a new skill that provides global vision. Luara has received gameplay experience improvements with increased damage and kiting ability. Fadi has also been improved, making skill chaining into enhanced basic attacks much smoother. Spritlings arrive in style, bringing 3 special potions with them. A growth potion made for fighting and soaking damage. A shrinking potion, perfect for escaping and getting around quickly. And a cooldown potion, which speeds up skill cooldowns. Of course, each benefit comes at a cost. The shrinking potion reduces your damage, the growth potion slows your movement speed, and the cooldown potion consumes a portion of your health. Pay a small price, then pull off some spectacular plays. The new mode Superflow Brawl arrives with a bang. Faster farming, faster pacing, and more exciting combat. Players can choose one of 3 talents to enhance themselves, gain more talents as they level up, and stack powerful effects. Complete missions to unlock even more random talents. Freely combine them to create powerful talent paths and discover your own unique strategy. From March 6th to 16th, participate in the event and collect keys and chests to redeem up to 5,000 limited time tokens. Get a minimum of 888 limited time tokens guaranteed. Starting March 11th, experience the new version and get a Ramadan-themed Spritling costume. From March 14th to April 12th, participate in the partner event to get a permanent minion, legend skin, and 1,500 limited time tokens. From March 14th to 15th, log into the game to get 10 free draws in Point Draw and a brand new Flowborn outfit. From March 20th to 22nd, participate in the event and snatch green packets. A large number of tokens, limited time tokens, and other rewards await you. You can get up to 10,000 tokens. From March 14th to 15th, all heroes and skins are free to try for a limited time. Grab your friends and play together. The player info card on the loading screen has been fully upgraded. Come customize your exclusive appearance. You can now customize the lobby background music on the main interface. Switch tracks and set the mood however you like. Quality of life improvements are here too. Resources are now automatically streamlined based on device model, so unnecessary files won't download unless you choose to, making the game much smoother. Finally, more perks and surprises await you in Season 14.
Hunting is all about patience, lying in wait to strike at the right time. Like lightning, this waterway leads to my hunting grounds. On the hunt, the net's tightening. Ready to initiate operation. Hush now, this won't hurt for long. The weak get devoured, and the strong collect their bounties.
What's going on with this music?
Honor of Kings. Now with lobby background music customization. Switch up the vibes anytime you want.
HOK's new mode, Superflow Brawl, arrives with a bang. Break fixed builds and experience true combat evolution. Whenever a hero reaches level 1, 5, 10, 15, choose one of 3 random talents to enhance yourself. The higher your hero level, the stronger the talents you can obtain. 10 major talent paths, freely combined to create endless strategies. Preview talent effects in advance to fully prepare for battle. Or adapt on the fly during combat to unleash unexpected power. This isn't just luck. It's a true test of strategic mastery. There are no fixed answers, only infinite possibilities. The most powerful and mysterious builds await your discovery. The new mode is coming soon. March 14th, write your Super Flow Brawl legend.
The true me. Even I can't tell for sure. At least your death was quite the spectacle.
Yango creates a puppet that can replicate enemy abilities and fight using the 9 occult arts. This is his core mechanic. Attacks from either Yango or the puppet grant hero shards and recovers health. When 50 shards are accumulated, Yango can summon a puppet of the corresponding enemy hero to fight alongside him. While controlling Yango's main body, he can use 4 occult arts: Umbra, Jichu Luan, Shadow Crucifixion, and Dispersal. Umbra throws the puppet, dealing damage and launching enemies in its path before allowing Yango to control it in combat. Jichu Luan is Yango's main damage output method, where he tosses hidden weapons to deal damage to enemies in his path. Shadow Crucifixion can be used flexibly to allow Yango to engage or disengage freely. Controlling the 2 strings to intersect deals damage to the target and slows them. Dispersal is mainly used to avoid damage or crowd control. During the skill, Yango cannot be hit and all control effects are removed. When controlling the puppet, Yango uses 4 occult arts: Return, Substitution, Binding, and Breakout. Occult Arts Return immediately retrieves the puppet and launches enemies in its path. Occult Arts Substitution swaps Yango's location with the puppet, dealing damage to enemies in their path. Occult Arts Binding is used to bind enemies. Using it the first time deals damage and slows nearby enemies. Using it the second time continuously stuns and damages enemies. Occult Arts Breakout causes the puppet to dash in the target direction and pull Yango to itself, dealing damage to enemies in its path. By mastering all 9 occult arts, Yango develops a unique combat style. After ensuring his own safety, he first summons the puppet with Skill 1, and uses hero shards to transform into a key enemy hero to assist teammates. Tapping the hero shards again reverts the puppet. And then he can follow up by chaining skill 3 twice to crowd control enemies. While enemies are bound, he uses skill 2 to summon his main body, then follows up with skill 2 and skill 3 to deal maximum damage.
The sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we try to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
They're gonna take him and they get the teammates.
the Honor of Kings Major League Spring 2026, a league where we combined the KMW and the KME into this Super League. Today is, of course, going to be day one of the second round. My name is Holler, and with me is Dash. How are you feeling about these 6 teams that have made it on?
Honestly, I'm very happy that we are seeing the 6 teams fighting it out. You know what? At one point in my life, I wasn't expecting that they will see each other in one league, right? Every one of this are going to be seeing each other in one league. They're going to be fighting against each other, and you can see who is really at the top. And that's the reason why this is such a fun time to see. Everyone who's watching, who have been fans of the other 3 leagues, right now is the time for you to watch. How about you, man? How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. I'm excited to see this one. I mean, we were kind of always had that, East versus West rivalry, and finally we're on the same desk back together again. But they're, of course, going to be fighting for this 26,000 USD prize pool. First place is going to be going home with 5,000, second place with 4,500, third place with 4,000, all the way down to 7th place and to 3,000 USD. Every team is getting something, so it's all about sustaining these teams as they continue on.
Yeah, just being part of it is already good enough for these teams, but again, they want to get that top prize, right? They want the pride of being the first ever champions of the Kings Major League, but now the teams are Virtus Pro, we have Nongshim Redforce, Vicious, Team Max, Stamina Esports, and CMF Esports as the last team that we have here. And pretty excited because we already had our round 1, so we already saw some of the results of this team. Right now in round 2, we have today's matches.
Yeah, and it's going to start off with a banger. Right? Both of these teams from Korea here. It's going to be Nongshim Redforce going up against Vicious. We see Stamina Esports going against CMF Esports. That's going to be the second match. And of course, the third match will be Virtus Pro as they go up against Vicious one more time. But Virtus Pro was the favorite. I mean, they were the #1 team after the first round. Would you consider them the favorite even moving into the second round here?
Yeah, I believe so. I think Virtus Pro has been such a good team, especially right now with them being like a combination of both the East and West, right? Because remember, some of their players came from Gen G, some of their players came from the former Twisted Minds. So they are basically the combination of the East and West, and now they are at the major leagues, and they have been dominating.
Yeah, absolutely dominating. And I mean, you were rightly putting it down because this is the team that was kind of like being assembled from all over. Everyone had their pros and cons, so to speak, to create this super team. But now they are here. They are making some serious waves. And they are the only team thus far. I mean, the only teams that they've lost to has been Nongshim Redforce. But let's see exactly what this team is made up here, Nongshim Redforce. Nongshim Redforce, the KME previous champion, also second place in the KIS4 as well. This is a team that has retooled, and the new guys are going to be Namu 3 and Redtel, Clash Lane and Roam for both. But now you've seen some familiar faces, Illusion in the mid lane, Haku in the jungle, and of course, Siri in that farm lane here.
Yeah, this member is the greatest red. They have been dominating. We have seen their performance during the last KIS4, right? They are the second placer again of another KIS, and these guys came as a surprise because right now will be the time that we're gonna be seeing the full version of this version, but we're gonna also be looking at the other team here. Let's take a look at the Vicious. If you're asking, these guys are familiar because they were teammates once before with the members of Nongshim Redforce. You're seeing here Kyung9 and Faye. But the other members of the team here, we have Sui, we have Da, and we have Shay on the other side. Some of them are part of the former Crazy Raccoons. So this is also like a combination of the teams here. And it's very exciting to see this team, Kyung9 and Faye, on this team fighting against their former teammates.
Yeah, and they've grouped up some of those guys. I mean, Dio right there, too, the farm lane. He was an ex-Rocks Gaming guy who played in 2019. He has definitely had that experience on the pro stage. But going into this one, the latest piece of this is going to be Sui. He was the newest joiner. He was ranked 29th in the entire Asia server, which is no small feat. So this is a guy that can definitely play as well. But are they of the same level of Nongshim Redforce here?
Yeah, that's the question, right? That we always have been asking, especially if they're gonna be meeting each other. It's gonna be a great time to see. But for everybody watching out there, they have played one of the community tournaments right there in Korea, the Kespa Cup, and we have seen them on a different team. Their name is Crazy Rocks. This team for Vicious, and they won against Nongshim Redforce that time. But during round 1, it was Nongshim Redforce who actually won against Vicious. So it's again another flip of the story for these guys.
Yeah, definitely very close. And if we're also looking at the head-to-head, the Haku versus Sui matchup is going to be the key one, especially in that jungle. Kill participation, a bit of a wash, 63 to 56. Average KDA has favored Haku because of the fact that the team has been winning. Yes, they were second place in that first round. They did very well. Vicious hasn't had the greatest of times, but still, they were third place, so that's going to be very formidable for them as well.
Yeah, still a very nice spot though. The second place and the third place teams, yes, they have lost some of their games on the side of Vicious, but they are definitely Vicious because they were able to get to the third place against these strong lineups that we have, like the likes of Stamina Esports is also here. So this is still a really great matchup because remember, during yesterday's match that we haven't seen, it was a close call for Nongshim against Stamina Esports, so something could happen here.
Yeah, definitely something can happen here, and that's the biggest piece, right? We're down to 6 teams. This is the second round. After this phase, 2 teams are going to be eliminated. You got to get to top 4 for the playoffs, so every single match matters. For the viewers that are at home watching this for the first time, this is a single round robin. You play a single best of 5 to see exactly where you stand against this. You got to get yourself in the top 4 as we get into the Game 1 draft.
Yeah, they have to take a look at what they're going to be doing here, right? Because it's going to be a really tough one. We have Sui, we have Haku. Having the Luna ban is something that usually is going to happen here most of the time because both of them are great Luna players. So we're not going to be seeing that, and that's a lot of respect for these players.
Yeah, it's absolute respect, right? I think that the jungle one is going to be the key matchup. I mean, we kind of saw the head-to-head already, and going into this one, it's going to be no stranger to that. Haku, also one of the top junglers at the KML. He's definitely going to make an appearance. He's definitely going to have that first, time. But it looks like in terms of this draft, they want to attack Sui as much as possible, especially since they're going to be picking first. Probably not going to be a jungle pick for that one first.
That is a usual, right? On a lot of the regions that we have in the global stage, they always have the Haya bat or the Haya first pick on most first games. And Haya Evernight Aspiration has been such a great addition to the game that some compositions won't work if she exists.
Yeah, will definitely be a problem. And we also know that Illusion really likes to play that hero. It is done quite well in his hands. But going in, this is one where you kind of want to save a little bit of those strats. But, one thing that they're going to pick is the Mai. This is something that they like to go high flying with. Illusion is a maestro on this hero. It's going to be an interesting one already.
Interesting that we have a Longing Yu-1 on the side of Vicious, even though the Dolia has been banned by them in this game. And they already are using these cards even without the Dolia on their presence. But on the other hand, Nongshim Redforce are still really getting a lot of bangers, getting a lot of great picks on their hands. Look at this Repart Datu together with the Parasola on their side. So this two already, these are already good, very, very strong.
Very strong lineup already. Nongshim, you know that they want game 1. It really sets the tone, right?
That's a lot of
yes,
bread,
it is a longer series. Sorry?
That's a lot of bread on their side.
Yeah, it definitely helped them out. Yeah, very much so. I think that they're really looking more for the hero types, not exactly the colors and what they're looking like. Let's throw away the cosmetics at this point, but I think that they're setting themselves up. I mean, these are definitely meta picks that we've seen them, in the IKL, the PKL, all of these heroes have done quite well.
And now we're going to be seeing a ban here from the Xiao Xiao. I think this is very much needed because every time you see an Arlie, a Maestro, a Nui on the team, you always want to take out the Xiao Xiao because the Meteor Storm is just very strong currently. And some teams have been picking it up also that Xiao Xiao is a good first pick because we always have these heroes that dodge a lot.
Yeah, and actually it kind of sets things up in terms of like, you know where the parasol is going to be, so the stun is kind of easily set up, especially since it's kind of within range, right? So they're trying to protect the Arlie as much as possible. Let Siri get going. The lane matchup will be interesting, especially since you see Do going with the Loong. He does have that range advantage and that burst potential, so it could be a potential problem.
Okay, Ogren on the side of Vicious. Pretty early on, but there's not really a counter that they can use here. Maybe just... I'm looking at the Monkey is going to be the best one to go for because the Agudo has been banned already by Nongshim Redforce. But I think it's a pretty decent pick at the first stage. But you know what? Nongshim Redforce, second phase of the picks, we still have the Martial Monk on their hands. Dharma, and there you go. There's the Menki on his side.
Yeah, I love it how you called it out. I mean, with that Menki, it's a great pick here. You kind of create that little, the tank ability, you have that sustain, so that when the Augur wants to go in, you have some way to kind of potentially disengage if you need to, or you could catch him when you need to as well. So you have those options. Right now, though, if you're looking at this, Illusion on the Mai, kind of squishy, has that damage, plus then you have the Siri Arlie. These are the two main damage dealers. Is it going to be enough to kind of deal with the sustained lineup of this Vicious one?
I have a bit of a... Okay, that is a bit of a question mark for me when they had the... they were hovering the Peacekeeper Multi on their side. I thought they're going to pick it. It's a good thing they didn't because somebody needs a front line for the Ogren in order for this to work. So the Lian Po is such a perfect one to go for here because seeing a Lapu Lapu, a Menki, and a Martial Monk on the side of Nongshim Redforce, somebody needs to take the damage first.
Yeah, and also you have that counter initiation, right? Yes, they jump in, but you have ways to protect whoever's there, right? The Yuan maybe, you know, gets stun locked or whatever, you might have a tough time. Plus then the Loong also could be a potential issue. So you want to protect those two as much as possible in this game.
Yeah. Right now, they're going for this picks right now. Game number 1, very solid picks. Game number 1, really expensive for both of our sides, but it's okay. If it works out in game number 1, it doesn't really matter if they win on game number 1.
Dash, going into this one, I mean, we know the lineups, we know the players and all that. Who are you giving the edge to as we go into game number 1 with these drafts alone?
For me, just having like the Eminem on the other side, that Martial Monk together with the Maestro and the Widow. It's very scary to have those combos on your team because you have 2 ways to engage in a fight, and making it work is not that hard. So I am going for Nongshim Redforce for game number 1. And Vicious, they have a lot of safety net, but will they be able to have enough damage? That's my question. How about you?
Yeah, for me, Nongshim, it's all about tempo, right? Are they able to kind of go fast and furious and take advantage of that early game spike that they have to really put the pressure on the Vicious? If Vicious is able to kind of weather the storm and slow this game down to mid to late game, I think that they'll be fine, but are they able to get there?
Yeah, actually, that's a good question. But again, for everybody out there watching, EWC is where the world's best come together and rise above. This summer, Riyadh becomes the center of esports. Scan the QR code that you're seeing right now on your screen and get your tickets now.
All right, I feel like I need to scan that while I'm casting. Okay, but okay, we're going to be good on this one. Hopefully, we'll see it again. But going into this one, I mean, we kind of talked about a little bit of an edge for, you know, the early game from Nongshim on this point. But if we're going to kind of eyeball and just kind of, you know, point out somebody who needs to really step up from Nongshim to kind of give themselves an even better chance in this one.
Honestly, as much as I want to say that it's going to be Illusion, Illusion always steps up. So I'm going to go with Bretel this time because I still am really looking at how these new players on the side of Nongshim Redforce are going to be stepping up. Because yes, we've seen them in KAS, but this time it's different that you're fighting against Vicious.
Look at you. You're just going for the guy that's kind of the more of the inexperienced guy on the Nongshim side, kind of eyeing on him, making a little more pressure onto him. But I do
hope he hears this, though.
Yeah, Retel, yeah, and you can find him at Dashcast. Please do go DM him.
No. Check
let
me
him
out
know
at Kindofu, everyone.
But the biggest piece on this one, of course, is the fact that yeah, you have Retel, and I mean, as you rightly pointed out, but at the same time, you're looking at Kyung9, right? This is your ex-team. This is going to be very personal, right, in this level. You do not want to see them succeed. If anything, you want to shine even brighter at going up against your ex-team, right?
Yeah, that's true. And again, for everyone also that has been a fan of Nongshim Redforce, they always sing the praises of Kyung9. Every time. Whenever it's Nongshim Redforce, it's Kyung9. And it's honestly a lot of pressure for Rattel to fill up the gap that Kyung9 has left when he went out to another team right here. So there's really a lot of pressure. Even for Namu, I think Faye is also one of the most talked about also for the side of Nongshim back in the day.
Yeah, definitely. There were huge shoes to fill, so to speak. And going into KIS4, not to flashback all the way in the past, but the group stage, when they first started out, things were a little shaky. There was definitely some nerves. They weren't really comfortable. But once the playoffs hit, that's when the true Nongshim, was able to turn it up to the 11, so to speak, and that's when they were able to shine.
Yeah, that's the scary part about Nongshim Redforce, right? Also, their coach has been insanely good at drafting. He has been giving Nongshim Redforce the most comfortability when it comes to playing. That's why during the playoffs, he was able to get insane drafts in, and it worked out because that's the drafts that they know they're going to win in. And I think this is one of those drafts.
Yeah, definitely. Coach YK, shout out to him. I mean, the way he's able to just pull the team together, even with 2 new pieces, 2 new players, it's not an easy task, right? The draft pool changes up. The things that you're looking to go for in terms of synergy, everything gets shaken up. But now Siri taking a little bit of damage there.
Yeah, that's a bit of damage coming into their side though. But for now, I think this is going to be the case, right? Most teams right here, even back in Nongshim Redforce, they're not going to be picking up a fight in the early stages. They're going to wait for those first objectives. Even the other teams in the global stage hasn't been doing a lot of fighting. They have been really adapting to this macro strategy.
Yeah, playing a little bit more cagey, and I think that that's kind of what you want to do. It's still a feeling out process. Yes, this is game 1, and I know that we kind of, it looks like he was potentially going in, but it looks like he's not going to commit on that one. But we thought that there was going to be a little bit more fighting in the mid lane. That's kind of like the meta that we were talking about, on another show, so to speak, Dash.
Yeah, I think we're going to see that later for match number 3. For now, I think Nongshim Redforce are just not going to be taking this. Both of the roamers are the ones taking the space here in the Tyrant, and nobody is touching the Tyrant for now. I've also talked to other players here. They told me that 5 minutes should be the ample time that players are taking this Tyrant because they don't have the first item at the first 4 minutes.
Yeah. And actually, it's slowed down a bit, right? I mean, that's kind of how the meta has shifted a bit. Normally, it'd be like right before the 4 minutes where you're kind of like angling in, but now, as you were rightly pointing out, the 5-minute mark, here we go with the Tyrants.
Yeah, I think this is the time for the break going. Swing on the back line, though. First blood comes in. Kyung9 falls down. What a great combo on their side, and now they're collapsing. Great dash coming in from there, and now nobody has been hit by the Tremor Smash. Everybody's still alive. They're trying to close in. Everybody's being pulled back. Sway is left alone. He's being knocked up. Is he gonna survive? Yes, he will. And all members of Nongshim Redforce are still surviving, and they are gonna be taking the space on this Tyrant.
Actually, the way Nongshim initiated, I mean, yes, you got the initial pickoff, which is great on the Kyung9 because he's that counter initiation. Once that fight is going in, but they're going out to the bottom.
What a knockoff. They go in again. They have to force the infinite fastness, and that's 60 seconds down for Doe. Now they can try to fight back again in the next one.
Great play by Illusion. I mean, just understanding the limits, getting that speed to kind of put pressure on. Once he's got that infinite vastness on cooldown, now he's a bit of a sitting duck. You have to kind of protect him a little bit more, and it looks like he's going to recall on back, so he has to do the walk of shame into the bottom lane as well. So it's just a great turn of events for Nongshim thus far, and it's only an 800 gold lead, but still, it's a baby steps, especially early.
Yeah, every time. Just 1 gold lead is enough for some teams to just balloon it until 3K, 4K, and as it goes on, it's going to be way, way better for the team here. And I think this should be the case first and foremost for Vicious. They should put a lot more pressure on Rattel in the top side because if Kyung9 loses that matchup, it's not very favorable for the Mayin because the Mayin should be winning that, but Haku trying to fight this, gets a knockoff on Zoe. He still has flash, force the flash away now, and we have at least 20 more seconds. Knocks up's gonna come in. Not gonna continue this fight. They're just gonna back off, pump the brakes for now, but they're gonna try to go for the steal here. Tremor Smash is gonna come in, gets the knockup right there on Haku, but he's very tanky. and they are now gonna back off.
Yeah, Nongshim, the way that they were able to just force out the flash from Dio and then push him back. The fact that he didn't have infinite fastness, again, he's just going to be a tough time trying to get into any sort of fight. Nongshim being aggressive, taking away those buffs. And when Nongshim have a lead, they are a tough nut to crack. Any team trying to come back is going to have a tough time.
Yeah, still going to be tough. Gonna be hard to take him down, and this is the reason why Menki is very powerful on an Ogren matchup, because he doesn't care about the Ogren. The Ogren is gonna deal 0 damage to him, so he's just gonna be taking most of the damage up front. And also remember, Vicious only has a lot of burst. They don't have a lot of DPS to take down Haku.
Yeah, not yet. I mean, that's the biggest piece, right? And that's kind of where they need to get to that late game. Dio needs to really get some of that farm. He's kind of hasn't had the greatest of times as he's been pushed away. I mean, he's a level behind Siri, not the worst thing in the world, but you never really want your farm laners to be behind, you know, especially in that 1v1.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tough as we go on in the match, though. Right now, Haku, look at what he's doing. He doesn't even care about who's in front of him. Cliché is already half HP. He's just tanking up a lot of damage. He almost died there, though. What was that? Forced the unending sword, but the top side, Rattel falls down. And that's 3 people on the board, but look at the bottom lane. They're taking down the tower in the bottom lane while all of this is happening. Everybody's on the top side. Even the TP is not going to save that tower from falling.
Yeah, it was a huge commitment there by Vicious. I mean, it seemed like Cliché was kind of baiting them out. Haku was being, you know, pushing them across, but you've lost 2 towers, and now it looks like the Azure Golem taken away again by Haku. Wow.
Yeah, stolen again. Haku just taking up a lot of damage, just going in. I think he's not even building tanky at this point. He doesn't have a lot of HP. He's probably building a lot of damage.
Actually, I think it's perfect for the team, right? I mean, if you're looking at Illusion and Siri, a little action in the top
side though. Damage in tow. Infinite Fastness is still available. Gonna be using it in a bit, so he will be able to disengage.
And with the way that the Nongshim lineup have been playing, you have Rattel and Namu. Those are the frontliners. Those are the, you know, the guys with the AoE stuns. They have ways to deal with them and control the enemy team. And now Haku can be flexible. Taking out that damage is going to be key to really just kind of support the rest of the squad.
He's not getting damaged by anybody. This tree is not dealing any damage to him. He's just tanking up all the damage, shielding when he needs to. And again, the rotation of the damage is not that constant, so that Haku is not looking at those damage as a threat.
Not much at all. I mean, even at the top lane.
Dog doesn't have anything. Oh no, he had to flash away. And now look at the chase though. Illusion on the chase, on the hunt, looking for Doe, doesn't have the infinite fastness. Will he be able to find him? It's a good thing that Faye is in front so that he could act as a wall in front.
I mean, he didn't get the kill, Rattel, but he committed the truth. He did a lot of damage. And just the fact that Faye was there to kind of cover his brother. But Doe, on the other hand, again, has to recall back, getting very little, you know, access to the map or any sort of, you know, economy that's being built by him. He's really starting to fall behind, and you're going to see this more in the mid game because they need Doe to get that damage.
Yeah, they always have been forcing Doe out of the way, and look at the build that he's going. Wait, what? He has the Eternity Blade and a Frostcar's Vambrace? That's a very interesting build, though. Tyrant is already starting. They are going for it. Sway backing up for a bit, taking up a lot of damage. Haku still in front, even though he's not building a lot of tanky items. He's still tanking up a lot. And I think members of Vicious, Killing Line is in place, looking for a chance to go to the back line, but Waves have pushing, and they have to try and commit somewhere, but nothing's happening just yet. Want to go for the truth, he got Sway. They're backing up, they got the damage and Illusion, super low. Tremor Smash got the hit on him, had to force the flash, but the damage is still not enough. Siri, still not in action. Now he is gonna get the damage on Sway, and now the next one is gonna be Faye. Right now, they have to fade away because they don't have any more jungler, and they can take this side if ever they want to.
That was such a long fight there by Nongshim, and they were just baiting it out, all because Haku was like this impenetrable guy that was up front. You know, Vicious don't really have the damage to be taking any sort of team fight. If anything, they need to just kind of look to clear the waves, get themselves back in this in terms of with the net worth, because they're falling behind. Those 2 towers are absolutely key in that bottom lane to get Nongshim that lead, and they're so tanky and difficult to deal with that Vicious really don't have any answers.
Okay, just a bit late on that for Rattel, but that could have been a kill on Faye. But that forced them away from the Tyrant, getting any vision there. Now they know that the Overlord has been taken, so that's a win for Nongshim.
Yeah, definitely a win. I mean, they're up about 1K at this point, starting to grow even more. And Haku is, again, he's level 14. He's been that frontliner that Sway really doesn't have the answers for yet, because they don't have any damage aside from, Sway at this moment.
Yeah, all I can say though, they're doing well. I think Vicious is doing well in this game, because even though that everything is not going their way, they are still keeping the gold lead at a minimum.
Yeah, I mean, it's close, right? I think that the biggest piece, it's starting to grow a little bit more. These Vanguards are going to be a bit of a problem, but it just,
oh no. Oh, top side though. Okay, that was scary. I got scared for a bit though. Okay, you can continue.
No. It looks like Doe has to just retreat as well. And he's looking to split push because he has that infinite vastness. But now that he's been pushed away, he's not getting any sort of farm. This Shadow Vanguard, Illusion finding him.
Nice use of the Writing to win there just to push back the knockup. Illusion just way off because of the small knockback that happened right there. Topside is going to get pushed. There's nobody who can help that from happening. Martial Genius Kung9 on the bot lane just going to back off for a bit. So this is going to be a 4v4 battle if ever.
I think that but they have the moment, right? So this is a huge opportunity. Looking to go for this one, Faye.
Yeah, Tremor Smash onto the back line. Not going to do anything just yet. Just got the slowdown on the members right here while they are taking over the Vanguards in front. That's enough space. That's exactly what they needed. And now they don't have any more Overlords on their side.
Yeah, and at the same time, Vicious, this is the kind of like the moment where their sustain is starting to showing as well. Nongshim didn't really have the burst to deal with them as well.
Yeah, this 1v1 is going to take forever. Good thing they forced the flash out of Kung9. So that is something. That's some value that Rattel got from there.
A little bit of value, and that's kind of what you need, just to kind of give yourself a bit of an edge in terms of levels, net worth, things that got obviously favored in, shifted in favor of Nongshim here. But picking up the Tyrant's going to be even more damage going their way again. But Nongshim have still not found a way just yet to kind of really put Vicious on the back foot.
Yeah. Checking out the space here for Nongshim. Oh, okay, I wanted to see the items though. Defrost Siege to Pure Sky. This is a lot of damage items from Haku. He doesn't even have a shred of a tank item.
I mean, Mickey is just innately just very tanky on its own, right?
Well,
so if he's able to do it, because this team, they need some damage as well. Sway, Cliché, they have ways to out-sustain you. Faye is very tanky as well. You basically need some sort of damage, and I think that this is the right call in the end. Again, you need to get those kills and to deal with them.
Yeah, just looking at it, they have a lot of... They all built full damage with what they had though. They want to burst down members of Vicious as fast as they could, and I think that's also a smart way of thinking about it, because they have a lot of ways to survive. So might as well burst them as fast as we can so that they explode whenever we try to jump in topside and try to take down the tower. One more. Okay, there you go. That tower is down on the top side. Nobody was able to defend it in the side of Vicious.
An issue with the Vicious lineup, though, is that their burst damage, not so great in terms of just dealing with the waves, right? You saw them trying to go in and out, and then they have those stuns for, days, but they don't have the wave clear right now. And that's kind of why Nongshim were able to take the top T3, though those minions were surviving for so long to, again, let Nongshim just eventually whittle it down.
Honestly, man, I'll be honest with you, their wave clear is pretty abysmal. Yeah. It's really bad. It's going to be hard for them to even get close to this super minions that we have there on the top side now. So, on the top, Joe trying to find a way to get in, trying to take the space here. Bot lane is kind of pushing on the side of Nongshim, so this is an okay spot to be in. Joe got a bit of damage in front. Haku tanking up the front line, and he's just shoving away everybody here. Sway's already 1/4 HP. Goes in with a Dream Roaming. Nobody's even helping him. He's trying to make use of himself, his body, in front of the members right here of Vicious. He knows nobody's gonna damage me anyway, so you should force the ultimate Flash and the Raging Sea to take down 2. And that's it. This is their last draw. This is their last fight. Everything just aligned. The stars is in front of the side of Nongshim Redforce. The greatest red just showed their true colors, and that's it. They're gonna be looking for the finish here in Nongshim Redforce. What a great way to start this game with a victory against their adversaries, the Vicious, in front of them.
The great initiation, great team fight. They forced out Doe to use his infinite fastest defensively. The Conductor of Souls from Sway only hit one member, and Haku understands the limits of that Augury, right? He's going to chase after you. He's going to know when you're most vulnerable. He made them pay. And once they're retreating, once they found Cliche, it was a matter of time before them to just turn it around, because they had to go all in at that point, and they were down a member. It was a tough spot to be in for Vicious Esports, because Nongshim, again, the way that they were able to just kind of put those vice grips down.
Yeah, I really love how do you call this? Smart that they. That's not the word I'm looking for. I'll just use the word smart. I really love how smart they drafted here. I think with the side of Nongshim Redforce, they had all the pieces for the composition to work.
Yeah.
Then when it came down to the build, usually I've seen a lot of teams in Global that, for example, Dharma, they're going to be building a lot of tanky items, Blazing Cape, Dragon's Rage. But here, they built full damage because they knew that they're going to be dealing with a Long, a Yuhuan. And those guys, if they weren't able to pop their ult, they're going to explode just because of those items that they have.
Yeah, just really, I mean, they were able to out-sustain you, and that was the plan from Vicious Esports, right? And Nongshim understanding what they needed. They needed damage. So everybody else is just like, just get as many damaging items as possible. Let's just, burst them, get them out of the situation so that we have a numbers advantage and able to take every single team fight.
Yeah, and that's the reason why they lost that. I think for the side of Vicious, they already have a lot of burst damage on their composition, which is why most of the time I don't really like having a Long and a non-damaging mid laner on the other side and a tank on the jungler, because you're not going to have any damage on the team. Long's job is to execute targets, to finish targets with his burst, not really be the DPS that is needed first so that he can burst down the target. So I think that is where they lacked on the side of Vicious.
Yeah, it really comes down to the draft. I mean, going into this one, we were kind of thinking, how are they going to be able to deal with this? Is Vicious going to be able to survive to the mid to late game? But it doesn't seem like they were able to do it. They didn't really have enough items. Doe really was focused. He was prioritized definitely from the beginning of ensuring that he had a bad game. Then they had no damage on their side to really take any sort of team fight. So they were behind from the start.
At that point, he was like backs against the wall. He had to force himself to build Frostguard's Spam Breaks instead of Master Sword, because he needed some form of defense because he's getting focused left and right. So I respect it that he had to build that, because instead of just forcing infinite fastest every time, that's the best way. That's why he only has one death.
Yeah, one death. I mean, looking at there weren't too many kills throughout this game. I mean, yes, most of them are, on the Nongshim side in terms of those kills, but Rattel dying wants Illusion as well. Those are the only two deaths. Vicious right now was like trying to scramble from some sort of team fight. I mean, yeah, Haku was an absolute beast, tanking the most with like a 112, I mean, to Sway, that is, but still doing the most, 143,000. That's an insane amount of damage.
Give him the medal, bro. At this point, give him the medal. He has the most damage taken. He has the most damage on the team. Probably the most gold, too. So, give him the medal. Give him the MVP in this game. He definitely deserves it. Right now, for Nongshim, you can see that there was a point in the game that the gold lead was just at 1K. That's the point where I was impressed. They were still doing pretty well on the side of Vicious until the last two fights that we've seen.
They weren't going to get completely outclassed. I think let's give credit to Vicious Esports, right? I think that they do know how Nongshim plays, so they're able to mitigate that as much as possible, especially early. They were trying to keep the fight. I mean, the net worth is a bit of a wash here, but this is that turning point. This is when things started to go a little bit sour for Vicious. Once Haku was like that frontliner, and they had zero answers to deal with the Menki up front.
Oh yeah, it's really problematic. You can see this. This is a long clip, everybody, that you can see the highlights, and where Haku was just tanking up the damage because he knows that nobody can deal with me at this point in the game. So might as well just take the damage, and he is really taking up the damage. He even built Master Sword while everything is happening there. So that is crazy. Okay, this is now a great game that we've seen from Nongshim Redforce.
Great game. I mean, what could you ask for? I mean, the clear MVP on this one. Haku on the Menki here. The 303, the 37% damage dealt. But the biggest piece to this was also the 42% damage taken. He was a damage sponge, and they had, again, no real ways to deal with this Haku Menki.
Oh, yeah. And now this MVP has the highest damage dealt taken. Gold also man, he was really in front. He was making space also for the team. And that was a great draft again for Coach YK. So this time around, I think Vicious really needs to get back to the drawing board and think about what they're going to be doing next for this next game.
And that's the hardest part when you're drafting, right? It's one thing to get like really good meta heroes, but do they work well together? What are we lacking? Do we have enough damage? Are we able to be that frontliner? Because you saw kind of what that last pick, right? They went with the Lian Po. They were hovering over the moats. Would they go that way with that control? But then they're like, actually, we need a frontliner. So you could tell already at that moment that Nongshim had the one-up already, right? They were making them react to them in that sense. And Vicious, again, that draft was a little bit lacking in certain departments.
Yeah, it was pretty tough. But I've seen that with the way that Vicious played that game, it's not yet over. I think game number 2 and game number 3 are going to be something that they could actually do something for. Nongshim Redforce, on the other hand, they can look at this as something like, yeah, we had some expensive draft, but we won, so it's still okay. It all worked out in the end. So Vicious just needs to make use of that this next game because they don't have those picks anymore. Let's try to find a way to win game 2.
Yeah, not the end of the world for either of these squads. I think the biggest piece to this, though, is that Vicious thus far have not been able to solve Nongshim because Nongshim have such a good early start to their games, right? If you're looking at how Nongshim kind of fumbled the ball a little bit against Virtus Pro, where they did lose the series, spoiler alert, they lost 3-2 in a reverse sweep to Virtus Pro because Virtus Pro were able to take the early game to them. Nongshim struggles when they have to play from behind. They're great from ahead. I mean, it's much easier when you have a lead, but again, Vicious need to figure out a way to kind of get to that lead.
Yeah, but that's also a big loss, right? We all know Kyung9, one of his favorite picks is going to be the Sunta and also this Mayin that he picked up during game 1 and he wasn't able to be successful with one of his best picks, but it's okay. They still have a lot of things on the drawing board. They can still play a lot. Remember, they defeated Nongshim Redforce once before, so it's still not the end of the world for game number 2, game number 3 of Vicious.
Yeah, and this is kind of one of those things where, when you're Kyung9 on the Mayan, yeah, you have that outplay potential, but you still need the rest of the squad to be there. As the Clash laner, you always need somebody to kind of, you can be the guy and you can definitely make some, highlight real plays, but you still need the team. And it seemed like Nongshim, again, were able to kind of force feed the farm away from Doe as much as possible, turning that into series gain. And they really just kind of overcame all of those obstacles because of the way that they were able to prioritize and strategize against Vicious.
Oh yeah. Right now, Nongshim Redforce, what are they going to be showing us? We have seen some interesting drafts even during KIS4. They dropped the Ying on the jungle once before. So maybe that's something that they have in their minds here, or are they just going to finish this as fast as they could? Let's get all our best picks on game number 2 and 3 so that we can finish this while not losing a lot of the good picks that we have.
Yeah, I think if you're Nongshim, the biggest piece to this is that, a lot of people thought of Nongshim as the favorites here, right? They were the KME champions. They did well at the KIS. A lot of eyes were going to be on this team. So if anything, Nongshim want to be that guy. They want to be the aggressive team. They want to put Vicious in a bad spot where they have to play desperate. So I think that, again, for this game, you want to go heavy in terms of this draft as well.
Yeah, having pay on the side of Vicious, this is one of the priorities, but like what I'm saying during game 1, if Haya Evernight Aspiration is on the table, Nongshim Redforce is gonna take it, and Haya will be on their hands, and Illusion has played a very mean Haya the last time that we've seen him, so this is a good draft already for the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, setting it up. I mean, the way that, Haya is able to just isolate somebody and you essentially turn the fight into a 4 versus 4. It's like, okay, how equipped are we? If I'm able to kind of take away maybe your pay on this one, are you still able to team fight? Your draft needs to be more balanced, understanding that somebody might be isolated.
Oh yeah, right now Byron, the classic combo, when I'm surprised that Nongshim Redforce didn't deny this. I think they have something in their mind here for them to use in order for them to work things out here. I think I also like the DRNGF pick, the Magistrate on the side of Vicious, because they have at least a way of saving themselves whenever the Zhongfei uses the Unbridled Outburst.
I mean, this Pei Byron combination has been around for so long. If teams don't have a counter pick to it, I think that they're really not learning quick enough because it's been around for so long. So I think that in this one, it looks like the most pieces. And look, you're seeing the fatigue here. This is a nice little pickup. Yeah, I mean, you have the Haya, again, isolate somebody, and you have a damage-dealing Clash laner that can kind of pick up some of that slack to turn your four, party members into a much better fighting machine.
I think Fati, especially right now, if they're fighting against the Byron, this is one of the only, from what I'm seeing, Byron's very strong right now. Very, very strong.
Yeah.
But having a Fati on the lane, I think he's one of the Clash laners that could actually fight toe-to-toe against a Byron, especially when he has his ult.
Yeah. I mean, laning phase early, especially, I would definitely give the edge slightly to Byron. But Fatih, once he gets going, once he gets those items, then he becomes scary, right? He becomes that essentially a second carry to really kind of help support the team. Because also at the same time, the Haya might not have the greatest amount of farm. He might kind of defer that into Rattel or Siri, Haku, whatever the team needs. He can, Illusion is more than able to play more of like a support mid.
Yeah, one thing that is very scary about the Haya, even without items, Haya usually still wins the Moonscape Mirage fights. I don't know why she still wins that, but she is very good because she doesn't really need a lot of economy. But seeing it on the side of Nongshim Redforce Siri picking up the Erin, the Laurel Princess on his side, whilst this being one of the best picks of Daw also. So at least denying their best pick against each other is such a poetic way of starting game number 2.
It's a great way. I mean, just setting it up. I mean, that the damage from the Erin, we've kind of seen this kind of on the rise. I would say KIS4, where the more teams were willing to pick it up. It has a lot of that that focus firing and just be able to burst people down, which is a vulnerability of a Pei, right? Again, if once he gets focus fire, you're gonna have a tough time. But Vicious going all out with the Gan and Mo, and it looks like the Secure to kind of round out this draft.
Ying? Is this a Ying game for Nongshim? I think, there you go. Let's go. Yeah. Got it right on the money. Perfect. But here, never mind. Okay, never mind what I said. Ah, man, Haku, why do you do this to me though? Never mind. He's baiting me again. Okay. I hope this is a Ying pick because we have seen this pick from the side of Nongshim Redforce. Never mind. I'm not gonna explain it anymore. Okay, it has been denied. Fate is gonna be the pick here of Nongshim Redforce. This is one of the second or third picks that is usually seen whenever you see a Pei and the Ukyutachi Bana is banned. I was expecting the Ying, but okay, Haku, just show me a good Fate this time.
Okay, all right. A little bit, I think that it's, again, more of the late game more than anything else. I mean, Fade almost guarantees you every single big neutral come mid to late game. So as long as he's within, plus he's able to get to the back line, right? Pei is definitely vulnerable. DRenJ is another one. If we're talking about frontliners, Byron is kind of like the only guy. If you're able to bypass him by just jumping on those walls, it makes for very easy access, again, to that back line.
Oh, yeah. For now, with the strat that we're seeing, I really love the old reliable that we have here, which is the Pei Byron that is on the other side. So I'm kind of leaning towards what Vicious has here. But whenever we're talking about the compositions alone, I think I like that for Vicious. But what do you think for Nongshim?
So, I mean, in a vacuum, and I'm not talking about players, teams, or anything like that. Pei Byron, to your point, very strong. It's a great, it's a tried and true combination that will do you well even in your ranked games. But going into this one, Nongshim's lineup, I like the Fatigue. I think mid to late game, once they're able to get going, Haya with that Moonscape Mirage, isolating somebody out from this, I think that they might have a good time. They have a lineup that could potentially take on this lineup. I do think that Nongshim, though, it's a bit of a wash in terms of this, this matchup overall. It is 50-50, but I'm going to give the edge to, Nongshim in the end.
Yeah, I think Nongshim Redforce, just because of the players also that they have here, the longer this game goes, the harder it's going to be for the side of Vicious. Because Daw is going to have a problem here when it comes to the range, and Illusion and Siri are just going to hit him from far, far away whenever a fight will happen. And Byron Pei de-scales a lot once we go to the late game.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a bit of a problem here. I mean, this is why Nongshim right now, I mean, even Rattel scales extremely well. Like, this is a lineup that Vicious, they first 12 minutes, if they're not winning and sieging T3s, this is a potential issue for them. They need to close out this game early.
Yeah. Right now, from what we're seeing here, Sakir, Faye, I think this is one of the tried and tested combos before of the T-Ranger together with the Sakir, because they're going to be pushing pretty hard just because of the sustain that Sakir is going to give D-Ranger. So that is what I'm expecting here. They're going to be pushing a lot in this game for the side of Vicious.
Yeah, as they should, right? That is definitely the key. You want to just kind of suffocate them as much as possible. Don't let Nongshim get that free farm in that space like they got in game 1. That has got to be the biggest change of pace for Vicious. Understanding that early game, whatever it takes to get yourself an edge, now is the time.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge. And I think right now, Haku is already winning a lot of this early battles just because of the fact that he has a lead against Wei in this early game. Because, oh, this is not what we're expecting. What a flash coming in, and the sword slices him in half.
Oh, Faye, you knew that was personal, right? The ex-teammate was just like, I know where you're going. The flash is not going to happen.
Yeah.
I got my own. Ensure that we got the smack down, and he did it under the tower as well. As disrespectful as you could get.
Brother, I know you. I know what you're gonna do. And he knew him. He was staying with him for a year plus. And he knows everything that he's gonna do. And that read was perfect from Faye.
Great start for Vicious. That's exactly how you want to do it. Because again, Doe had a terrible time. And as we check out this replay, look at Siri getting low, flashes, thinks he's fine. But Faye flying in with Ride the Wind in addition to the flash to get that Mulberry power to ensure that he gets the lockdown on top of Siri. A great start for Vicious.
Yeah, great start. Great win on the early stages. That is something that you want to do, especially when you also have a Bush Strider, Sakir on your team. You will be needing those early wins on your side, because the later the game goes, the harder it gets.
And now Nongshim understanding that, hey, we might not have the greatest of edges. We're a little bit behind. We're going to send in this guerrilla squad to take away much of that farm, right? Invade the enemy jungle. It's like those small little wins, right? You take a boar here and there. That's less farm for Vicious, and that's how you get back in the game.
Yeah, and for a prediction here, 4 minutes in the game or 4 minutes 30 seconds for the objective, I think Vicious is not going to contest that, because you can't contest a first objective against a Faye. That's basically a losing battle if you contest it.
Definitely going to be a problem, right? And at the same time, but I think that you want to contest, if anything, that you might have that edge, because you do have a lot of AoE stuns. You have the Gon and Mo with those blades that could do that tenderizing damage, which could be a problem for Nongshim, especially if they want to take that Tyrant early.
Yeah. Right now, it's going to be tough. Also, they have to consider the fact that they're also fighting against a Haya. The Haya could just kidnap Sway, and there's no smite anymore in that battle, so they should be wary of that. On the back, though, got pushed back. Faye with the stun. What a combo coming from their side, but Faye, is he going to survive? No, it's not going to happen. Namu showing him who's boss and who's the new man in town.
Oh, Namu there with a predictive play, understanding where Faye was going to go. He can high fly all over the place. It was like Top Gun in that sense. He was like a dogfight in the sense of able to kind of fly from brush to brush, but in the bottom lane.
Yeah, bottom lane. Already got the Moonscape Mirage 1v1. I think this is a default win by Illusion. That's going to be a takedown for him inside, but he's also going to die to the tower.
Oh, that feels bad, man. I mean, you were left all alone under that tower, and you went all in to get Cliché, right? Which is going to be an edge for you. But once Cliché missed those blades, you were like, okay, he's screwed. He knows he's got nowhere to go, and Illusion getting that kill, but again, he got left for dead by the rest of the squad there.
Yeah, I want this highlight. The game should be a highlight between Namu and Faye. These two roamers have been doing God's work in this game so far. And right now, they have to take a look at what's next here. Haku on the mid lane, looking for any stragglers going into the mid side. Maybe somebody's going to cross, but they've already been found out.
Yeah, and it's also a bit of a problem when we get to mid to late game, when Illusion can get some of his own farm. If he's able to kind of get his own, and once he's in that 1v1, he's going to have a bit of an edge, especially against like a melee hero like a Kyung9. He could definitely just tear him down. Cliché, if he's missing those blades, could be another easy target as well.
Oh, very, very scary. What they're doing here, the pressure on the bot lane, this is what we said a while ago. Sieging is what they're very good at, and with the zoning coming in from Cliché, it's going to be way harder for them to just try to clear the minion waves because the range is just massive.
Yeah, absolutely massive, which could be an edge for them. But one thing that's not massive is the net worth lead by Vicious. I would have assumed that they had about a 1K lead at this point. I mean, yes, it's only 6 minutes in, but it's only 200 gold. This is very, something that could be easily overcome by Nongshim. They're in a great spot right now.
Oh, yeah. Right now, in this spot, I think, oh man, these two teams have been really good at just keeping each other in check and not giving any big lead, because they know that once somebody gets that big lead, it's all gonna snowball from there.
Yeah, but getting there, not gonna be the easiest of times. Looks like they're gonna go.
No, Moonscape Mirage is now inside, and I think it's gonna get finished here. He doesn't really have any brushes to go and move into, and he's super low once he drops in, so Haku is there to finish.
Yeah, Doe was like, buddy, can't help you in the afterlife. Not really much I can do. Yeah, I stuck around, but the rest of Nongshim were there as well. So again, Doe was not able to farm in that time as well, so a little bit of a wasted effort, but a bit of an edge now for Nongshim.
Yeah, one thing good about Vicious is that they're already just taking down towers left and right. Bottom lane, top lane is already down. So that's a big lead for them. That's the reason why they're still keeping this lead against the other team, because they are just not fighting much. Flash has been forced by Kyung9 just to dodge that Namu and Bridal Outburst.
Well, he saves himself from dying on that one, right? I think that's a great flash. But now another flash from Faye, who does get on back. But, I mean, you were talking about towers on the outside. It's all because of Sway on this pay. That is the edge. That's the advantage you get. The mobility and the fact that he's able to go across the map wherever he wants, and he's going to put pressure on Nongshim need to find a way to stem this bleeding.
Oh man, what's also scary about this is just the sheer presence of Illusion in this game is forcing everybody to not go forward. Because when you go forward, you're gonna be the target. You're gonna be used. Somebody's gonna use the Moonscape Mirage on you. Illusion's gonna be happy. Even if he doesn't get the kill there on that Moonscape Mirage, just taking you out of the fight is already valuable.
Yeah, absolutely huge, right? I mean, it sets it up. So it's like it also, it proposes a question to Vicious. It's like, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna leave him alone? Because we have the rest of Nongshim that are circling around like vultures, looking for that wounded piece of that player to just kind of just appear there, right? Or are you gonna let him go? Are you gonna fight? What are you gonna do? So it asks, again, a difficult question. Vicious right now haven't really responded in kind.
Yeah, what's also hard is that Faye cannot tank a lot of those damage, so he can't really go for it. Right now, they have the tower down on the bot lane. They're chasing Kyung9 here on the top side. No flashes for this guy. Look at where Namu is. He's just pushing him back. He advanced himself forward so that he knows he could try to fight back. Namu very low on HP. Rattel gonna come in onto the back line. They go. They have some damage, but they got the kill on Rattel anyway. They got the kill on the jungler. Haku is down, and now they have all the members right here flying in front. Siri is also get taken. Illusion is left alone here. He's also gonna fall in. Vicious gets the lead there. 4-for-3 in favor of them.
Yeah, I mean, Sway right there getting the quadra kill, really setting it up. I mean, Nongshim, if anything, again, it seemed like a bad fight when you don't find Sway. He is the guy that you need to stop. Everyone else is secondary to him. You gotta prioritize him. Yes, they got Kyung9. They thought they had the numbers advantage, but you didn't find Sway. You were focusing on Doe. You were focusing on other guys. And if you're looking at the net worth lead, I mean, look at Sway, 8.3. There's a reason why he needs to be targeted first, because you kill him, all of that net worth goes away, and now you're able to take a real team fight and have an edge.
Yeah, I love that every jungler, most of the time you're gonna be seeing them building Blazing Cave to the Dragon's Rage once we go there. Probably the last item here for Sway. He's still dealing a good amount of damage. He's surviving longer in fights, and that's why he could stay, or rather, stay in front of the fight whenever they need to. So right now, with this advantage is big for them. They can take down the Tyrant if ever they want to and try to find the next fight in their favor.
Yeah, and look, Nongshim right now forcing it down, just good to go for the Overlord, but they've taken some chip damage at the bottom T2. They're going to lose the Tyrant as well, so they're not the best trade for Nongshim on this one. Again, they're playing from behind, but they're playing like they have an advantage, which is kind of playing into the hands of Vicious, because again, the Sway pay effect has just been real.
has been really good. Right now, even with the good plays that we've seen from Namu, I think they always have to think about what they're going to do to the back line, because Wei and Kyung9 could go there anytime they want. Moonscape Mirage has been used on the bot lane, and I think the members right here could go and try to fight him back, but he's going to die on his own zone, and they're going to try to kill him as much as they want to, but he's very tanky too. Rattel comes in, and the shutdown goes to their favor.
I mean, in the end, I was like, okay. Or in the beginning, I was kind of like, whoa, why would Illusion do that? But it was a sacrifice for the greater good. Everybody was making a beeline for him to ensure that they secure that kill. Illusion was like, I'm screwed with this guy. I'm definitely stuck with the wrong dude. But for the greater good, they end up getting the kill, finally shutting down Sway here.
I think in the end, though, Sway still got the win there, because in the end, they still are the ones who took down the tower. Haku, in trouble, was able to run away anyway, but Faye, look at this, they also have Doe on the back line. They're going to go for the chase down, but he's very fast. You're not going to be able to chase him down. Namu, the next target here for Vicious, but he's going to have his ult in just a bit, though. He's going to throw him back, and that's the Unbridled Outburst, pushes him away of the brush, and that's the kill coming in from Nongshim.
So this is a bit of an issue with the secure pick just overall. Yes, you have a whole bunch of mobility, you have that AoE stun, everything looks amazing. It's incredibly a fun hero to play, but when you get caught out and you're not able to fly from brush to brush and to get to safety and you get enclosed like that, that's kind of what happened right there. And now Nongshim able to find that kill to really give themselves a chance as they're putting pressure on this mid T1.
Yeah, they already had the pressure, and this is also what I was talking about. Illusion just having the 1v1 of his life here, trapped him in his place, but I think nobody's gonna die there. That is one of the targets that they need to be wary of, especially if their front line really breaks down by the Moonscape Mirage. I think Vicious is gonna be opened up here.
Yeah, if they're able to find him. I mean, I think that you're kind of seeing, okay, Illusion, the way he picks his opponents in that Moonscape Mirage is gonna be very telling. Sway is definitely not the target unless they have the numbers advantage. He's completely out of position like they did last time. But right now, I think that you probably need somebody else.
Yeah. I think right now, they could just go with one of the tanks. I think Kyung9 is the highest value target, or if it gets to the backline is the best target. But right now, Kyung9 is the best so that they don't have a front line, and everybody, Rattel could just rush inside.
Yeah. Kyung9 or probably Faye, those are the two, because again, they have that control, the AoE stuns.
Yeah.
If he's isolated, I mean, the Mulberry power onto one is very, different than a four-man stun, right? So it's someone you kind of want to take away, plus you're almost guaranteed the kill, because you should have a net worth lead.
Yeah. Right now, Nongshim Redforce caught a bit of a net worth lead here, but it's still equal in a way. It's just 200 gold anyway. 25 seconds, we're going to have the next objective. The question is, what choice will they have here? Right now, the mid lane tower is still standing pretty strong on the side of Vicious, which is why Nongshim is afraid of going to their jungle.
Yeah, you really can't go in. It just kind of dictates so much space and time in terms of just being able to put that pressure on from Nongshim. Again, the mid T1 standing, and that's why that needs to be prioritized. But it looks like the fight is going to be happening around the Tyrant Pit. This is going to be a key one. Can Haku use his Hardened Jade Seal to secure that for the team?
Will he be able to find the steal? Rattel is in a very good position right there onto the back line. The positioning of Vicious is way, way better here just because they have a good front to back in their hands. Kyung9 is keeping Rattel at bay. Had to force the Moonscape Mirage on one player, though. That's not going to be good. Right now, the fight is still happening. I can see the HP's going down, but it's still not going great. Members are pushed back. Then Bridled Outburst gets the space. Kyung9 in front will be able to take down. No, he is still very much alive in front. So wait onto the back line. Sage's Sanctuary is up on him, so he is not going to die anytime soon. What a play from Vicious, and now they have the space on the Tyrant.
Oh, it was going to look so good. I mean, you rightly pointed out Namu 3's Umbrella Outburst was perfectly timed right when they came back from that Mirage. But again, Kyung9 was able to just tank too much and Sway, even with the Sage's Sanctuary, really caught off Nongshim because they thought they had him. But now Haku, bad spot.
No, that is too aggressive from Haku. He thought he's going to be able to kill him at 1/3 HP. Nah, that's not going to be good. Right now, they're losing a lot of their towers just because of those deaths that happened. 5 seconds is Siri going to go back. And this combo, as you said, the bread and butter Pay and Byron has been working wonders on the side of Vicious, taking down tower, T3 tower number 1 and 2, and they're all down. They are just gonna try and finish this as fast as they could. Minions are just gonna go down. Good thing they had the Sacred Tree Blessing there.
Yeah, but it looks like they've taken the minions. That's the biggest piece. Like, you need to just wait clear to buy yourself time for Haku to get back up. Haku, I want to say that this is uncharacteristic of him trying to go all in like that, but no. Let's be very honest. Having watched Haku for quite some time, he tends to do that. He wants to make that sort of play, tried to go all in onto Sway, and he got caught out yet again. Really putting Nongshim in a bad spot. They had a chance, but again, you can't make plays like that.
Yeah, it feels pretty bad whenever you see him make those types of mistakes here in this game. It's not good though. Right now, the problem is they don't have anything on their hands here. They lost a lot to T3s, but one mistake could still dictate the game in anyone's favor. 4K gold lead on the side of Vicious.
Yeah, it's not over for Nongshim right now. I think that, I mean, if they lose another team fight, probably the end for them, but this is also one where Vicious need to be careful. Overlook getting low.
Yeah, Hardened Jade Steel gonna be able to take that. At least that bought them some time, but Illusion, he's not gonna live through that. That is a lot of damage because they lost one member.
Yeah, Doe is actually starting to do some serious work. He has a lot of that damage. He's starting to get to that critical mass where he's able to just blow people up. It's going to be a tough time. Plus, you have Faye that's always prowling around, right? He's been very difficult, and his ability to jump on you catches out teams.
Pretty tough to see this for them though. Right now, what is the struggle? What are they needing to do here on the team? They need to find a way to take this time, 15 seconds before Illusion comes in, and they have to clear the waves though.
Yeah, but having those Vanguards buys you a little bit of time, right? This is one where Illusion will be up. If they're not able to close this game out, the elite minions are making their way into the mid lane, but it's going to be too late to really close out this game. Nongshim, they're on their last leg though.
Yeah, last one. Gonna be the T3 on the top side. Will they be able to take it? No. Right now, they got the kidnap on one, but is it enough value for the team? I think it's not gonna be as good as they think it should be. So this is not gonna be a good time for them right now. They're still going back. The Unbridled Outburst was able to push him back on the back line. What a great stun coming in, and they were able to find the kills that they want. What a great engage again and again coming from Namu. The stars align, and they were able to get the takedown.
What a great play by Nongshim that set up the Mirage into Namu's Unbridled Outburst was just enough, and Namu going over the edge with that Stampede, just catching out Sway, slowing him down, just enough for Nongshim.
20 seconds on everybody here on the other side. Nongshim Redforce just did the almost impossible. T3s are down. They're called Ultimate Red for a reason.
What a comeback by Nongshim Redforce. The ability to find the perfect team fight and to get that engage right on point and to get a team ace. And Vicious Esports are like, what just happened? That was crazy.
I'm also gonna be mad if we lost that game. That game was ours to win. At that point, we got all the T3s. It could have been the game ender, but in the end, we still lost there. Oh man, that feels so bad for Vicious. That was their game. Man, I don't know what to say.
Right. It was one of those things where also, if somebody gets caught out, maybe we disengage. Why are we trying to force these fights when that initiation has happened? If you get Mirage on cooldown, great. Unbridled Outburst, we somehow survive. We get on out of there. Big Ultra on cooldown. They can't really take that next team fight when they need to. So it seemed like they were kind of like forced into it. Nongshim Redforce with that perfect initiation. Really, again, Vicious Esports, I think that they're going to have to go back to the drawing board after that one. That one was a tough
man. Yeah, that was a very tough one. It was a very tough game. Game number 2, they were dominating at one point in the game. I think halfway through the game, they were taking all things. They were winning all fights. But I want to see the highlight of that clip again. I think that stun on 4 people, just being in the center. Not even Unbridled Outburst, just the stun. The common skill that you have. That stun was enough to just turn the fight around.
Insane, right? And this is also a moment when you're like, hey, in your ranked games, you play to the bitter end, right? It doesn't really matter how bad and dire things look. At the end of the day, you still have that chance, especially when you're able to get a good team fight like that. It was the perfect play to really get themselves in because, again, there was no other way except for that one team fight to get in.
Oh yeah, man. They were looking for that fight. They were looking for one good fight in where Rattel could go in, Haku could drop in, and the stun from Namu. Oh man, that was stars aligned perfectly for them. That they had no business winning that game. They were just waiting for Vicious to finish the game, though.
Yeah, and this is going to be, again, for Vicious Esports to somehow bounce back from, right? They're going to be very frustrated because going in and going 1-1, way better situation, especially since you lost that game. But going into this one now with a loss under their belt, it's got to be a tough spot. And now you're like, oh, now we got to win 3 games? This is tough.
Oh, yeah. Right now, they lost a lot of their heroes. They lost the Byron Pay. It was a very tough one because they lost that, and even the Kanemo on the mid laner. So this is not a good way to start game number 3 at least. Look at the score lines, everybody. Sway has 7-2 on his hands. He was winning. Hands down, he was just taking over the game. But in the end there, just one mistake just turned things over. And they were able to turn things around. Reptel was just waiting for his opportunity too.
Yeah, actually, Sway, he played a monstrous game, right? They were winning because of his play on this pay and the ability to kind of do it, but just getting caught. I mean, the 2 times that he died, they're like core memories for me, right? Like, I know exactly when he died because of the fact that it was very rare, and the way that Nongshim were able to finally catch the Tiger, that was like the biggest piece to this one. But the gold graph, this is what we were talking about. It was very back and forth, but man, Vicious hitting 4.6 max, and at the very end, Nongshim just barely able to eke this one out.
Oh man, that is tough to see. They had the 4.6k, then that small 1k gold lead that they had in the end there was just because they won that last fight. We're gonna see it in the highlights, right? During the start of the game, looking at the highlights here, I'm seeing a lot of highlight clips from Faye and Namu. They were like, I'm gonna do this, you're gonna do that. The engages are working in our favor. Then this fight really dictated the mid game, in where Vicious won the fight and Sway just got a quadra kill from here.
But look at how they were able to just go in. They thought they had kill 9, they had a great spot, and they were continuing to roll. And then Sway comes in, gets the monstrous quadra, all set up by Faye on this one. Those were his first 4 kills, right? And that really set them up for that lead that they got, especially early.
Yeah, and also this Unbridled Outburst, what a great one for Namu again, but there was no follow-up because there was somebody fending off the members of Nongshim from just going forward after that great Unbridled Outburst. And the Gardner Grave also was great from Cliche, but here, look at this, everybody. You can see, bang, stun, everybody's down, and that was, what an insane combo.
I mean, the Jade Seal was like perfectly set up. Like, they knew the one target that they needed to get, ensure that they got it on this way. Haku ensured that the priority was there, especially with that Umbrella Outburst continuing to go in. But Namu, yeah, I mean, we were talking about through the entire game, the early to mid, everything set up by him. His Umbrella Outbursts are on point, so this is a well-deserved MVP by Namu 3.
My man, Namu, the setup that he did during that game was honestly the final nail in the coffin for them to win that game. And that was why it was perfectly set up for everybody to just go in, as you saw in that highlight clip right there. What a great turnaround. Nongshim Redforce just playing this game in the Nongshim fashion. They're not giving us any expectation for that game number 2, but in the end, they turned things around like what they did in the playoffs of KIS4.
Yeah, and actually going into this one, I was like, I'm a little hesitant about this one. I mean, the prediction, like I predicted Nongshim, right? And then the game was happening, and I was like, oh, this is not looking good for my prediction. But finally, Nongshim able to pull that one out, and I was like, GG easy. Like, this is Nongshim's way. They're gonna find ways to get back in, and they did in the most dramatic fashion possible.
You know what? They always have the most entertaining games because of how great they are at turning things around, getting things slow, getting a good team fight in. Man, I think right now, Vicious, they are going to be struggling with this because with what is happening right now, or with what happened in this game, this is going to be a problem because look at the players. Their shoulders are down because of the fact that they lost a game that they should have won.
Yeah, and this is the toughest thing when you're playing on the big stage, right? Being behind in a gap and then finding a way to somehow being able to come back is a tough situation. 0-2, obviously your confidence, your morale will be shaken, but the true teams that get better, that become champions, are able to take these L's and learn from them to really come back. The biggest thing is just, again, shrugging things off. Easier said than done, though.
Oh, yeah. Right now, they're trying to, take a look at the draft here on what they're going to be doing next. Yes, they only had 3 expensive picks on that last game, but it was still a big loss. So coming back from this is something that they need to do. The mental should be kept stable, but at this point it's hard to do that, but they have to for the side of Vicious.
You have to. I mean, I don't know what else you can do. I mean, look, losing this is not going to mean that they're not going to continue their journey in the KML, but putting the fight to Nongshim, which you might see even later down the road. I mean, you're going to be playing in the regionals against these guys for quite some time. It's about making a statement, sending a message, if you will. I mean, you send them a horse's head or whatever, like a la The Godfather, but this is a different situation where you need to kind of put the fight to
yesterday, right?
It's fresh in my mind, of course.
Yeah, of course. And now let's take a look at the draft here, everybody. With what we have seen from the last game, Vicious was almost winning that game. It's just unfortunate that they weren't able to. And now we have long underside on the bans, because that is one of the options that Nongshim Redforce could use for this next draft. I want to see what they do next here. The Mindshare Nui is also out of the picture. Vicious still has a lot of options here. They could use the Haya themselves, the Evernight Aspiration, because it has been used by Nongshim during that last game. So it is still an option that they could go for. And now Agudo is also out of the game again, and it has been banned again and again. Okay, at least now Nongshim Redforce knows that they have to ban the Evernight Aspiration, because that is an option for Cliché in this game. Dolia is open, so that is going to be an easy take for the team, because they are not going to let that go. Faye is going to be happy just taking that. Would they actually deny the Yongjun? Or would they not? I think they are not going to deny the Yongjun here for their side. They're just going to let Vicious take it for themselves. So they are going to do it. And right now, what we've seen here, how Caller, they have the Byron and the Lady Touch.
Yeah, it's a nice little 1-2 combination themselves, right? It's got control. It has, I mean, the Lady Jeanne is great. Obviously, we saw the strength of the Byron. Rattel should be, just as capable as Kyung9 on this hero. But it's basically saying, hey, I want to take the fight. I want to be aggressive, especially early, and to close this game out in the series.
Oh, yeah, we have seen it. We have the Arlie also on the pick. The Twilight, no, never mind. They're not going to be picking up the Twilight here for Vicious. They already have the Xiao Chao on their hands, and Ree's Heart is here. I think this is a good big border side in case Nongshim Redforce picks something that is very dodgy or has a lot of dashes.
Yeah, and if we're going into this one, I mean, if we're looking at the lineup of Vicious, they're looking to be on the squishier side. Yes, you have the Dolia, you have ways to kind of refresh, but they have some gaps. You need a frontliner. You need to deal with the potential jump in from Rattel. At the same time, Vicious right now, they have ways to control. Again, it's just about the Clash Laner jungler of being able to kind of sustain the onslaught that Nongshim are going to be throwing. Those Cannon Blasts, if they hit somebody, they could potentially just burst you down. They have combinations and quite a lot of control and damage from the Lady Jeanne and Byron. So you have options to kind of deal with them. So if anything right now, Vicious, you got to get some sort of frontliner. You got to get a tank. You got to get some way to kind of deal with Nongshim's potential jump-ins.
And also remember what we talked about a while ago, right? They already picked up the Long and the U1 during game number 1 for the side of Vicious, so they won't be able to reset those ultimates right now, and even the Ganon mode, because that is the next best thing that I always see whenever those they want to go with a Dolia composition.
Yeah, definitely have some ways that, I mean, they've been banned out already. It's funny that they didn't pick it themselves, because that's usually a very good combination with the Yangjian. They had an opportunity to pick it, but they decided not to. They're going to go with the Chicha instead, Nongshim that is. On the Vicious side, they're going to go with the Ata. That's one way to kind of keep that body blocking guy up front.
Oh man, okay. Having the Forge Maiden on the side of Nongshim Redforce, the White Anchor and Belligerence on the side of Vicious. This is a very interesting draft. I think the Dolia combo is just gonna be on that Unruly Blade coming in from that Dun. So Nongshim Redforce, I think that is something that they can deal with, because remember, they have the Lady Dun.
They have ways, right? But that ghost ship is going to be the problem. Like, yeah, you have a Peacebringer, but like, you don't really have a whole lot of mobility to get on out. If Kyung9, I'm assuming, or no, sorry, it's looking to be a Sway Ata at this. Oh no, sorry, it's going to be a Kyung9 Ata in that top lane. If he's able to lock you down with a ghost ship, maybe even 2, Nongshim might get caught out.
Siri on his best picked. hero here, D-J, is going to be on his hands, but I was thinking that he's not going to pick this up, but because it's an early matchup, it's okay. The problem that is going to be posed here is the ghost ship. I think once the ghost ship is on your back as a D-J, you're not going to be able to get out unless you have a flash.
Interesting. They're going to go with the Chicha, giving it to Haku. I don't think we've seen Haku on it, at least on the international stage as of yet, especially on broadcast. So this could be a potential, I mean, I wasn't sure exactly where they were going to go. They're potentially with Siri, but Siri's going to go with the tried and true D-J. This is going to be an interesting draft to see if Haku is at that level where the Chicha's really going to shine.
Yeah, and I'm also surprised because this is more a Rattel pick than a Haku pick. So this is something that they practiced during the off-season of KS4, so I would love to see what they're going to be bringing here for the side of Nongshim Redforce. The Vicious looking very good with their draft because these pieces that they have looks really good on their side.
Yeah, actually, looking at both sides, this is looking to be pretty balanced on both ends. They definitely have their ways to kind of, like, the team fights are going to be very dynamic in terms of how they want to kind of get into this. I mean, Namu, Cannon Blast to kind of set things off, but you're going to see Rattel looking to just dash in, Illusion on cleanup when that team fight happens. And then Haku, again, he's got to go straight up damage with Siri. I think that they might have a good time.
Oh, yeah. And now we're seeing it right here pretty early into the game, though. Namu is just trying to put pressure here onto the mid lane, but this is going to be as usual, right? The good thing here for the side of Nongshim Redforce is that usually level 1 to level 2 is, or level 1 to level 3 is when Chicha is the weakest.
Yeah.
So that is mostly the timing where some junglers invade, but it's a good thing that no invades have been happening this game.
Yeah, and at the same time, like if you're 1 to 3, you're going to be in the jungle. You're fighting jungle, you know, minions, right? You're not really fighting. I mean, obviously, you know, Vicious could potentially look to invade, but Dude is not really that type, right? He needs his own farm. He wants to go his own items as well. So you're really not going to see that aggression. So again, it might be just brilliance from the draft again by Coach YK here from Nongshim.
Yeah, again and again, Coach YK has been doing this ever since and has been really good at it. And just thinking that this is actually just drafting something that is gonna work pretty well is just one thing that he does. Next buff rotation, I'm kind of expecting that once Spade gets to level 4, that is when they're gonna try to bully the Forge Maiden out of the jungle.
Yeah, but look at this. We're talking about how strong Byron is in the top lane. He's fighting 1 versus 2. He does not care. He's like, come at me, bro. And the rest of the Vicious are like, okay, maybe we should leave.
He was like, man, both of your tanks are not going to deal damage against me. I'm just going to be regenerating in front of you guys.
Yeah, no chance. But now, Sway, this is also something that's going to be, you know, interesting. We haven't really seen the Dune Dolia combination for a decent amount of time because the Yang Jian has kind of, you know, surpassed the Dune in terms of just power propensity. But going into this one, this is still a potential where this Dune still has a lot of time to shine. Very tanky, a lot of that front line plus those control.
Yeah, what they need to do here in the early game is just to find a way to get into the jungle on the next buff rotation. But from what I'm seeing, they're just gonna be keeping it at back and just stay in where they are. You know what? One thing that is smart that they did here for the side of the Chicha is they are not on the same side of the jungle. And I think at this point, that information hasn't been relayed to Sway yet. So once he gets to the blue buff, he doesn't know that there's no red buff on the other side already, so he won't be able to invade that well.
Yeah, will not have a great time. But if you see what happened, Rattel was actually just, you know, following Haku around, expediting the speed of the farm. Chicha hasn't had the greatest of times in terms of just being able to wave clear some of those minions, so he does need a little bit of help, as even Siri right now looking to help out Haku and using that gold sharing mechanic to, again, further accelerate this lineup.
That's a good first item here for Do, just going for the Sparkforge Dagger bare. Nothing, no boots. So that in the next fight, they might be able to get that extra bit of advantage that they need here in the first objective.
I mean, you don't really need speed. I mean, you have your life step. You have your, you know, ways to kind of maneuver around.
Every dash you have it.
And if anything, it's the Sparkforge Dagger. Again, it's about the farm, right? It just it speeds things up, and you'll do way more as this 4-minute Tyrant is about to spawn as well.
Oh yeah. see what they're gonna do here. 15 seconds. Are they gonna be taking this? Because based on what we're seeing here on the mid lane, Sway is already clearing up the wave on the mid lane, so he wants to get that Tyrant after. That's why they're positioned that way. So seeing Haku on the top side, they know that they can take this free.
Yeah, and look, the Tyrant is about to be started, but 4 members of Vicious are already there. I don't think Nongshim are really gonna kind of contest at this point.
Yeah, they're just gonna give it. I think with that, they already knew that they're not gonna win the fight anyway because they don't have any damage from Haku this early. Usually Chicha activates at item number 2. So item number 1, they're just gonna respect it.
Instantly also, you know, Nongshim picking up the Overlord themselves, understanding that they're not gonna take this. We really can't contest. And yeah, just picking up the Overlord at the same time. So they're, again, just trying to keep up the pace.
Yeah. For everyone watching also, once you have the Vanguards give less gold compared to the normal minions, but the Naka comes in to get the first blood. Illusion again with a surprise first blood.
Oh, the timing, the rotation, the ability to do that from the brush just caught him out. Cliché, you should not be hanging onto that edge because that you're very vulnerable. That's like the maximum range of his Ocean of Tears.
Man, he was just walking, singing Let It Go, and he let go of the skills in front of him.
But I mean, if you hear someone singing, you should probably kind of, you know, back away a little bit, no?
You should be scared. I will be scared.
Definitely scared on that one. I mean, he will be scared now whenever you hear that. And Cliché right now, a little bit behind. Just again, it's all about his setup. He needs to ensure that he gets some kills, help set up the rest of the team, not die himself.
Right now, waiting for the next objective here. They still have 2 minutes, 30 seconds. The ball is on the court of Nongshim Redforce. It's their time to move because they're close on to making their items here, especially on the hands of Haku. Once he gets those items going, it's going to go great for them.
Yeah, and it looks like right now they have a bit of an edge almost in every single lane, right? They've done quite well in terms of securing the early game lead, and especially when you have, you know, Haku and Siri. These are the main 2 damage dealers, and everybody else having the potential burst and control to really allow them to do that damage. You might have a tough time against this lineup.
Yeah, Dragon's Rage already built on both of these tanks, so it's going to be hurting for just a bit, and I think they should respect that. For everybody watching, build that item if you're a tank, because it's very good right now. The knockup comes in, and now it is a kill on Rattel. He still got the Cannon Blast in anyway, but it's not going to work as expected.
Yeah, but that one single kill, it potentially turns into the Azure Golem. That's going to be a huge shift in terms of how this game is played.
Okay, I thought they're going to continue with that fight. Haku doesn't have the ultimate, though. He has been pulled back. He has to back away. A lot of damage coming through. They're still going to be able to get the stun in, but nothing is going to go in their favor.
Great engage by, you know, Vicious right there. I mean, you got the initial pick off to kind of set things up, but then you were able to kind of, you know, expand on that lead a bit and taking away the Azure Golem. That's how you want to be playing as a high-level team. It's one thing to get kills, and they look amazing on that stat sheet, but turning them to objectives, that's the biggest key. And Vicious right now, again, it's about those small wins. They made them pay.
Yeah, they are just doing this. One thing that I like about them is that even though they're losing a bit, they're always eyes on the prize, right? Let's just take objectives. We lost a bit of the fight. Let's find something that we could just exploit around the map. And that's how you should play HOK at this level.
For sure, for sure. Definitely getting something. You need that value. And Nongshim right now, they have a little bit of a lead, so they just need to not ensure that they don't make any mistakes from here on out, right? Because you do not want to be giving up kills as well as, you know, losing buffs at this point, because it again will further slow you down.
Yeah. Right now they are starting to just get the space here in mid. One last wave after this before the objective comes in, so we still have 25 seconds for that. And you could also see Nongshim Redforce posturing onto that bot lane.
They want to go. I mean, this is that moment. Doe is there, just potentially pushing them away. But now that buff timers are on cooldown, they have a good idea of when this team fight is going to happen.
Yeah, we said it, the Unruly Blade, it can still get away. Daw dealing damage. Illusion has to flash away. They are going to go for a 4v5 here. The knockup comes in. Rattel has to flash away, and he needs to respect this. Doe goes in, pops in forward, and that will get the kill on him. The Cannon Blast is there. He has to flash in, but Siri, oh no, this still went in favor of Vicious.
Huge. Just the way that they were able to kind of take away the Azor. But Rattel, he's not that tanky frontliner as of now. He's not able to hit that moment. And once that force field suppression had been committed and it was just completely getting destroyed, Doe, on the other hand, was able to do the damage and just burn right through him.
Yeah, I love that Sway has been getting a lot of great things here in this game, because right now, not a lot of damage. If the Imperial Order wouldn't hit me, I can tank up a lot of damage from the side of Nongshim Redforce, because they are still waiting for Haku to get those items in order for them to break Sway.
Yeah, and actually finding Sway is going to be the toughest thing, right? Him as well as Doe. It seems like Nongshim have not done a good job of at least ensuring that they kind of take away the damage dealer. Sway is the guy, yes, the front liner, but Doe has been able to just burn them down. He's the one that really needs to be targeted.
Yeah, they also need to be scared about this, right? Because Kel9 and Sway, both of them are very tanky, and they need those items going. Right now, Meteor Storm has been popped pretty early for Cliché, and they still have the Unruly Blade for Sway, but with what's happening here, the space that he takes whenever those fights happen is already good.
Yeah, and look at that space, even in this bottom lane. Doe is there. I mean, just, again, it's about putting a little bit of pressure, but you're not really fully committing to these things.
Oh, knockup getting hit. That's going to be a punish coming in from their side, and Unruly Blade goes forward, but that is the punish onto the backline. Illusion goes full down. 2 kills, 3 kills on the side of Vicious, and now they're trying to make ends meet, but it's not going to work because it's a 4-for-1 for Vicious.
And this is, again, Doe is just given too much space. He's able to 1v1 everybody that was potentially jumping in on, and Nongshim didn't seem like they were on the same page in terms of target priority. They were like, oh, we got to take out Sway, but you're losing 4 members for him? Not a good trade. Again, Vicious making them pay.
Rattel is trying to get the information there. Also gonna stem the bleeding onto the bot side just to get the waves covered. But this is taking very long for them to take. Okay, the tire is already down, and now they can actually look into pushing the mid lane because everybody's going to be a bit late here. Cannon Blast is going to hit. The waves are still there. So Vicious is going to get that mid lane tower.
Yeah, and checking this instant replay. I mean, you're seeing like Sway still up in front, and then Doe is on the back line. Look at, he just runs down Illusion. Illusion had 0 answers. Doe over the wall. I mean, he just goes wherever he wanted. Just cleaning up Haku. He's cleaning up Illusion. He was just taking them all down. So again, Nongshim need to find a way, get that vision, figure out where Doe is before they take any sort of team fight.
One thing is they die. Sway died that fight, but it's for 4 people. So it's still very worth it for the team. I think that's one of the things that you need to do as a tank, right? You get all the attention and also just distract them from the fact that Doe and Kel9 could just rush to the back line.
But look at the net worth lead that Haku is kind of amassed. He's 8.6 versus Sway 7.2. Yes, he's the Dune. He's tanky. He's not going to be like the assassin-style jungler where he's able to just take over everything. But Haku...
Damage is going to come in. That is fade down. No more resets for the side of Vicious.
Yeah, he thought he was going to be fine, but now Nongshim continuing on with the chase.
Brother, again and again, this is going to happen. Nongshim Redforce finds the best fight that they could take, and they were able to get it. 10 seconds on the clock. They still have the Primal Bond. They won't be able to steal this, though, so they still have to respect it. The damage from Doe is crazy. He's already half HP. Gets the knock up on everybody, but never mind. It's not going to happen. What a great knockback to just throw away the Wind Slash there, and now they could go. The Overlord is going to be taken for free, and nobody could contest this on the side of Vicious.
Yeah, Haku there was kind of baiting him out. This is the time where he's baiting them out with the rest of the squad waiting in the wings to go in. Sway was so bloodthirsty, tried to go all in on him, and Namu had that think inside the box, locking him in. He had no real chance because, again, Sway thought he could be aggressive, getting that Celestial Melody on that Unruly Blade back to safety, not able to do it when you're stun locked for days.
It is so smart. What Namu has been doing here has been a godsend. Nobody has been knocked up by that Wind Slash because that passive hit was at the perfect timing too. So now, with this Overlord, they can stem the bleeding. They were losing a bit a while ago. Now they can find towers that they want to. Yes, the mid lane tower is going to be killed, but remember, the Shadow Vanguard is still in their hands. Oh man, this is going to be scary as we go forward because remember, Illusion has the Destructive Deluge. Just popping that in whenever Sway uses the Unruly Blade, he's down.
I mean, Nongshim right now is down about 1.5k net worth, but you're seeing exactly how Nongshim are just slow sieging towers. Vicious, yeah, they were trying to protect it, and you think that with this net worth lead, they would have a good time, but Nongshim are just literally running down mid.
Man, again and again, they just really are surprising us right here for the side of Nongshim Redforce, just out of that one fight. they were able to turn things around, and I think Nongshim again taking down the bot lane. That's another tower down, another one notch up their belt.
Yeah, I mean, 3 towers just instantly taken, and right now everything will shift in favor of Nongshim as they go on with this further, exerting this map control that they have. Nongshim have found a way to get back into this game yet again.
Oh man, again. They are just so good at doing that. They just really know how to turn things around, and with this, I think they have the scale. We're seeing Sway and Kyung9 struggling to stay in those team fights, or at least in front.
Another tower taken, top T2 as well, and Nongshim just finding all the right targets. Oh, control.
Oh man. Okay, that's gonna be scary. Cannon Blast is there. I mean, just Storm. They have the Wind Slash in front. They have the reset on the Unruly Blade. Haku has fallen, and that is perfect. That's what they needed. They lose a bit of that damage from the side of Nongshim Redforce. They need to pump the brakes. They have to back away, but Namo tries to dash forward. We have the shield from the Force Field Suppression. Rattel still was able to dash away, and they can look for that tire, but look at top side. Chip damage on that tower.
A little bit of damage. It's minuscule at this stage, but the biggest piece to this one is that Haku is that once he gets focused, Nongshim are gonna have a tough time. Rattel went in there. I thought that he was pulling a Haku by going in a little too aggressive. You really should not be trying to take any sort of fight 4 versus 5. He does barely survive, but now they lose the tyrant because of that turn of events.
They dropped the ball on the time that we were expecting that they were going to be winning that fight. If they didn't try to take that fight, if they just disengaged, that could have been a very different story for them.
It would have been very different indeed. I mean, Haku is back up, and him and Siri need to stay alive. If those two go down, you're going to be lacking quite a bit. To deal with this Dune, who is this very tanky guy, you're going to have a tough time kind of chipping into that armor.
Yeah, 25 seconds. We have the Overlord at the ready. And you can see over the gold of this players. The problem that I was seeing a while ago was Siri and Doe. But right now, Siri is just trailing close at 200 gold.
It's not the worst. I mean, he's dived one single time. It seemed like if you were looking at the first 10, 15 minutes of this game, you're like, Doe, my God, the guy's on fire. But it seems like Nongshim have not found an answer because they're not able to find him.
Yeah, right now they have the items that they need also. They have the Daybreaker on the hands of Haku. So that is a big number for him together with his Spike Mail. So he can actually 1v1 Doe if ever he wants to.
If he's able to find it. Doe, it seems like every time he takes a fight, he's always got friends with him, right? He always goes with a buddy system and he stays alive because of it. And he's like the win condition, right? If you're looking at the rest of the squad, they need his damage.
Yeah. He needs to survive. He doesn't need to take the front line because he has a Rattel and Namu in front. They're starting to go for the Overlord. Still have the Primal Bond, never mind. It's now down, and they might be able to find it for now. Rattel in front trying to disrupt the members of Vicious. They're trying to find one target because everybody's spread out on the side of Vicious. But look at Doe. He's very far away from the battle. I think Sway could be a potential target here for the team because he's dealing a lot of damage. Destructive Deluge is still available for Illusion. But man, this fight, nothing is happening because Rattel is the only one doing the action here for the team.
Yeah, it's basically like a giant pillow fight, right? I mean, they're not really doing too much because Doe hasn't shown up. But once he does, then you're like, okay, now I need to be careful.
Yeah, had to use the Splendor right there, and then Doe is going to be the target. No Parasol to go into, and no Dash are going to be working. One more damage, and Lachey almost died. And now they're going to work things forward. Sway does have the Unruly Blade to just go away. He gets a reset again, but now this space on the Overlord is going to be on the hands of Nongshim.
That is a huge problem right now for Vicious, right? This is the 4 Protect 1 lineup from Doe. I mean, once he goes down, you really see that they, I mean, yeah, they have stun lock for days, but they don't have any damage. They need Doe to stay alive just to keep him up, and he got caught out, and Haku, again, the target priority, immaculate on that one.
Yeah, again, a great play from Nongshim. They dropped the ball a bit, and now they're going to pick it up again and shoot a 3-pointer on the faces of Vicious. Right now, they are going to go for the top side push. That's going to be 1 T3 down. The bot lane Overlord is going to be trailing slowly but surely. They're trying to stem the bleeding, but it's not going to work. They have no damage. They need Doe. Even the wave clear is struggling a bit on their side. The wave is going to fall. Mid lane is going to fall. And that one more blow on that T3 tower, and that's going to go down.
I mean, the complete disengage by Vicious. They gave up the mid, the bottom, like all the towers for this one, just to kind of stay alive. I mean, Doe is back up on the table, but now without this, any sort of towers, it's going to be constant pressure in all lanes.
Last wave, last fight. Everything could explode in a moment. It could blow over in the face of Vicious. Right now onto the back line, they got the ghost ship, but not really a lot of space for the team to wait. Didn't find anyone onto the back. They're still dealing a lot of damage, so it's all working towards the eyes of Nongshim Redforce. Vicious trying to trail away, but they have no more damage at this point. Do is gonna fall, and that's the game. Nongshim Redforce will take this series.
I mean, they took it in style. I mean, the game 2 and game 3, both of them were looking a little precarious at moments. It didn't seem like they were able to kind of pull it out. But again, you see why Nongshim Redforce, this is a team that you have a lead, you gotta close it out. You gotta choke them out. You cannot give them any sort of space whatsoever to get themselves back into this one, because that's what happens. Nongshim Redforce, again, finding ways to win games they should not be winning.
Yeah, one thing that I love about them is that they're really great at picking themselves back up.
True.
That's one thing that Nongshim Redforce has been very good at. Even in the recent tournaments, they know when they're falling down, once they pick themselves back up, they're gonna go stronger on the next phase of the game, on the next series, if ever they need to. But this time around, I think this Nongshim Redforce really knows the number of Vicious rather than the other way around.
Yeah, I think at the same time, Vicious can keep their heads up high, right? If things are, I mean, yeah, that game 2 was like a really tough one in terms of morale, but they have ways. They can actually fight against Nongshim Redforce. It's just, you know, finding those small mistakes to get themselves back in. There's going to be a little bit of learnings from this one in terms of just like the playback and to kind of understanding what they need to do better, because they have moments. It's just a matter of just closing the games out.
Yeah, I think the hardship there, or the struggle for the team, has always been closing the games. True. It has game 2, game number 3, they were close. It was so hard for them to close games, but once they find that out as we move forward into this tournament, I think they would be a very formidable team right here in the KML.
It seemed like I mean, yeah, they lost 0-3, and you're thinking, when people look at the scoreline, they're like, Nongshim just steamrolled them. But this is a very different series than what you kind of see, like what you just saw from just the scoreline alone, because Vicious had ways to get back in. This is a series that probably should have gotten 4 or 5 games, but Vicious just dropping the ball at the, you know, most inopportune times.
Man, they could have won in game number 2 and game number 3.
Oh, yeah.
To be honest with you, they could have won those games. And this could have been a longer series right now. But Nongshim Redforce just are really good at that, at picking themselves back up. And right now you can see here that the scoreline's really not that far. And Doe has been doing a really good job. I think one of the problems that I also see for Vicious that could easily be mended is they draft around somebody in their comps, and once that somebody falls, they have nothing.
Yeah, you need basically that support guy to kind of help out in terms of like damage, right? The Ata, we're talking about like frontliners. They're like, okay, let's go with Ata and Dune. They got picked up 2. I think that Dune was good enough. You needed somebody else like a Fatih or some other way to kind of support in terms of the damage department, because Doe can't do everything himself. He needs to stay alive more than anything else. It looked good in the early game, as you're seeing in the highlights here, but again, just the draft had holes.
Yeah, and you can see here, right? Kang9 and Sway, we have been praising them that they're just going to be in front, they are just going to be taking the damage, and nobody will be able to deal that. But as long as the game goes on, especially when you're fighting against a Magistrate DRNG, it's going to be harder as the game goes on as a tank, because one Imperial Order, 50% of your resistances is down, and that's crazy enough for you to survive on.
Yeah, and this is also that moment. Sway was up in front, right? He thought he would go right onto Haku, try to go all in, and this is the beginning of the end. Once they found Doe, all towers, boom, gone in a heartbeat, right? Because of the fact that like Nongshim, the way that they were able to kind of continue on and ensure that, hey, if you're going to take this fight, how are you going to fight into this death ball that we've got?
Yeah, one hidden hero that we have here for Nongshim Redforce's Illusion, some of his sets in this game, the knockups that he did, were very great. And right now, we can see Magistrate, DRNG, Siri getting the MVP in this game.
Well deserved. I mean, 3-1-3, DRNG, like the Imperial Orders, the amount of damage that he was actually able to do when they need to kind of chip through those, the front, tanky frontliners like the Ata and the Dune, he just did enough, plus he stayed alive. Because when Doe was having a good game, usually that's at the expense of Siri, but he was able to keep himself in this game, ensuring that, hey, late game, we're going to be fine.
Yeah, at 5 to 10 minutes, it was like a 1.5k gold lead, right? Because he was not getting a lot of kills, but he was surviving. That's one of the most important things that you need to have when you're playing D-J is surviving. And when he survived until the later parts of the game, that is when front-to-backs happen a lot more. That is when the D-J will really shine.
Yeah, and that's pretty much what he needed to. But unfortunately, I mean, Vicious is going to come back. We're going to be seeing them in the third matchup.
Oh, yeah.
But first, we're going to take a little bit of a break before we go into the second match today.
Super Flow Spriteling is here. At the start of each match, players choose one of 3 Spritelings to fight alongside them. Summon your Spriteling to gain a corresponding new skill. Let's take a look at what they can do. Super Flow Spriteling Skill 1. Bigly. The hero drinks a growth potion to increase their size and max health, but movement speed is slowed while enlarged. Super Flow Spriteling Skill 2. Runcy. The hero drinks a shrinking potion to instantly become smaller, knocking back nearby enemies and gaining movement speed, but damage becomes slightly reduced. Super Flow Spriteling Skill 3. Coolio. The hero drinks a cooldown potion to reduce cooldowns of all skills currently on cooldown 3 times, but at the cost of some health.
Boss! I think we got the wrong guy.
Honor of Kings, now with personalized in-match nameplates. Change your look whenever you want.
The flow. The origin of all energy in honor of kings. It shapes all life within the gorge and gives rise to countless skills and abilities. Some have learned how to harness the flow, transforming it into abilities uniquely their own. Yet, the flow has no fixed form. It moves freely like the wind and shifts fluidly like water. Time, space, life, and emotion all alter the course of the flow. Thus, different heroes awaken different powers through it. Some temper their bodies into peerless martial masters. Others delve into arcane arts, wielding overwhelming power that can rewrite the course of a battle. But the potential of the flow goes far beyond that. Step onto the battlefield, and amid the clash of combat, you'll learn to command the ever-changing nature of the flow, forging a combat style that is truly your own. Remember, the flow has never had predetermined rules. Rather, you are the one who creates them.
घर जल्दी आ जाना, ओके?
Okay, it's okay.
This is HOK.
It's okay. तो मैं काफी टाइम से मोबाइल गेम्स खेल रहा हूँ और इस जॉनरा में सबसे टॉप पे आता है वो है ऑनर ऑफ किंग्स और ये ऑफिशियल इंडिया आ रहा है.
You okay?
You okay?
You okay?
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay.
version launches on March 11th. Multiple heroes have received upgrades and improvements, along with a new mode, Super Flow Spriteling, and battle improvements waiting for you to explore. Let's take a look together. In this update, Ninja receives a gameplay upgrade. His skill 3, Universe Ring Skyfall, is now upgraded to allow targeting enemies on screen to initiate a charge. During the charge, Ninja gains crowd control immunity, deals physical damage, and knocks the target back, while also gaining damage reduction and resistance. After using the skill, its cooldown is based on flight distance. Charge speed starts at maximum, then diminishes over time. A new skill 4, Universe Ring, has been added. Ninja hurls the Universe Ring to attack all enemies, enhancing his skill 3 to have global range. It also grants global vision of enemies and disables enemy recalls while it is in effect. Global control potential fully unleashed. This update also brings balance improvements to Luara and Fatih. Now, Luara's mana costs are reduced. Her wall traversing has been improved, allowing her to cross walls she couldn't before, greatly improving her mobility. Her skill damage structure has also been improved to benefit more from extra attack. Her visual effects are also improved, making her blades clearer. Fatih's ultimate has been improved in this update. After using it, his damage and recovery are increased, and he gains 1 extra enhanced basic attack. Each extra sword energy recovers full health, but no longer deals full damage. Fatih's sound effects and animation flow have also been improved. The new game mode, Super Flow Spriteling, is here. At the start of each match, players choose one of 3 Spritelings to fight alongside them. Summon your Spriteling to gain a corresponding new skill. Let's take a look at what they can do. Super Flow Spriteling Skill 1, Bigly. The hero drinks a growth potion to increase their size and max health, but movement speed is slowed while enlarged. Super Flow Spriteling Skill 2, Runcy. The hero drinks a shrinking potion to instantly become smaller, knocking back nearby enemies and gaining movement speed, but damage becomes slightly reduced. Super Flow Spriteling Skill 3, Coolio. The hero drinks a cooldown potion to reduce cooldowns of all skills currently on cooldown 3 times, but at the cost of some health. This update also includes multiple battlefield improvements, which we hope delivers a better combat experience. Gold distribution has been improved for Overlord Dragon minion-led lane pushes. If no teammate is nearby to receive gold from a Dragon minion's kill, the gold will now be evenly shared among teammates. New visual icons have been added for defeating the Overlord, Shadow Overlord, Tyrant, and Shadow Tyrant, making jungle information clearer at a glance. Minion wave positioning has also been balanced to reduce inconsistencies in minion positioning that could occur in certain situations. Also, a new boss focus fire mechanic has been added to encourage team play and increase the rewards of teamwork. The 5 big bosses affected are Overlord, Tyrant, Shadow Overlord, Shadow Tyrant, and Tempest Dragon. The new boss monster focus fire mechanic was added to balance the efficiency of solo and team boss kills. When teammates focus fire on a boss together, focus fire stacks will build for them. More attackers grant more extra damage. Up to 4 stacks can be gained, granting up to 20% extra damage. During focus fire, wound effects will appear on the boss to indicate the current stat count. Boss monster base stats have also been adjusted. Overlord and Tyrant base health is increased by 5%. Shadow Overlord, Shadow Tyrant, and Tempest Dragon base health is increased by 10%. All the new content are waiting for you to experience. See you in the Gorge.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the starlight, and no one back me down. Destiny is calling high.
we're back for the Kings Major League. We have seen one match already. Nongshim Redforce got the win on a 3-0, and this time around, we're gonna have a different team, Stamina Esports versus CMF Esports in this series number 2. What are you thinking about this, Holler?
Actually, there's a lot of high hopes for both of these squads. I mean, CMF came back in. We previously saw them in the KM East. They've kind of retooled, and now they've got the same, I mean, they've got a couple of the same old faces that we know, but they've got a lot of new guys. If you're looking at the other side, Stamina Esports, a lot of high hopes for this squad from Mexico.
Yeah, I really am going to be shouting out the Filipino players and the coach right here from the side of CMF Esports. I think Coach Ken is there, and also Knight is also there on the side of CMF Esports. Great to see representation from the Philippines right here on the KML. And now let's take a look at the first video that we're going to be having. We are going to go for our first team. Stamina Esports, this is a team that you should be looking at, everybody. Currently at number 5, this team, but they are very strong. We have with that Fade, PHY, Zing, and Nervex is also part of this team. And this team got a great series against Nongshim Redforce yesterday, so you don't count them out.
Yeah, definitely don't want to count them out. I mean, especially when you have PHY, Phi in the mid lane. I mean, this guy's from Malaysia, previously from Alpha Gaming, had a lot of, they made a lot of waves. I mean, they made the EWC last year, so this is a squad that, you know, again, has used his veteran experience to kind of get themselves in a great spot. And that 3-5 position in the KML thus far has kind of been anybody's game, right? And Stamina Esports can definitely have that, but of course, their opponents will be CMF Esports here. CMF Esports, they're going to be made up of Kokusai, Ilmatic, Knight, and Anthem and Psychonoia. The last two, Psychonoia and Anthem, those guys were the existing members way back in the KME Fall 2025. Unfortunately, they didn't have the greatest of times, and so now they've retooled. They've brought in the coach that you're talking about, Coach Ken, as well as Knight here to kind of help this team along. Can they make some waves here at the KML?
Yeah, I want to see how CMF is going to be changing. What happened during the last time that we've seen them, and also big shout-outs to Coach Ken that is there in the back. So they are going to be playing right here against the big teams that we have. Stamina Esports had a great run. I think for the side of CMF, the only team that they won against was against Horror Esports, who is now eliminated out of round 2.
Yeah, I mean, that was the only one, unfortunately, for CMF. But, you know, it's one of those things where, you've taken your licks, you've gotten some, you've learned some things as you look to bounce back. But the head-to-head, let's talk a little bit about this mid lane here. It's going to be PHY going up against Koshai here with 76% of the kill participation. You know that Stamina Esports are looking to make moves around Phi's play.
Yeah, honestly, PHY has been a really great player. If you are thinking you're familiar with this player, yes, you are. You're definitely familiar with this player. He was once a teammate of AG Global. He was once part of AG Global. He was on the version of APG that was in the KWC. So this is a player that has a lot of experience in his belt already.
Yeah, and actually, look at him right now. He's right in the mid. I mean, you just saw him on camera, and he seemed very calm, just getting into that flow state to really set himself up. Because again, game one, all of these games, super key. You need to ensure that you come out with the victories whenever you can, especially when you're not playing against teams that are, Virtus Pro or Nongshim Redforce, for instance.
Yeah, you always have to respect this first part of the game. For everyone to know also, the last time that they met, it was a 3-1 in favor of Stamina Esports, probably the closest series that CMF had in this whole tournament. So I think that is something that they could work on for this round number 2.
Definitely will help them, right? I think that confidence boost of knowing that, hey, they've made them bleed before, they can look to just do it again, right? So CMF Esports, this is a situation. Set the tone, win out in game 1. Go heavy with your draft. Use those expensive picks because, again, it's about setting yourself up and, again, just sending a message.
Again, Dolia, Haya Evernight Aspiration are going to be the first bans that we see almost every time, just because of the fact that Haya is just very strong in the current patch. And now Pay is open, but the Byron has been banned by Stamina just in case they're looking to go for that combo.
Yeah, taking away some of those mids, but Stamina, it looks like they're going to go with deaths, Dharma, to kind of set the tone of this. And I think it's a great starter, right? As a Clash laner, you kind of want a bit of an edge. It provides so much here by picking up that Dharma.
Yeah, the Yu1 is also going to be picked up on the side of CMF. Are they going to opt to go for that? Okay, Zhang is going to be the next here. So that gives you the information that this is going to be a mid pick already for that Yu1.
All right, okay. If I know that you're close, so you do know Coach Ken. If anything, I would say to not pick your support with the U1 because it adds a lot of flexibility in terms of where you want to shift it, and then you kind of ask a lot of questions that Stamina need to answer because they don't know where that hero is going to be. But again, I'm just a guy talking about the game. I'm no coach here.
Yeah, and now you know what? Honestly, that is a very good observation for you, Holler, because with what we usually see is that whenever you pick U1, you pick the Zhangfei maybe last, probably, so that they have to think about what you are going to be picking on that roamer. And now, because of that, information is already there. We can pick the Lapu Lapu, we can pick the Garuda in the mid lane, because it's a very safe mid lane pick on the side of CMF. So we know how to deal with it.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to pick the Agudo here to kind of round it up. And you're showing a lot of your hand, so to speak, by CMF Esports, right? I mean, the Yuhan pretty much has to go in the mid lane at this point because you've got the Zhangfei plus the Agudo. Those are potential flexes if they wanted to go. But now Stamina Esports, they can go in with a little bit of an edge, right? They know that the Agudo is there. Like, they could go multiple ways here.
Interesting ban on the Baichi that we're seeing here. That's a very respectful ban on Psychonoia. So right now, they don't want somebody on the top side that is very tanky, that can reset the fight. That's the reason why that was on the table. I think an Ata, a white anchor ban, is also good here against them, but they opted to go for that Jet so that there's no safety. That's a lot of farm lane bans here.
Yeah, a lot of them. They were just completely focusing in, but it looks like the Loom is going to be hovered. They will lock that in by CMF Esports. Get Anthem his comfort hero in that sense. Get to that back line potentially, because that Garuda is going to be tough to get to.
Better. Yeah, I was thinking about Aaron, that they're going to be going for that pick, but I think the Flowborn Marksman, as I was saying, I think White Anchor is one of the options that they could go for here for their side. I think this is going to go for NRVX. So that's the reason why they didn't ban the White Anchor for themselves, though.
Yeah, and they'll pick it up themselves, give themselves a little bit in terms of options, right? Especially with that Dharma, now you have that Ghost Ship to kind of create that backboard, but CMF, the Guan Yu, the Psychonoia play here and getting to that back line, it might be tough because you got that Ghost Ship to kind of deal with as well.
Oh. Yeah, I kind of am liking here for the side of Stamina. I think one of their best picks is going to be Zing on that Lapu Lapu. That's one of his favorite picks. So this is good. But as you were saying that, he went in, got an ankle breaker. Your ankles are now broken, Holler. So this is an Umbrosa. Umbrosa pick for the side of CMF.
What do I do with my ankles? I need at least one to walk. Yeah, apparently both of them are broken. I'll have to get medical attention during the break, but it looks like the Umbrosa gonna be the last pick. Really, it's kind of, again, it's about that sustain, because you know that when that initial jump in happens, Umbrosa's probably gonna be the front line. You have the Yuan with the steel, the heals, and then the Zhang Fei to kind of get that counter initiation. You definitely have some options as CMF Esports here.
I have a lot of questions here about the Umbrosa pick, because usually whenever you go for that Umbrosa, at least from what we're seeing in the global stage, you usually pick the Umbrosa if the enemy team has a lot of stuns, for example, that you want to cancel, or at least you want them to look at you. But on the side of Stamina Esports, I think they will be okay with just ignoring him a bit before getting the attention to that Umbrosa.
Yeah. I mean, if every team fight was perfect in that sense, if they're able to get that vision to ensure that they get the right jump in, finding that right target. Because if you're looking at how CMF's lineup is locking it up, I mean, the Agudo, you have the Yuan, you have a lot of frontliners that are going to be providing that vision already. So it's going to be tough to kind of get on top of, maybe the Anthem.
Yeah, and now everybody, only one stage brings together the greatest players on earth. The Esports World Cup, rise above. Again, scan the QR code and get your tickets now. Check that QR code that you're seeing right now on your screens.
Yeah, it's going to be I mean, these guys are fighting for a slot into it, right? And to see them live at the KWC or the EWC would be an amazing time. But going into this one, all right, we know the drafts. Who are you giving the edge to, Dash?
Yeah, right now, I think it's Stamina. I know what they're gonna do with this wrap. I know their idea. The Flowborn to the Garuda, that is a tried and tested combo. They're gonna hit you from so far away, and they're gonna engage after that.
Yeah, and if you're looking at the engagement side of the CMF lineup, it's very short-armed, right? They're gonna be outranged for sure, and to get to that back line, not gonna be the easiest of targets. So if anything, they need to start off early, get a head start so that they can control the map, and then potentially jump from those ambushes from the brushes.
Yeah, I think the Unbridled Outburst is their, and also the stun with the Unbridled Outburst is their only thing that they could use whenever they try to engage. I think he's also going to go for the Frigid Charge so that at least once he engages, there's that lock-in from the stun and the Frigid Charge. But will they have enough damage is the question. Yes, they do, but it might be hard to get close.
Yeah, will definitely be tough. I mean, also Anthem is kind of the guy in terms of damage dealer. Knight probably has to go some sort of damage dealing style to ensure that you have something, because you don't want to get caught out. That's the biggest thing, the biggest takeaway from the first series is you need more than one guy unless you're going to get focused and prioritized.
Yeah, that's kind of cool that they're doing this. I think they're going to go for a fight.
Yeah, they do a little bit of work on Anthem, but he's hiding under the tower. But look at how they're chipping away at the same time with death, just waiting in the wings. Is somebody going to be there? Not going to really happen. CMF doing a great job of just, again, utilizing the map, but they're leaving Anthem on a bit of an island in the bottom lane.
Oh yeah, they have to just make use of the space that they have been given on the top side. They're going to be taking some chip damage on the tower, but I think they're going to engage.
Yeah, definitely just clear the wave more than anything else. CMF, well, they're like, hey, nobody's showing up. I will continue to just take away as much as I can. But this Azure Golem looks to be the next big target here. And it looks like Enervex doesn't want to give this up. Hides it in the brush, provides it. He decides to go on in, to try to go for the steal. The Umbrella Outburst only hitting onto one Enervex, that is. And it looks like CMF are on the way on out. And there's a big team fight already. They find Illmatic, who stampedes back to safety. Stamina not able to find the catch.
Man, it's a good thing that Illmatic hit level 4 at just right at the right time, because if not, that could have been a very disrupted fight, because everybody from the side of CMF, Knight and Psychonoia especially, already at low HP.
Yeah, if I was in Illmatic's shoes, I would have been level 3. I would not have had enough XP. Just somehow, Illmatic just finding the right moments to hit that level 4, which was key in terms of just being able to disengage without losing any sort of player on the way out.
Yeah, the time was just perfect, because Zing wasn't level 4 when they took that fight also, so he didn't have the Raging Seed to go for that follow-up. But this time, that was a missed opportunity for Stamina, but still an excellent showing with that on that Dharma.
Yeah, did a great job on that one, right? I mean, he's continuing to just, keep on pace with Psychonoia, which could be a potential problem, because, once this Umbrosa gets online, has some of that damage, it's going to be a tough one. Plus, he has that secondary life, which really throws the math off a bit in terms of just when you want to engage. Illmatic will get on back to safety, though.
Okay, something to look at for everybody out there watching. Frostcar's fan base have been built by Anthem here, so It's not going to have a lot of damage topside.
Topside with that, taking a decent amount. He's going to get dove under, and with that secondary life, again, Psychonoia understanding the limits of the Umbrosa, and with that, pays with his life.
Very smart for CMF to just take the L on that Tyrant battle and just get the win on the top side. You get a tower, you get a hero kill, so you at least get a bit of gold lead from that.
Yeah, it's all about the trades, right? And understanding what you can kind of go on. Tyrant, the 4-minute one isn't a game, I mean, it's game winning, it's not game winning. It'll obviously provide a little bit of an advantage in terms of that damage, but Illmatic looking at just leaping Savior away, but that Wings of Judgment, ooh, will poke and prod him as they find it. Nice pullback. Oshai gets taken away. What an engagement there, but they find Illmatic, but not enough. He's just too tanky, and it looks like CMF will just get away with just one loss.
What a great engage again coming in from their side. Enervex just pulling him back. What a great one. That's just like a baby truth mantra coming in from him. And it worked out because Koshai can't get away from that.
Yeah, baby truth mantra. And with that, this is like, what? Am I nothing to you? I have my own truth mantra, right? But it looks like he wasn't in the right spot. Enervex doing a great play. And why the Ata? You'll see way more of this hero as we go on into the KML.
Yeah, honestly, Ata, White Anchor has been getting a lot of plays. Even Baichi in the other regions, Ultimate Weapon has been getting a lot of it. But right now, they are forcing the space out of CMF here in the mid lane because they want to push.
Yeah, and definitely having that. I mean, with that Ghost Ship, and then you also have PHY with the, Wings of Judgment, just putting them in the right spot. It could be really that wombo combo, the dream, because most people just walk out of the Wings of Judgment, and then there's nothing he can do.
Yeah, I think the breaking point here for Decided Stamina is once PHY and Fade gets level 12, that is when their ultimates get very annoying to deal with because you have to respect the damage from it every time.
Yeah. He can definitely do a lot, right? I mean, he's going to be so far back as well, so CMF need to find a way to somehow engage, survive the initial onslaught, find him, and somehow take him down. But PHY, not the greatest of targets, a little bit of damage on both of those members of CMF, but not able to find any sort of kill here.
Yeah, I think that what he was doing is just pushing them out of the way here so he can do this. Both of them can do that on the tower. Half HP already just by hitting the tower out of range.
Yeah, taking that away. But the biggest piece is the Azure. The Furball is going to be thrown out just to zone them away. Illmatic using the Umbrella Outburst, but not really finding any sort of value out of it. And Stamina Esports will just disengage. I mean, just happily understanding that some of these ults are on cooldown.
Yeah, I think right now Knight is playing this game pretty well. I think what he needs to do is this, just respect the damage, just respect the fact that Stamina is gonna be taking space like this. But right now he's 2 level up against Enervex, and that's good.
Yeah, definitely having a great time in terms of this farming. He's been very efficient, but at the same time, CMF have been funneling a lot of that farm into him, right? He's gotten that XP lead because somebody sacrificed, right? And then now they lose the bottom T1, so another way for Stamina Esports to continue to just pad this lead a bit.
Yeah. They're just gonna try to take this. I think this is almost in the same shoes as what we've seen on the last series because we're seeing both of these teams are just toe-to-toe and nobody's letting out.
Yeah, we knew it was going to be a little bit close, but CMF doing a great job of just sticking to the plan, right? Not getting scared, continuing to just take good fights. But now they're looking to go. The Unending Sorrow is going to be used. The Ghost Ship covering off the retreat from Knight. He gets caught out on that one. He will die. The Stampede on top of this, but Enervex finding it. He looks to dive the mid T1, but Zing is taking most of this damage. He's somehow he's looking to just run away. Illmatic wants it, gets the Stampede, and that should be enough for Anthem to knock him down.
1 for 1, we've seen a really great fight there. The stomp from Enervex was able to finish Knight out there on the Ghost Ship. He had nowhere to go, and I think this mid lane tower could be in danger, but look at where Psychonoia is.
Yeah, he's looking for the flank. He's deciding to go in, finding PHY, who actually just has to flash away. And Psychonoia, he will be on out as well. That was very close for him, too.
That was a pretty scary fight that we've seen there. They were looking for that fight as much as they could, but with what we've seen here from Stamina, they are now on the place here for the Tyrant. Knight is not in any position to contest this.
Yeah, no real way. Plus, with that there, just providing that vision, he's been that forward scout. Easy take for Stamina Esports to pick up that Tyrant, and the lead starts to grow.
Yeah, I think right now it's looking really good here for the team. We have seen it. I think Illmatic needs to find a way here to go for a great engage because as we've said a while ago, that is going to be their problem time and time again in this game is how are they going to extend the fights or start the fights without Illmatic?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. And this is why the draft from Stamina Esports is great, because they have a long range, bombardments from the back line, and they're able to kind of take the fights that they want. I mean, it's one of those things where if Enervex goes in, throws out that ghost ship, and ends up, gets on his dragon, he gets on out of this one, and that could have been a potential disaster if he were to go down this early.
Yeah, that was pretty scary. And that is already good. Anthem, without him, top side is going to get pushed. And now mid lane could be where Stamina is going to go after that push from the minions.
Yeah, and they're doing this without that minion wave. The top lane was pushing. So, if anything, Psychonoia waiting in the brush, waiting for the perfect opportunity. And now they're going to take the mid T1. But at what cost? The Umbrella Outburst. Psychonoia says here, and he decides to go. Takes out PHY. Psychonoia decides to try to go on to Fade, but he's going to get whittled down as he gets kited away. He's going to use the Final Frenzy. He will get killed as well, but with Death is looking to be traded away. He will fall. 2 members down from Stamina Esports.
Great truth matchup from with that, but the problem was it was not on the wall. It was away from the members right here, but they still got the kill anyway. They are trying to contest this.
Yeah, they're trying to contest, but if anything, Stamina, when you're down a member, this is going to be a tough one, playing man down. CMF, on the other hand, with a decent engage, that's the way they wanted. I mean, you'll trade away Psychonoia's life for 2 any single time, but it went all in, and that's one way to get onto this lineup, onto PHY, is by being able to ambush like that.
Yeah, surprisingly, even with a 4v3, they still got the space on the Tyrant here, the better objective at this point in the game. So, still a win here for Stamina in the end.
Yeah, definitely still up there. I mean, they're up about 3K at this point. They're going to trade big neutrals, the Overlord for the Tyrant at this point. But at the same time, Stamina, this is one where they can't afford to kind of, not check some brushes so that they get ambushed like that again.
Yeah, I think they need to be careful. Psychonoia has been finding these nooks and crannies, and it's been working for him. Because he was able to find a space, there was no crowd control to stop him, and now they're actually targeting him. All the scopes are on Psychonoia now.
Oh, what a great ghost ship there. Just pushing them away so that they get free bottom T2, taking that out. Now the Umbrella Outburst only catching on to 1, though. The Furball will be used on as well, but now with that potential Raging Sea, they find him. The Final Frenzy, he tries to flash away. He's going to use that secondary life to get back to safety. That could have been bad, but Stamina Esports not able to find a kill.
That was pretty scary, though. He could have died there with the ult coming in from PHY, but right now, because of that, they will have some space to actually push bot side tower. Look at that. They are dropping the Shadow Vanguard on the bot side.
They're going to do a little bit of damage on that top T2. They were chipping away. They were looking to trade away the mid T2, but with that ghost ship just zoning them away, it's about space creation. And CMF now circling around. Are they able to find some sort of catch? Stamina right now, it looks like they're all out retreating, and they're not able to, again, finally finding just 1, but that's really not enough control.
Yeah, not a lot of damage, especially on this Ata. White Anchor is just going to be regenerating from that. They have no wave here, right?
No real wave. I mean, you have your wild growth, but that's going to be taken down as well. But CMF, again, the wave clear from Stamina is just enough to deal with whatever CMF are throwing at them. So the mid T1 surviving yet longer.
Yeah, it's going to be surviving. Right now, they already got the takedown on that Shadow Vanguard on the bot side of the map. They're looking to go for that mid lane tower. I think they're being congested here by Stamina on where should go. Psychonoia, no.
Oh no, he just tried to recall, but that was not going to happen. The Final Frenzy, but now here come his friends. The ghost ship not completely cutting off the angle of retreat, but Illmatic might pay for his sins as he's getting gone on, but he's just so tanky. He gets up back.
Yeah, he's going to survive that for sure. He still has the Unbridled Outburst. Waves pushing on the bot lane, so they should manage that. But most of the members of CMF are in mid lane.
Yeah, most of them are there, but they take the mid T2 and they were just left just watching. Not really much they can do. And this is the problem. CMF, yes, you have the Agudo, you have different options, but how much can you get in? And the wave clear isn't all that great.
Oh man, it's not working out for them. They're being pushed back.
Completely zoned away. The Wings of Judgment doing its work. The mid T3 taken down, and they find Illmatic, who Leaping Saviors just under the tower. He gets knocked up by Zing. It seemed a little personal. The Umbrella Outburst finding him, but what can they get? No real value. The Arrow Storm zoning them away. Stamina Esports getting away with their jungle.
Yeah, they got away with it, had to force an Unbridled Outburst. The problem at this stage of the game, it's harder for Illmatic to get his ult back up. So right now, this bot lane push might be their ender.
Yeah, it might be the ender as they get the nice little two-man stun. The Raging Sea cutting it off, and Knight taking so much. He's going to be picked off. Illmatic, though, he's getting whittled down as well. He will fall. And Infinite Fast is by Anthem, but they decide to go. The Final Frenzy keeping Psychonoia alive. He's going to go into the fountain, and Anthem is there. The Arrow Storm whittling him down. He gets killed as well, but they take the Crystal. Stamina Esports taking game number 1.
He had to fight the highlight clip of his own with that truth mantra onto the Crystal. But again, Stamina Esports, as we said a while ago, they are doing pretty well here. The problem was for CMF is that they didn't have the ample range that they needed in that game, because remember, you have a Flowborn Marksman, you have a Garuda, they can fight you from long range, and you need to get close.
Yeah, they can fight you from literally Mexico, right? I think that was how that squad was like set up for this one, because there was no real way for them to initiate. CMF Esports were trying to find some sort of angle. Psychonoia, the one time he got that angle, great, but then it was like, okay, fool me once, you know, shame on me kind of thing. It was not going to happen, right? And so they were constantly checking their angles, and they were able to death ball it down. And again, Stamina Esports just being able to just be too strong in the end.
I think they needed something else to pad the crowd control together with the Unbridled Outburst, because we've seen a lot of great Unbridled Outbursts from them, but there wasn't really any good follow-ups from the team, which is the reason why it was quite a hard sell for me on that lineup. And also, going back to that lineup, the Yuhuan Long lineup hasn't worked again, because they are not going to have any DPS. They have the Umbrosa, yes, but Umbrosa is having a hard time getting close.
Yeah, was having a tough time. You needed some sort of, like, maybe like a Neza or something like that, right? You have some sort of Skyfall, some way to get to the back line, because, you know, they had so much freedom, right? The Flowborn, you know, marksman, as well as, you know, the Garuda. Like, there was really no way to get into this death ball.
Yeah, honestly, I'll be honest with you. I think I like the Agudo and the Umbrosa picks, but I think they only needed one of them.
Yeah.
Because they already had the DPS that they needed from the Agudo. Umbrosa, they could have had something that had more CC, like Sun Tzu. That could have been good, because at least they have a stun that could follow up with Unbridled Outburst, but still a nice try from CMF.
Definitely a nice try. I mean, going into this one, Goldgraph, kind of what we saw, right? Stamina Esports really just controlling the game, slowly building the lead, and, you know, just choking them out, just for them to just finish the game in classic Stamina Esports style.
Yeah. Right now, from what we're seeing here, we didn't even see a lot of with a great truth mantras, because he didn't need to. He didn't really need to step up on those engages. He had a highlight clip like 1 or 2 in this game, but he didn't need to do much, because everybody was working for that victory.
Yeah, everybody was on the same page. I mean, Stamina Esports, the way that they were able to kind of dismantle the lineup of CMF, and then, you know, take down towers and do it essentially for free. And this is that flank attack that we're talking about by Psychonoia. I mean, he got that pick off, but then he was kind of like stuck around a little too long on this one, extending the fight. And Stamina Esports, because, like, yeah, he came out a little bit in favor of CMF, but you probably shouldn't have lost Psychonoia in the end.
Yeah, at that point, they already had a target on Psychonoia's back. Once that happened, that they got flanked by Psychonoia, every brush they have been checking, which is why he wasn't able to get that cheeky flank that they were able to make use of.
Yeah, with that amazing two-man truth, just locking them down so that they've got, you know, all the kills that they need here. But Fade, it's going to be MVP. Flowborn Marksman, right? 2-0-4, didn't die a single time, took only 9%, because how do you even get close to him, right? But he did 29% of the team's damage.
Didn't even need to get close, because every time somebody gets close, he has the skill to Arrow of No Return, and no damage has fallen through him. Steady Will with this MVP, 29% and total gold of 10.9k. What a nice game. Honestly, what a nice first game here for Stamina Esports, just showing them how they also have adapted from that one loss that they got from CMF. Probably a surprise draft. I want to see that surprise draft from CMF Esports.
Yeah, hopefully they've got some sort of rabbit that they can pull out of this hat for this next one, because it seemed like draft-wise there were some weaknesses. They weren't able to kind of, you know, take advantage of them, take the fight to them, because this is like a very brawly lineup where they win a team fight and they just like roll down mid with like the Agudo. They weren't able to play to the playstyle that they wanted here.
Yeah, and I hope that they will be able to find that on the next game, because right now it's a problem that this happened. a very expensive draft and you were not able to win that expensive draft that you drafted for the game. So with the Yuhuan Long out of the picture, the Dolia will have a hard time being a lot more flexible on those next games because you know who the Dolia wants to reset at that point.
Still have options. I mean, the Yangjian, we haven't seen too much of it, which is kind of surprising to me, with the Dolia especially. So it's not the end of the world. Yes, global ban pick definitely changes things up, and you have to pick some sort of hero, right? You definitely don't want to be picking like the lower tier heroes, especially in a game one. I think that you want to kind of set the tone a little bit. So I think that you have to kind of expend something. Hopefully CMF Esports have something that, again, they can really rely on in this game too.
Yeah, I really like that. On the other hand, those Stamina Esports drafted an Ata, a Garuda. Yes, we can say that they're very good picks, but usually those are game number 3 or 4 picks. So they are not like the meta that you usually see. So it's still a big win for them that they won with these drafts for Stamina. But CMF, yeah, they still have a lot of things going for them.
Yeah, but going in, you cannot be losing the draft. I mean, it's a huge edge, I would say, right? Like, hindsight is obviously 2020, but we had questions going in as how did they get to the Garuda, how did they get to the Flowborn, and we just saw the game and we're like, yeah, actually they have no way to get in, right? And they weren't able to figure that one out. So just having a draft, you want to, again, you need a draft that's like more 50-50, not like a 60-40 in this case.
Yeah. And from what we've seen there, I think right now, you also see a lot of these picks, right? The Garuda together with the Flowborn Marksman. A lot of teams have been drafting that already in the global stage, and it's a very effective combo. You just need 2 shields in front, and those guys are just going to be the artillery in the back line.
They had so much firepower, right? They did so much damage. And CMF, like, this is a sustaining lineup, right? The Ambrosa, Agudo, Yuan, Zhangfei, all of these guys are kind of like, okay, I can take a punch. But how many punches, how many feathers can you take to the face where you're like, okay, maybe this is a little worrying for me?
Yeah. Honestly, even during the early game, when he just had Venomous Staff, he was already dealing a lot of damage against the backline because there was not really anybody except for the Zhangfei that could tank up all those damage for the team. So that is where the problem was. But again, that was just first game. They can do a lot of things here in game number 2.
Yeah, they need a pivot. At the same time, I feel like Stamina Esports, they got to be feeling good, about themselves. The way that they played and they were able to close out that game. Some teams really struggle trying to do that, but Stamina Esports, they seem to have the right answers. They've learned their lessons in terms of how to close out a game properly because CMF Esports had 0 avenues of attack in terms of, penetrating that defense.
They have to just think about what they're going to be doing next year for the team. You can see it, that they're already getting ready for that draft and thinking about what they have to do next year. Are they going to let the Evernight aspiration go and just pick it up themselves if they're going to go to the blue side? Because it has been a very strong pick. Or just go for the classic Mai and Arlie on the first picks.
Mai, Arlie, Pei Byron, I mean, just open things up a little bit more stock standard. I think that, for like a game 2, and you have first pick here, so you're going to force either Stamina Esports to potentially pan out, but you should have other options that really put your team in a prime position here.
Yeah. Mai Shiranui, as we were saying, is going to be banned, and they want to take the Lapu Lapu out of the picture too, because Illmatic might have it in his belt to go for that engage. He had an engage support a while ago, so he could go for that again for this next game.
Yeah, I always look at the Lapu Lapu as like a secondary Zhangfei. Like, I mean, I think it has a little the same play style, very similar in terms of what he wants to do. But it looks like they're going to go with a Dolia. This is going to open things up. The Stamina Esports want to go with the Yangjian, which we haven't seen other teams counter pick with, but it is definitely an option for them.
Yeah. One thing that I love about this, though, is that most teams have found out how to deal with that with a Haya, Evernight Aspiration, which is why they banned that on the side of CMF. But they're going to be taking the Twilight themselves. And remember, what I said a while ago, they already had the Long and U1 during that last game. So they are out of those options for this game number 2.
Yeah, it's a little, it's tough. I'm okay.
That's tough. They lost the Twilight.
Yeah. You lost that one. But, I mean, at the same time, it's like, do you not pick the Dolia? Then they can pick the Dolia-Yangjian combination. So it's like, 40 chess in terms of how you want to draft your lineup.
Man, it's tough. This is tough. Now they even picked the Ganon mode so that there's no more resets. So, oh man, this is a very tough game coming in from the side of CMF Esports. Who are they gonna reset here? Stamina could ban the Elaine so that there's no more Elaine or Forgotten Blade in this game. Even banning the Martial Monk so that there's no big ultimates that they have to look out for.
Yeah, Stamina, those three picks right now, Yang Jian, even without the Dolia, is formidable, right? And then you have Ganemo, you have the range advantage. That's going to give you a huge edge against Lady Shun. And then Byron is always going to be a tough clash laner for CMF to have to deal with. Right now, things are looking very good in terms of draft for Stamina.
I think Dun is going to be what they're going for here for CMF, just like what happened for Vicious last game.
Yeah.
I think Dun is their best option to reset here just for them to set the pace in the early game and would be able to bully the Yangzhan once they get to
Okay.
The tried and tested KIC pick, Daneja, is now on the hands of CMF.
Interesting. Ways to get to that back line. The Ganemo is definitely going to be a prime target with a Lu Bu.
That made it better. That made it better. Oh, okay. Okay, now I'm looking forward to this draft because with what they had here, Daneja and the Lu Bu can take down the Byron pretty easily, and even with that shield on the Motsu, so this made it exciting because CMF now has a very good draft on their hands.
Has opportunities. Plus the Dolia, the Celestial Melody, could be like 2 Skyfalls, 2 Tremble Mortals. You have a lot of different, I mean, Imperial Order, in case, you have options in that sense. So interesting that they're going with this way. I mean, they didn't even ban out the Elaine because Stamina's lineup, if you're looking at the Elaine, it's like, yeah, you get to the back line, but there's Ganon Mo and like a Motes. Like, this is not the greatest of targets because, the Loom can fly away.
Yeah, that's the reason why they didn't go for the Elaine. At least once the Loom flies away, there's an option for the Daneja to just go in with a Skyfall onto the back. So, and with the Lu Bu against the Byron, teams have been picking this up. They know the counter because he has a lot of shields, and true damage pierces through shields. So it's good.
Yeah, we'll definitely help them out, right? So, but, if the engagement happens with the Tremble Mortals, it's like, how does Stamina deal with that arena? How do they disengage? When do they want to go in? This will be interesting. Plus, once you're kind of panicking, then you have the Neza, which could get to that Skyfall and just make, take advantage of that chaos.
Yeah, and I think the problem also with their with the Yangzhan on their draft, it makes it really hard for the Yangzhan to do anything when you have a Lady Dun on the team. This Cascada is going to be a big problem for him once he tries to go forward. Remember, he just goes forward. He doesn't have any other dashes for him to get away.
Yeah. It's all gas, no brakes, right? No reverse, no other way to just do anything but just go in, right? I think that it's a suicide mission. You know which way you're going in, but now this is a way where, again, everybody needs to just run at you. Everybody needs to be on the same page when that aggression happens.
Whew, this is going to be tough. I think, at least for the side of Stamina Esports, it all comes down to how these players will be able to handle on how CMF will play this draft. This is why whenever Dolia gets out of the way, whenever Dolia is on the other team, it's going to be harder to deal with them. But if you know how to position yourselves, you will be able to find that gap in their defense.
What do you like the lineup from CMF? I like it when that mid game, once Knight gets online, I think that they're gonna have a great time. But if Stamina Esports really just limits the farm and he's like kind of like a poor man's Neza, he's not gonna have a great time, right? So for me, it's like, how online does Knight get, and at what speed?
Yeah, they need to really get to level 8, maybe level 9 before they try to fight this. But at least now, one thing that I love about the Neja is how fast he would be able. Look at this. Look at the clear of NRFX. He's struggling to clear. He needs help from his teammates on that Azure Golem because of how bad the clear is of a Yangzhan. So Knight could actually make use of that. He could clear faster and try to get that level 4 in Skyfall faster.
But this is why the draft was built around this Yangzhan, right? You see that Zing is already starting the boars while NRFX is in the mid lane, clearing that one out. Now that they're all very low, and it makes it very easy for NRFX to really get going. So this is how, teams can really expedite that farm speed.
Yeah, one thing that I love about that is that the teammates, Stamina, look at them babysitting NRFX. And that's one thing that you could do in order to get that ban aid solution against the Youngjun having bad clear in the early game. Because once he gets these items, that clear is going to be way better as time goes on.
And at the same time, you're kind of thinking, oh, but then, you know, Zing just like is like shadowing Enervex. Well, if Fade is all by himself, wouldn't he be at risk? And yeah, he's a little bit of risk, but he's now level 4. You have your dragon. You can play super safe in terms of how you want to just play that bottom lane. So he could just literally 1v2 if he needs to.
Yeah, you can leave him alone now. He has his own thing going, so everybody can just find kills along the map once this goes on. And one thing that I love about picking up the Musu on the side of Stamina is that compared to Adolia, you can be a little bit more aggressive. You can dictate fights. The Adolia is just going to be resetting the ultimates more.
Yeah.
Knock up.
Oh, nice little Storm Strike. The Peacebringer on back. The Cannon Blast actually catching up, but there's not enough damage to kill Illmatic. But here comes Fade. The heroic play. He's like, oh, free food. I'll take that one to go. As they look to turn the nice little Peacebringer onto Psychonoia, who's taking quite a bit. They find PHY in return, and Psychonoia is looking to get away. Knight gets pushed back the wrong way one last time. Oh, he barely survives.
Gets the 1-for-1. What a great fight. The starter to that fight, the PHY flashing forward to get the couple blades in the face of Illmatic just for them to go for that finish, and Fade went in to go for that flash finish. But in the end there, the reason why Knight got that kill is because with that became the elevator for him to reach PHY in the end. It was with that. It was his fault.
Yeah, it was his fault for sure. I mean, being able to get that one single kill, but the one combination that we're gonna see, and it's gonna be early to mid game. It's gonna be very delicate in terms of how they want to, or they're able to pull this one off. But the Zing Cannon Blast into the Phi, the Reforged Blades, could literally instantly delete Koshai, Anthem, Illmatic. Like, these guys are all very vulnerable here.
Oh yeah. Right now, the problem here for the game is how Stamina is going to be able to go for this first objective. Because remember, Knight has 2 ultimates, 2 Skyfalls. But this is the best answer. PHY just clears the wave in the mid lane so that they have space, and bot lane, they can try to go for the kill.
Oh, the Hound out forward, Enervex is going to show, but the rest of them, I mean, Anthem was not going to play anything sort of risky. He was going to hide under that tower, but now the 4-minute mark, the Tyrant is shown.
Tyrant is here. Everybody's in position. TP's coming in. I think Psychonoia is going to be late.
Oh, they find him. Enervex is doing some serious work. Finding Illmatic. The Peacebringer on back onto Knight. And he will get on out. He eats a Cannon Blast for his troubles, but the Tyrant's easily going to be picked up by Stamina Esports.
This is what we were saying about Cannon Blast from Zing. Once he hits that great Cannon Blast, that's already a time for everybody to just go in. And as you were saying a while ago, Psychonoia was in no position to go for that fight.
Yeah, he's nowhere nearby. I mean, he's in the top lane all by himself. He wants to get more of that farm, but the rest of your team is getting killed here as they find Anthem. They get the pick and they get the return. Are they able to find anything? The Tremble Mortals hasn't been used, but Knight is getting so low, somehow still alive, and he somehow takes out Zing. And now with that infinite fastness, Fade is going to get on back, but Anthem is going to be traded away for Zing.
Okay, still went for that 1-for-1 in the end. Their Anthem just got destroyed by the members of Stamina right there, but a kill on Zing. There was a lot of low members, Knight, Anthem, even Koshai, but nobody was able to finish them in the backline. Everybody from Stamina was looking at different people, but at least for their troubles, they got a tower in the bot side.
Yeah, I was wondering when Psychonoia was going to show up, and that was like the perfect spot for them to just like get that teleport right into the Tremble Mortals. You had a lot of different options. I mean, you just traded away Illmatic, not the worst thing in the world. I mean, Illmatic is essentially on the map for that Celestial ability, if anything.
Oh yeah, Illmatic, man, it's really hard to play this Dolia right now just because of how much the crowd control from Zing has been dictating the fights all throughout. But we are still waiting for the items here. Blazing Game already built by Knight, so NRVX is gonna be on a bit of a struggle on his ultimates.
Yeah, actually Illmatic right now is like one of those victims in a horror movie, constantly just running from anyone. Anybody that looks at her, she will just die in that sense. But now it looks like Knight just wants to get his spike tail, not able to find it with Death, looking to just trade with Knight. He backs off.
Yeah, I think this is a bigger win for the other team. Look at this, Anthem is just going to be taking the bot lane tower unless a TP comes in. Riding the wind is ready for Fade, so okay. towers are pretty safe here for stamina.
Yeah, keeping them alive, that's the biggest thing. It's one thing to put the pressure on, and the other is to actually give up some sort of chip damage to the tower, because it's essentially free for them. But Knight getting bounced around, eats a flaming palm for his trouble. With that, tries to go for the Storm Strike, wants to continue fighting with those blades, but they don't really have enough. With Death is going to be running off.
Pretty close in that Storm Strike. If that Storm Strike hit, couple blades would hit also, but it was still not able to work.
Not able to work at all. And Knight, this is the part, but they find Koshai, and the blades worked on that one, and he goes down, and now this mid T1 is vulnerable.
Oh man, the Garden Mowing, the monster are just very hard to deal with. Again, stamina, playing with range. And it is working out for them. The cannon lasted a couple blades just to finish those targets. And Long also has a very decent amount of range, so it's still hard. Again, Polar, we're posed with another problem. How are they gonna get close as fast as they could? Yes, they have the ultimates from Knight and Psychonoia, but right now, they can't even do just that.
I mean, it's the vision.
He stole it!
He stole it away, Zing right there with a nice cannon blast. But it's that vision, right? They're able to kind of go in. Hounds on forward, fighting two. Oh, the combination. PHY, the Flaming Palm onto Illmatic, who will scurry away into his base. He runs into Psychonoia, but he gets on his dragon. Fade is going to get on out of this one. Do they have some sort of Skyfall? They find for Zing, but Knight is going to let him walk as well.
Great use of that Heaven and Earth form. The timing on that Heaven and Earth form was so good, so that he could get the larger sweep from his stun.
Oh, Knight. He's going to be looking to just trade away. He's going to take some damage. The Cannon Blast at the very edge, but Knight is going to get on back. Again, Knight was not able to... I feel like he's very hesitant to use the Skyfall to go out of position at times.
Man, it's so hard right now, even with the counters that they post on the side of CMF. The two good picks we were raving about during the last parts of the draft, the Lubu and the Neja, we still haven't seen them in action, or at least with the star plays in this game.
Yeah, we have not, and that's been the biggest issue. CMF right now, everything defensive, right? They're finding stamina in their jungle, and then they'll look to defend, but they haven't been taking the fight to them. Like, what are they waiting for at this point?
Yeah, that's a good question, though. They need to start the fights themselves. Look at the backline, though.
Yeah, they find him, and it looks like Never Vex is doing a decent amount of work. They find Psychonoia. He's not even able to get his ult off, and they find yet another with Death Sub somehow barely staying alive. Knight is going to be traded away, and they do finally find with Death, but at the cost of your Clash and Jungler.
Yeah, the damage from the ring actually killed him, which is why with that is there right now. But again, as you said, Psychonoia building a lot of damage here, the Pure Sky to the Siege Breaker. But if he's gonna be on the backline like that, he's not gonna be able to trigger the ultimate if the damage from PHY and Fade already faded him out of the fight.
Yeah, and this is why PHY has been such a welcome addition to the Stamina Esports lineup, right? His impact has completely been there on this kind of mode, the range and everything. Let's just break down this replay here, Dash.
Yeah, let's take a look at the replay. Look at Psychonoia. Look at the Flaming Palm. Half HP together with a reforged couple blades. Brother, that is a death right there. But as you see, everybody, with that was able to get away almost, but the ring already got the damage on him, so he's gonna die anyway.
Yeah, he was gonna take him out. I mean, that was like, again, this is a situation for like CMF. You're like, oh my god, they have ways to get in. They're able to find some sort of team fight, but Psychonoia cannot be dying first. He wants to initiate, fine, have your turn Mortals, get that one started. Illmatic, maybe you give him the Celestial Melody so he can get on back to safety, but they're not playing well as a team, and it looks like they found yet another Koshai. He gets gone on, has those shields to just barely stay alive. With Death was on the prowl, not able to find him, and now you have the Heaven and Earth mode completely zoned away.
Oh man, he is really looking for those big stuns, surprising them with the Heaven and Earth form. But it didn't work out, but it was enough to push them away from this place.
Yeah, Psychonoia taking a decent amount. The Blaze is on point. Oh, and all they can do is just watch as they can't do much. Psychonoia, he is like a melee creep in the sense that he gets caught out with these Blaze from PHY, and they find Illmatic as well, and they'll continue to dive. They don't even care about the bottom T3. Fade is going to infinite fastness on back. They need the minions to continue with this push. Knight is there. They decide to go on forward with that Hound. Knight is still there, not going to be able to clear the wave, and they find that with that force field suppression, but Knight barely walking away.
clears the wave, gets the 2 kills anyway. Saikanoya having a hard time getting even close. If he pops the ultimate, he has 2 choices. Pop the ultimate, get the Tremble Mortals and die, or walk forward and try to bait the Tremble Mortals but also die in the end. Which is, man, it's not working out for him because he isn't as tanky as I expected. If he built Glacial Buckler in that second item, he could have taken a bit more of that damage.
Yeah, Saikanoya is like, hey, coach, is there an option where I don't die? Because I would like to choose that one. Yeah. Coach is like, no, Saikanoya, you gotta die. You have no choice on this one.
That is your choice. That is something that you need to do in this game. Get them to half HP. But right now the problem is he can't even do just that though. Because stamina is spacing out of this game pretty well, which is why he can't even pop the Tremble Mortals.
He can't do anything right now, and it looks like Enervex is going in with that Heaven and Earth mode, not scared, right? Kanan Blast covering the retreat, that nice little Storm Strike on, but now they're deciding to go. The Tremble Mortals is going to do a little bit of work. Knight is with him as well. The secondary Tremble Mortals, and Enervex finally goes down, but they trade away Knight, but they got 2 members of Stamina.
Got 2 kills, and that's what they were looking for. They needed the Tremble Mortals. He just needed to pull the trigger because there's another one coming his way. The Celestial Melody just got the reset on him.
Yeah, that's actually the perfect target. You need to do that. But Knight needs to stay alive as well. Easier said than done, especially when both are going in. It's either Saikanoya dies or Knight dies. And so in this case, it happened to be Knight. But a good initiation by Saikanoya there.
They can take this tower and the bot lane down? No, never mind. Actually, they can't after Fade gets close.
Oh, the Ocean of Tears, he decides to go in. He flashes on 4. The Infinite Fast is used in return, and PHY says, okay, I'll take that one as he blades them down, and they go under the tower. They take the bottom T3, and Fade now gets Skyfall. He will eventually fall. Knight going in on this one. He just respawns, and now PHY, he's in a bad spot as well, and Knight takes him down as well.
2 kills again. We still have 3 people alive from the side of Stamina. They are looking for this space on the Tyrant, but they have no minions that could be pushing forward in order for them to get that map presence. Right now, Knight is trying.
He's trying, but the problem is the mid lane is pushing, right? This is a situation where you're like, hey, we cannot be skirmishing. We cannot be brawling right now because our base might go. And now with it open at this point, Knight does not want to give up this Tyrant for free.
Okay, at least everybody's back now. 2 seconds and Koshai. Now they can go.
Now they can go, but Knight is in a bad spot in the sense that they do have a little bit of the numbers advantage from Stamina, especially on that front side, but the Cannon Blast not going to connect. One of his rare misses this game.
Yeah, man of the hour is already here. PHY is already alive.
Oh, Knight.
They can't go for the fight here.
He gets knocked up by that Storm Strike, though, but Knight just walking away. Enervex doing a little bit of work. He has been so annoying on this Nongshim.
Yeah, even without the Heaven and Earth form, he's just waiting for it. Fade and Zing on a great position.
All lanes have been kind of fixed at this point. Knight still dealing with death at this point. But now the Tyrant is going to be started, easily taken down by Stamina Esports. It was all just a bit of a farce, so to speak.
Man, the Cannon Blast have been hitting every time. 2 people, 1 person. It's already getting a lot of value here because they're covering a lot of distance with the Cannon Blast. And now with this Tyrant already on their hands, they can force the fight against CMF.
Yeah, and CMF right now on borrowed time, right? Without any towers, all those lanes are pushing. So if you want to make a play, you got to go aggressive. You got to start some sort of fight because, again, all the lanes will be pushing where you're stuck in your own base and you're not able to get anything, going out of your base.
Yeah, they can go for the fight here, actually. They are already in this space. The minions are coming in this next wave.
Oh, I think it's on the box, but Knight actually dodging this. The Tremble Mortals, and most of them have avoided it. Saikanoya, though, the secondary Tremble Mortals, not much better, but he will get back. With that getting a little bit low, the super elite minions are now there as well. Saikanoya just getting so low. He gets back to the fountain and Fade like a machine gun, just tearing it up on the back line, almost killing Ilmatic, and not enough to Cannon Blast onto Saikanoya, who will hide away into the fountain.
Okay.
Somehow still alive. There are no minions. PHY is the lowest one, and now Knight, they need to get some sort of kill. He decides to go on to Fade, but he too will be thwarted away. Knight taking most of the damage as he gets kited away. Fade, his positioning has been great.
Oh man, he should be thankful he didn't have the Flaming Palm that time. Knight could have been dead there. But now, they're going for the Overlord. Everybody from CMM is trying to just chase them down, trying to hunt them down, but they're a bit too late because they're already starting it.
I mean, they're trying to clear the wave on the way there. That's going to be a tough ask for them, and they're not able to find any sort of catch by Stamina. They're too quick. The damage is real. Overlord down.
Man, it's so hard. It's so hard for the team to find anything.
The flaming palm, they're in the wind as well. And they're just trying to run, just keep him alive. If anything, with Death is on the prowl. If he's able to just dash on forward with the flash, he doesn't have enough mobility to kind of catch. The Cannon Blast is going to be, again, off the mark on that one. But now with this minion wave, they're looking to end this game. Psychonoia decides to go with that Tremble Mortals. They get zoned away. Enervex is going to be killed. They finally find him. Knight is finding the back line, wants to go for PHY, trying to do enough, but if he decides to guard her grave, Psychonoia is going to be picked off, and now Infinite Fastest, he will too, will survive on this one, but Knight looking to turn this, cannot able to find PHY, who's just hanging on by a thread, and it's a 1-for-1.
Okay, survives for another day. I think this is good for CMF. They're taking their time, 5 minutes on the clock here. We have the Overlord, the Shadow Vanguard onto the bot lane, but we have 50 seconds still for that Tyrant. Good thing they can still force a reset out of the hands of Stamina.
Yeah, Psychonoia there, he was like, okay, I'm gonna Tremble Mortals, I will die on this one. Finally lives up to the mission requirements as he goes in for the suicide mission, finally trading his life away. They need to do that even more. They need to find Enervex, PHY, and Fade. All three have been kind of elusive in this game.
Oh yeah, I think also PHY also had so much value together with Sing in this game. Every time they hit a Cannon Blast, PHY is on the ready, on that trigger every time somebody gets hit.
I mean, it's not only is he ready, but he's like on point with his blades, which isn't the easiest thing to do, especially when things are getting very panicky and Knight is like on top of you. He's been able to stay alive, and that's the biggest, you know, mid-lane diff, dare I say.
Yeah. I think what's hard about that, though, is that this matchup, Koshai can't do anything in this matchup, honestly, just because of the fact that PHY is just so far away.
Yeah.
But from what we're seeing here, I think he's doing a good job at just keeping Enervex and with that away.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, nice Cannon Blast. Oh, if they did a blind. Psychonoia, though, he might have just been killed on this one. The Tremble Mortals used defensively, but he's all by himself, and it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. He's going to get run down, and Enervex chopping him down.
Crazy Cannon Blast, and also while that's happening, Knight uses Skyfall onto the bot lane though, and they are trying to chase the tankiest member of the team of Stamina.
Oh, they're going to look to push this one. Enervex, if they just want to go for the crystal, but the minions not yet. The backdoor protection is there, and now they're looking to go. Knight trying to find the backline, wants to go, but he gets bursted down. Fade has the damage, but more importantly, they want to go for the crystal. They find Nomadic to just pad the stats. They don't have the minions. They do, and they will take game number 2.
What a game coming in from the side of Stamina Esports. A bit too close for comfort on the last part of the game, but it was still theirs to win. And there were no turnarounds that happened for CMF. You know what? The idea for the CMF composition was there. I liked the idea, but it was hard to pull off. Honestly, the Ninja pick was so hard to pull off that game. Remember, you have a Lung, you have a Ganon mode that you need to chase, and these guys, after your Skyfall, they're gonna push you away.
Yeah, like where do you go, right? I mean, we're kind of questioning, just like, okay, the Tremble Mortals potentially with the jump in, but they have mobility. I mean, you rightly pointed out the Infinite Vastness plus the Garter Grave from the PHY's Ganon mode. You had so many different ways to deal with that jump in that he's just literally just like caught right in the middle of your team.
That's true. And also the idea of the Lubu, I think it was there. I love the idea of the Lubu from the side of CMF Esports. In paper, that composition could have worked, but it was hard to pull off because of the fact that they were not really, there was not really a lot of tanks and a lot of engages that could help the Lubu just get the good Tremble Mortals in.
Yeah, yeah. And it comes back to the draft in that sense, right? Like they were creating like a bit of a puzzle. They were asking you a question. It's like, we have range again, right? How are you going to get on? And they're like, okay, we're going to go with the Lubu and the Nessa. And then not bad, but it just seems like, again, the draft, the edge that they're getting from Stamina Esports is just too much in the end.
Yeah, I forgot to point out though, they don't have any engaging what do you call this? Crowd control. They don't have any engaging crowd control. Most of their crowd controls are just for them to run away, like the Destructive Deluge. The Ocean of Tears is there, but the range is not enough to get onto the Ganon mode and the Lung. So, yeah, it was hard. It was hard for the Lubu to do much, which is why I can't even blame Psychonoia at this point, because there was nothing to pad the crowd control for it.
All right, since you're not going to blame him, I will blame Psychonoia. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, he did die 5 times. He was trying to go in, right? We saw the way he was trying to, to get in, but the way Stamina Esports were just able to kind of revolve around and to just avoid most of the damage from that Tremble Mortals, it just made it very easy for them, which is, again, a testament to Stamina Esports' play.
Man, it was very tough. It was very tough for this to happen, but again, we saw some advantage, a 9.4k gold here from Stamina. The one you see that is going down in favor of CMF is the time that they already took down all the third tier towers because they can't finish the game. But overall, Stamina was still in the lead here.
Yeah, definitely in the lead. I mean, we're going to see exactly just how. And kind of, for me, I'm pretty sure Zing will not be MVP, but to me, he had such value, right? His Cannon Blasts were on point. They were fishing them out, checking every brush. He was just getting so much value. The 2-man stun you see right there as well. Yeah. It just set themselves up for success based on Zing's play.
Yeah, it was so good. Honestly, for this part of the game, if we're choosing an MVP, I think it's going to be PHY for sure. Yeah. Because he was dealing so much damage this game and was doing a lot of work, especially on the hands of Zing. As you said, I think I'm also going to give Zing the SVP if I can give it to him, because he also did so much this game.
Yeah, Zing is just like, I don't want no award from Dash. It's either MVP or bust. But no, I do agree with you, PHY. I mean, just the fact that, yes, he was doing a whole bunch of damage, but he was staying alive. That's the biggest difference, right? I mean, everyone can kind of do damage, but not being killed, and you're constantly forcing Knight to just really attack you and get out of position. That's where your team is able to just really get that success.
The worst sign in this game is PHY being allowed to flash forward like that. Like what you've seen right now in this game, everybody. When a Ganonmo flashes forward, you know that there's so much in the lead that he doesn't care if somebody jumps on him.
Yeah, the disrespect.
There you go.
Right?
There you go.
But the PHY, obviously, he's going to get MVP. I mean, 7, 2, and 10. And the 31% of the team's damage, he was just such a nuisance. If anything, CMF are going to hate PHY because every single game, they need to find a way to get on top of him.
Yeah, damage taken 11%. This is what you get whenever you're far away from everybody. He was in long range every step of the way, which is why they weren't able to get the damage on him. He was always getting away. So, as we said a while ago, I think it all came down to the draft again for the side of CMF. They had a good idea, but they weren't able to really pull it off.
Not yet. Not yet. Close. And the game was definitely, it was definitely closer than this 2-0 scoreline that you're seeing here. They definitely had opportunities to really take this fight to them. But I think just the small pieces and the PHY factor has just been enough to kind of sway things in favor of Stamina Esports in the end.
Yeah, it's really hard. The PHY factor has always been there, and it's really hard to play against him at this point because he's doing such a good job, especially when he's allowed to carry the game. He's going to do that. He has the experience to do so. But again, Stamina Esports as a team right now has been doing well also. Yesterday, on one of their matches against Nongshim Redforce, they got a 2-3. It was close against Nongshim of all teams.
Yeah, very close, very close. And this is why Stamina, like that mid-range area, right? In terms of, the KML, it's pretty competitive. Let's be very honest. Sometimes the scorelines look like they're 3-0s, but the games, when you watch them, they're not stops. They're very close in that sense, where it's like a 1 or 2 mistakes in the end, and then the other team is able to just close it out.
And that's what's happening right now, though. For the KML, I love that how close the games are being. Even though some of them are like 3-0, it's very close. It's very competitive. People have learned how to grab, how to play around macros, how to play in this meta, because there's an event that happened already on this December item update that everybody knows how to play this update at this point.
Yeah, I think we're seeing that. Like the rise and the growth of all of these teams, you're just seeing just how much better they are getting. But CMF Esports right now looking at, the bottom of this mountain that they need to climb. They need to figure out some way to reverse sweep, but they need to start with, of course, just one game at a time. Game 3. What would you do if you were Coach Ken in this case? Like, what are you telling the team, Dash?
Honestly, for Coach Ken, what I'm gonna say if I'm him, hey guys, are you guys ready for this next one? I'm gonna be giving you a great draft. Game number 3, get what you want. We're gonna get every hero that you want, and we're gonna win game number 3. And we start from there. That's what I'm gonna say.
Okay. But then the draft happens and the draft isn't that good. What are you going to do then?
All I'm saying is just give them something to just motivate them. Once they get it, that's good. If they don't get it, oh man, we're not gonna win this.
yeah, we're gonna have.
But you're not gonna say that. You're not gonna say that.
We're gonna have a hard time, right? If we're not able to have a good draft, I mean, it's pretty much on you, Dash. I think more than anything else.
Yeah. Let's see what they're gonna be dealing with in this draft. Stamina Esports. We're seeing Lapu Lapu also banned from their side. They don't want Illmatic holding on to a very good engaged roamer. Right now, for everybody watching, all the engaged roamers have been getting a lot of plays, like the Lapu Lapus, the Lian Post, the Zhang Feis have been getting a lot of plays even in the other regions because of how much fights dictate the wins in our games. And also, survival is one of the biggest things right now, which is why you see even a Pei and Okitachi Bana building Dragon's Rage, building Blazing Cape, because surviving fights are important, and the fights right now are a bit brawly in a way because of how long and drag on the fights are. So that's why people have been preferring engages so that the fights could happen as fast as they could. Right now we're seeing the Ogren and also the Shur with the Sunbin on the side. Oh, Sunbin, Time Bender on the side of CMF. This is interesting. Usually when somebody drafts a team like this in where they have a Sunbin, they are going to go for engages. They are exchanging the Sunbin for something like a Howl. They don't need the Howl anymore. They could go for fights anytime they want.
But they're kind of squishy from the CMF line. I mean,
that's the problem. Yeah.
Definitely, if they have some melee, frontliners that are coming up in the draft, and they probably will, they need to kind of, you can utilize that speed burst, right? And to really kind of get to the back line in some way, or potentially disengage from the Ogren that's going to be running right at you.
Yeah. Ooh, there you go. Saikenoya's favorite pick, Baichi, is now out. And he will be able to pick that up. The Ogren, the Yixing, this is a classic, right? Stamina, they have one of the classic compositions that you usually want whenever you have an Ogren on the team. So CMF is just taking out some of the picks that they need. They need damage on the side of Stamina, so they are taking out Harley, one of the best damagers in the game.
Yeah, a lot of damage. I mean, the Stamina lineup, and I'm sure you've kind of already addressed this, but the board set up by Yixing with the Zhang Fei ultimate, the Umbrella Outburst, that 1-2 combination is like tried and true. Plus you have the Ogren on top of that, which is like a mid-game monster. So this is from CMF. They need to figure out a way to deal with, to crack this nut that is the Stamina Esports lineup.
Yeah, honestly, I thought Aaron could have been a good pick for the side of Stamina, but DRNG, they're left with okay. This is one of the drafts that I like the most. Whenever there's a Baichi, or rather a Futsu on your team, you usually pick the Baichi as an answer, but they're gonna go the other way around. Let's pick up the Futsu so that the Futsu would be able to farm in lane, and the Baichi wouldn't be able to go for those easy team fights in their favor.
Yeah. So it's also kind of dealing with the potential Sunbin, the time flux, right? Like they want to run away. Okay, it's like, okay, but if I lock you down with the Futsu Sage's Might, like where are you gonna go? But CMF, they pivot a little bit. They're gonna go with the Fade. Interesting.
I'm no hero.
Huh, interesting. Okay, this is honestly way better. They have the crowd control on the 3 people already from the side of CMF, and the speed up from him. The damage is going to be coming from the Eren, and the execution is going to be from the Fate. At least this is a bit more balanced for the side of CMF. Rather than the Musashi, I think the Musashi is not going to do well from that composition a while ago.
Yeah, it would have been a little bit more difficult in that sense. I mean, Fate can kind of pick it off. It's like the final piece of damage that they need, and Fate should be enough just to kind of ensure that they get it. You have a whole bunch of control. You have a lot of auras as well as the Sunbin to kind of help, accelerate some of this lineup here. So it makes sense on paper, but is it enough to deal with this Stamina Esports, which, let's be honest, is kind of looking like a standard-ish Ogren lineup minus the Foots, so to speak?
Yeah, I think the Foots is the only thing different on a standard Ogren lineup, and I think this works for them. The only problem is that they might be lacking on the damage department if ever this game goes longer, because the only damage they're gonna get is from the DRNG. In the early game, they're gonna struggle for that first objective because they're fighting against a Fate. They don't have a lot of damage, so they need to scale a bit.
Yeah, so the early game got to be key, right? Set your Enervex up for success on the Ogryn so that he can close out the game. Make sure that Fade is getting on point as well. CMF, on the other hand, their whole strategy should be just, again, weather the storm. They should be fine come those team fights because they have so much control, and you're assuming that Knight and Anthem also have enough damage to kind of clean house.
This is one of the things that I love the most. Fight mid is what they're gonna do here for this game. Come fight mid, let's see who's better. And that's his composition from both of our teams.
Yeah, well, we were waiting for this moment, right? When they would just fight 5-man mid. Like, screw the lane, screw the farming, let's just fight in the mid. Like, that's what we want to see.
Yeah, and once they go to the lane game, that's definitely what they're gonna do. These are very good team fight lineups from both of our teams. I think the only difference is that CMF has a bit more pick-off potential. Stamina has a bit more AoE.
Yeah, a lot more actually. I think that that's going to be a potential problem here. But at the same time, Koshai, I mean, his silky beauty and those imprints really need to be on point so that he has the control. Because if you catch somebody out, I mean, it makes it so much easier for the rest of the squad to just literally hound on that person and just take them out.
Yeah. Right now, onto the top side, they are trying to, for the side of Stamina, they already switched up the lanes because, you know, Fusu, he's always going to be losing the lane anyway, so might as well go to the losing lane. At least try to make it easier for the other members like D-Renjit to win the lane and just to bully out Psychonoia.
Yeah, and also if Psychonoia gets going, I mean, the Baichi getting any sort of farm is going to be a problem. Like, he actually can add quite a bit in terms of damage as well as control. You might have a tough time, so Psychonoia, you want to kind of limit his farm as well.
Yeah, I like that it's more streamlined now, right? I think CMF needs to have these types of composition. You have the damage dealers, the executor, and also the crowd control from their team. Yeah. And this is a much more easier composition to work with.
Yeah, yeah. And actually, you know, I think that not to say that the pro players can't play the more difficult heroes and lineups. It's all about the fact that when you're playing a game at a high level like this, the easier it is, it's all about the execution. And you give your team a little bit more chance of success with the Heart of Jade seal, getting first blood onto PHY. It was personal this entire series.
Yeah, they got the kill against PHY. I mean, last game you gave us a hard time, so I will try to camp this lane as much as I can.
Yeah, I think that you're going to see Knight going right after him as much as possible because PHY, if he gets going, if he gets that mobility, he's going to, you know, again, carry games, and that's the biggest problem. And CMF have not found an answer thus far, although this is a good start for Knight.
Yeah, right now, CMF moving around the map, trying to find any pickups that they can. And I think that's very smart. This is what you need to do. Nice cancel, though.
Oh, but is it the wrong target? Knight came out angry, and Fade is like, okay, I'm going to flash away. I need to stay alive.
Okay, is it worth it? I don't know, actually, because he lost the flash even before they start the Tyrant. So that's a big loss for the side of Stamina.
Yeah, actually, Fade is like, okay, maybe I should just let him go. I didn't know Knight was going to come after me. He's so angry. Like, it was very, very aggressive in that sense. Fade is like, oh, crap. That was scary. I'm just going to just stick to my lane and just take the minion.
I was just joking. That was a prank, bro. Why did you go at me? 28 seconds, we have the Tyrant here, everybody. And now we are seeing some cracks here from Stamina because they don't have the damage if Fade is not there. So they are going to be quite on a difficult time if ever they try to fight CMF at this point.
They still have a bit of a lead, though. I think that the early game farming from Stamina Esports has been, you know, in their favor throughout this entire series. They found the right targets, understanding how to just kind of build a little bit of that lead. And
yep,
that's kind of, you know, key components to a successful team. You need to ensure that you're able to do that.
They're starting this?
They're looking to start, but the Umbrella Outburst just zoning them away by Zing. The board has been set up as well, but that's going to zone them away. They're going to take up the Tyrant. Kohai is now going to be just gone on as they focus it down. The Seer State will end up killing him, but the Psychonoia trying to fight 1 versus 5, he too will fall.
A bit of a miscommunication from the side of CMF because from what we've seen there, great way for Stamina to just push away all the members right there of CMF. They can't even get close to the Tyrant. So with that, even Knight can't even get close to the Tyrant himself with his jump because he knows that if he tries to get it, he's gonna die, and for what cost? they're not going to be able to work things out with a Tyrant buff anyway.
Yeah, I think they thought that, hey, you know, with the ults that were on cooldown, the board and the Umbrella Outburst, this is a moment of opportunity, but they were out of position, and stamina actually made them pay, as you rightly pointed out.
Yeah, and then last part of that fight, though, Psychonoia and even Illmatic Psychonoia tried to go in. It was not the right timing to go at that point because everybody was just disengaging, pumping the brakes.
Yeah, and now, who's not pumping the brakes? It looks like With Death and Fade taking the bottom T1 in a hurry. CMF right now on the back foot again in this series, not able to find really any sort of value or get those objectives, and they're giving up the bottom T2 for free.
What? There's nothing there on their side though. Stamina, they need to go for a half map trade. If they don't recall right now, that tower is going to get a lot of damage in.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be, you know, going in. The Vanguards are there, so I think that they were thinking, with these Vanguards, we're able to eventually take it down. But you gave up 2 towers for free in the bottom lane? That's not a good trade whatsoever.
Yeah, no trades on the other side of the map. That's not good. And now this opens up the opportunity for them to just try to go for the top side, and no trades again.
Yeah, no trade whatsoever. I mean, the Imperial Order is going to find at least Knights. He's already at half life. And with these minions and that board, again, just zoning them away, they're going to take this mid T1. And CMF right now, okay, they need to defend. They try to get the pullback onto Enervex, though. But Psychonoia, he's actually taking most of this as the Conductor of Souls scares him away.
With that, look at where he is. He might be able to go get a great flag here if somebody goes to the top side. Because the top side tower is getting pushed. Look at that. The wave there is going to push that tower.
It will eventually, but the Vanguard is there as well, but they want the Azure Golem, who'd been pulled out of his little lair. The Heart of Jade Seal is going to be used just to secure that one, but here they go. The Sage is mighty. He gets the catch on Koshai, but now he needs to be a little bit careful, but Koshai does fall, so they got the initial pick off. They're not able to find Psychonoia in return, and so with that, it looks like Stamina are just going to be happy with that one kill.
Yeah, they're even stealing some of the jungle here from Knight, and this is not good, though. They were able to steal the Azure buff, but the red buff is still going to go on the other side. Knight.
Oh, he tried to go all in, but Fade was actually a little bit low. The board has been set up. They've found Anthem stuck into this one. They will take out the mid T1, and now Psychonoia, he does recall. That would have been a little scary for me, but CMF are going to have to be on the defensive yet again.
If you just saw where he dropped that board, that was very smart from BHY. He dropped it away from everybody and from that board camp that we have so that everybody gets zoned out. And now topside tower is also down. So they are just really having a hard time just following the path that Stamina has been giving them.
Yeah, Stamina has just been doing such a great job. Like moving from tower to tower, they're moving with purpose and ensuring that CMF are playing reactively. And it seems like, you know, CMF right now are like chickens with their heads cut off. They don't really know where to go. They go north, do we go south? What do we do? And it looks like right now, again, this is a losing game for CMF with the way that they are playing.
Oh man, they are also playing together. I mean, the composition was built for that because they drafted a Sunbin on their team. But if they play together all the time, that's the reason why Stamina drafted the Futsu, because he can and he knows that he will win on a 1v1 if ever he needs to.
If he needs to, right? I mean, Knight's
1v4.
Looking to go in. With Death might be found here. He dodges the Silk Imprint though, but With Death taking a decent amount. They're not able to find the catch and they're playing scared. The Tyrant is going to be picked up by Stamina Esports, but With Death somehow just being let go for free.
No, they could have gotten the catch there. That could have been something, and now they got the tire for free.
Oh, the board is going to be set up. The Umbrella Outburst onto 2, but they've been pushed away. Not the greatest, and now Psychonoia just trying to just be the bully that he is. Not able to get the kill onto PHY as he limps away. They find Illmatic as well as Anthem. Both of them have been clocked up, and again, Stamina Esports making them pay.
Nice pull from With That. Again, getting Anthem and Illmatic. That is a really good pull for the team. And this time, they are going to be pushing the tower in the mid lane.
Yeah, and look at how Enervex is just using that path of passing for vision and ensuring that nobody gets the flank, and they're continuing to just take that tower for free. Space created yet again for Stamina.
And their jungle is already in the hands of Stamina. No towers down on the side of Stamina. This is such a big gold lead. 6k gold lead at 9 minutes in the game, and now they already have the space that they need for this next objectives that are coming in, the Shadow Variants in 30 seconds.
Look at how impressive like Stamina Esports are playing, right? The way that they have this lead and the map control that they have, CMF right now, again, no answers. They're just going from where the minions are and just playing very reactively. They're not finding any sort of catch. They have zero vision to their name. So again, a very defensive game by them.
Yeah, this could be the last straw for them for CMF. They're hanging on by a thread and they're being forced away from their base. They're not going to push that for sure. Oh, they're going to go for the Overlord for Stamina.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be the Shadow Overlord. That will be the continued push. Maybe put the final nail in this coffin here as a CMF. Again, they need to find some sort of opening, some way to get back in. It looks like maybe Knight goes for the split push, but he's just going to invade the enemy jungle instead.
Oh yeah, he's just gonna go for it. I thought he's gonna go for the Tyrant, but because they don't have any information on where Stamina is and where the other members are, they're just gonna be respecting that for now.
Losing the Crimson Golem from the Stamina side. I mean, traded away, Knight took the other one, but they had to invade for that. But now, with this 5-man potential push game ender from Stamina Esports, if they find the right angle, this is pretty much GG, right?
Yeah, the timing, last wave coming. They're just going to be waiting for the next objectives, and they are going to finish this if they can. Bot lane tower, nobody's going to clear that.
Yeah, nobody's going to clear
They don't have wave clear.
They're going to chip it away. Psychonoia just trying to keep this mid T3 alive, but that too will fall. And CMF, again, what are you waiting for? You got to go in. You got to protect your team. Psychonoia now decided to go, but he gets locked in with the Sage's Might. Here comes Knight, but where's the reinforcements? Are they able to keep him alive? No, Psychonoia will fall, and they push them all away. Illmatic just trying to get to the fountain, and now with that push in, Knight just trying to keep the crystal alive, and it's not gonna happen, and it looks like it's just too much stamina in the end.
What a game for Stamina. Game number 1 to 3, they were really good. CMF tried during games 1 to 2, but right now in game number 3, everything fell into place for the side of Stamina Esports, just dominating all over during that whole game.
Complete domination, right? I think that was a game where we're like, okay, you know, if we're able to get to the mid game, if we're able to survive in some way, CMF were able to do it, because the draft is, you know, it looks good on paper. You know, we had the idea in mind of what they wanted to do, but man, Stamina Esports, the way that they were able to close that one out, again, just, you know, next level, I would say.
Yeah, it was really hard. Honestly, for the side of CMF Esports, game number 1, game number 2, light at the end of the tunnel, it was there. They were just not able to get out of that cave. But CMF Esports, they tried their hardest, but this time I think Stamina Esports has their number. They got the 3-1 on the last fight that they did, but right now Stamina took notes, and they have all the answers.
Yeah, all throughout. A well-deserved win, series win, and a great start for them for round 2 for Stamina Esports. Going up 3-0, that's going to be a huge confidence boost. And you saw that even when they were playing, this is one where they're like, hey, we just got to get into our flow. We're able to kind of close this one out. But this is a must-win series for them, and they were able to close them out in a hurry, 3-0.
Yeah, it was pretty tough. Honestly, it was a nice try from the side of CMF Esports, but in the end, Stamina Esports, honestly, they're going up. They're going up the graph. They're really just getting better as the tournament goes on.
Yeah, definitely getting better. That's the biggest thing, is that we've seen them, like, there were moments where they kind of struggled against, like, Virtus.pro and Nongshim here, but it seemed like there was no doubt on this one. If anybody, and you happen to be trying to do some intel on Stamina Esports, you got to look at PHY in the mid lane, right? I think he only died a single time, but the way that he's played throughout this entire series, there's a reason why Stamina Esports did that one in such a clean fashion.
Yeah, I think right now in this game, Fade and NRVX really stepped up, but there was a lot of plays that I'm surprised with what CMF did. They were just probably hiding in their shell is the right word to go for it, because they were afraid of taking the fights when they had the team fight composition. It's also the fact that they were so much in the lead on the side of Stamina.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look at this gold graph. Everything just in favor of Stamina throughout. Really no way for CMF to kind of bounce back into this one. And we'll see this in the highlights. I mean, PHY with those boards. Look at how he's completely zoned it away. Knight is fighting 1 versus 2, gets the pick off onto PHY. Things were looking good, but then the rest of those boards and the Umbrella Outburst and the way that they were able to control the fights and that battlefield and isolating Psychonoia 5 versus 1, that's how Stamina Esports won this game in the series.
Yeah, man, it was pretty hard even for Knight to even get close in the team fights. He can't even get into the fights. Look at where he's positioned every time, right? Everybody's fighting on this part of the map. He's getting chased down. And I like that Fade, even with that always is checking on him. They have the targets, the scope on him so that he won't be able to get a good flank.
Yeah, and at the same time, you're kind of seeing Knight. It seemed like he didn't really want to fight. He wasn't comfortable fighting even this. I mean, it might have been a suicide mission, but once second Oya goes in, somebody has to go in with him. He cannot be going on that solo mission. So Knight, again, just trying to find the right points to attack, but the angles were never open for him. But it looks like the MVP with death. We're talking about the Spoots pick, but it looks like it really paid off in the end.
Yeah, it worked out. He was able to dodge a 1v4. He survived that. It was all him, man.
Yeah, he was completely doing very well on this one. I mean, every initiation with that Sage's Might was on point. Just the lockdown and that control is just what they needed to kind of, you know, you have that plus the board and the Umbrella Outburst, and it just makes it very easy to team fight then.
Yeah, it was so hard for the other team to do anything. We posed some problems for the side of Stamina during the start of the drafting because they're not going to have a lot of damage with their composition, but it didn't. It actually worked out for the team.
Yeah, definitely worked out. But it looks like, unfortunately, for CMF, they're going to be down. That series is not the end of the road for them. We'll potentially see more of them down the road. But now we're going to take a little bit of a break before we go into that final series of the day.
What's going on with this music?
Honor of Kings. Now with lobby background music customization. Switch up the vibes anytime you want.
Season 14 is officially here. The new version brings a bunch of exciting improvements, so let's take a look. A new hero, Yango, is coming soon. Attack enemies and collect hero shards. Once you gather enough, you can summon an enemy hero puppet to fight alongside you. Control both Yango's main body and the puppet. Chain your skills together and outplay everyone in style. With puppets that are nearly indistinguishable from the real thing, can you spot who is real? Nezha has been upgraded, gaining a new skill that provides global vision. Luara has received gameplay experience improvements with increased damage and kiting ability. Fadi has also been improved, making skill chaining into enhanced basic attacks much smoother. Spritlings arrive in style, bringing 3 special potions with them. A growth potion made for fighting and soaking damage. A shrinking potion, perfect for escaping and getting around quickly. And a cooldown potion, which speeds up skill cooldowns. Of course, each benefit comes at a cost. The shrinking potion reduces your damage, the growth potion slows your movement speed, and the cooldown potion consumes a portion of your health. Pay a small price, then pull off some spectacular plays. The new mode Superflow Brawl arrives with a bang. Faster farming, faster pacing, and more exciting combat. Players can choose one of 3 talents to enhance themselves, gain more talents as they level up, and stack powerful effects. Complete missions to unlock even more random talents. Freely combine them to create powerful talent paths and discover your own unique strategy. From March 6th to 16th, participate in the event and collect keys and chests to redeem up to 5,000 limited time tokens. Get a minimum of 888 limited time tokens guaranteed. Starting March 11th, experience the new version and get a Ramadan-themed Spriteling costume. From March 14th to April 12th, participate in the partner event to get a permanent minion, legend skin, and 1,500 limited time tokens. From March 14th to 15th, log into the game to get 10 free draws in Point Draw and a brand new Flowborn outfit. From March 20th to 22nd, participate in the event and snatch green packets. A large number of tokens, limited time tokens, and other rewards await you. You can get up to 10,000 tokens. From March 14th to 15th, all heroes and skins are free to try for a limited time. Grab your friends and play together. The player info card on the loading screen has been fully upgraded. Come customize your exclusive appearance. You can now customize the lobby background music on the main interface. Switch tracks and set the mood however you like. Quality of life improvements are here too. Resources are now automatically streamlined based on device model, so unnecessary files won't download unless you choose to, making the game much smoother. Finally, more perks and surprises await you in Season 14.
Hunting is all about patience, lying in wait to strike at the right time. Like lightning, this waterway leads to my hunting grounds. On the hunt, and that's tightening. Ready to initiate operation. Hush now, this won't hurt for long. The weak get devoured, and the strong collect their bounties.
HOK's new mode, Super Flow Brawl, arrives with a bang. Break fixed builds and experience true combat evolution. Whenever a hero reaches level 1, 5, 10, 15, choose one of 3 random talents to enhance yourself. The higher your hero level, the stronger the talents you can obtain. 10 major talent paths, freely combined to create endless strategies. Preview talent effects in advance to fully prepare for battle. Or adapt on the fly during combat to unleash unexpected power. This isn't just luck. It's a true test of strategic mastery. There are no fixed answers, only infinite possibilities. The most powerful and mysterious builds await your discovery. The new mode is coming soon. March 14th, write your Super Flow Brawl legend.
one's the true me? Even I can't tell for sure. At least your death was quite the spectacle.
Yango creates a puppet that can replicate enemy abilities and fight using the 9 occult arts. This is his core mechanic. Attacks from either Yango or the puppet grant hero shards and recovers health. When 50 shards are accumulated, Yango can summon a puppet of the corresponding enemy hero to fight alongside him. While controlling Yango's main body, he can use 4 occult arts: Umbra, Jichu Luan, Shadow Crucifixion, and Dispersal. Umbra throws the puppet, dealing damage and launching enemies in its path before allowing Yango to control it in combat. Jichu Luan is Yango's main damage output method, where he tosses hidden weapons to deal damage to enemies in his path. Shadow Crucifixion can be used flexibly to allow Yango to engage or disengage freely. Controlling the 2 strings to intersect deals damage to the target and slows them. Dispersal is mainly used to avoid damage or crowd control. During the skill, Yango cannot be hit and all control effects are removed. When controlling the puppet, Yango uses 4 occult arts: Return, Substitution, Binding, and Breakout. Occult Arts Return immediately retrieves the puppet and launches enemies in its path. Occult Arts Substitution swaps Yango's location with the puppet, dealing damage to enemies in their path. Occult Arts Binding is used to bind enemies. Using it the first time deals damage and slows nearby enemies. Using it the second time continuously stuns and damages enemies. Occult Arts Breakout causes the puppet to dash in the target direction and pull Yango to itself, dealing damage to enemies in its path. By mastering all 9 occult arts, Yango develops a unique combat style. After ensuring his own safety, he first summons the puppet with Skill 1 and uses hero shards to transform into a key enemy hero to assist teammates. Tapping the hero shards again reverts the puppet. And then he can follow up by chaining Skill 3 twice to crowd control enemies. While enemies are bound, he uses Skill 2 to summon his main body, then follows up with Skill 2 and Skill 3 to deal maximum damage.
Kings, it's an honor showtime.
You can cheat. First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay with the rain. Say. I've triggered my soul down.
Follow my pace.
We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know.
Kings, it's an honor showtime.
I'm born of this, I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Race to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you hate. H to the E-R-O, doing it for real, locked on my goal. From the ashes, I roll the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Cause baby, it's go time. Knocking you down's how I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who will fill them up, no lie, we gon' do it. Facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate.
Welcome back, and this is of course going to be the third match of the day, and it's going to unfortunately, well, fortunately for some, depending on what side you're on this one, it's going to see Virtus Pro going up against Vicious Esports. Vicious Esports lost that first series against Nongshim, but Dash, do they have enough to take down Virtus Pro here?
You know what? First and foremost, I thought you're gonna say, unfortunately, you're still with us. But yeah, it's gonna be fortunate or unfortunate for some.
I wouldn't say that, especially on day one. Maybe day two, but not day one.
Okay. But again, as you said, unfortunately for Vicious, they're gonna be fighting against one of the strongest teams in the KML again. So at least now, one of the things that's good about this is it's good for them. But again, before everything else, let's talk about Virtus Pro. They're going to be on the video.
Virtus Pro is going to be made up of Nighty, T-Gold, Hylong, Rock, Clue. This is a squad that has a lot of connections. To be honest, putting them all together here, it looks kind of like the United Nations, so to speak, because you have a lot of diversity, but this is going to be an interesting team. We've seen them already rise to the challenge thus far as they've been the #1 team in the KML thus far.
Honestly, that's the best description that they're going to have for them, because it's Gen G together with the former Twisted Minds, and now they are on the same banner at Virtus Pro. And this team has been dominating. The closest game that they had was against Nongshim Redforce, but I think right now they already know what to do. And that is to fight mid, as they said. But again, I want to see how they actually do it in game, because these guys are feisty and they want to fight every time.
Yeah, and actually it's like the biggest two in the sense that, like, you saw Hylong, who's very boisterous whenever they win. You can tell when he's celebrating, he is the loudest guy. And then you've added another factor, you've added Clue to it, who is again very boisterous himself. Both very loud. You've got two loud guys on the team, but let's check out the other one who are not as loud. It's going to be Vicious Esports here.
We have the team here. We have seen them a while ago. Vicious Esports, still Kyung-Night's Way, Feido, and Cliche. They lost against Nongshim Redforce a while ago, but don't be fooled, because games number 2 and 3 easily could have been theirs. This is a contender team, and they will do that against Virtus Pro.
Yeah, actually in a 3-0 quote-unquote stomp by Nongshim, that was actually probably not Nongshim's to win like that. I mean, Vicious Esports really took the fight to them, especially as you rightly pointed out in games 2 and 3. I think on the back of Sway, he's just been an all-star in that regard. But the rest of the team, it just seems like they don't have the final touches to really close out the games, which has been unfortunate for this squad.
Yeah, for everybody also watching, off-screen, Virtus Pro won against T-Max on their game. So they already are fresh out of a victory before they even join this next battle that we're gonna have today. So on a 3-0, a lot of momentum coming into the side of Virtus.pro. Vicious, I think they're still stunned from what happened from that last game, but I hope they bounce back. Let's take a look at this head-to-head.
Yeah, the head-to-head, of course. Let's go into the jungle lane. Rock on one side, 72% in terms of the kill participation, 56 from Sui here. But the stats have kind of shifted in favor of Rock, because when you're rolling and you're only losing twice in the entire league thus far, your stats will definitely be inflated in that sense.
Yeah, it is definitely inflated. He has very high KDA from what we're seeing here. But also, something for everybody to know also is that Rock, during the last season, he was flexing on roles, right? He was a farm laner and also the same a jungler for the team. When it comes to playing jungles that are assassins, he's gonna be the one who's played, but he also plays a lot of Arlie, a lot of Long on his time, but this time he's stuck with being a jungler.
Yeah, and I think that this is where he feels most comfortable, right? In that jungle lane. I think that he was kind of shifting based on what the team really needed, and to kind of, you know, it wasn't to the greatest potential of that lineup, but we know that he's had a lot of synergy with the man you see in front of you, Clue right there. I think that Rock and Clue have been this dynamic duo that has really put, you know, Gen G on the map, and now that they're here at Virtus.pro, this is going to be an interesting combination to watch as they continue on in the KML.
Yeah, I want to see this though, because Rock really puts out a lot of very interesting picks when he was still a farm laner. He was the one picking the Kim and Clue are the ones picking up the food Sudacha when it wasn't even meta at that point. In Gen G, they were going crazy with picks there from the side. Are they going to be bringing that same energy here for Virtus.pro?
Yeah, they're going to have to bring it. I mean, I think Vicious are going to come back very hungry. They want to prove that, hey, that first series was a bit of a fluke. Let's go into this one with a much better mindset. You know, shake off those cobwebs, all of those doubts, get yourself into this one. And they need to strike hard, and they want to probably target the guy that we haven't really talked too much about. It's going to be T-Gold. He's been playing Honor of Kings since 2016. This is a guy that hasn't really been playing on the international level, but talking about with the rest of the Virtus.pro players, all of them were like, hey, T-Gold is literally living up to his name, is able to farm that gold and to carry games when they need it.
For me, if you're going to be picking up somebody on the leaderboards, I think it should be a farm laner. I think a good farm laner could be independent in the game while the other gears in the machine of Virtus.pro are working. The farm laner is just an added pattern, an added on the top of the cherry for the side of Virtus.pro. So I think T-Gold fits pretty well for this team.
Yeah, especially because, like, how these like the games will execute, especially laning phase. Like jungle, you need somebody who's on point in terms of coordination. He's going to take a lot of that. You know, and the roam needs to be on the same page as well as the mid. So in terms of just setting up the tone of the game, that early to mid transition is key. So for the farm laner to just be rock solid, literally in that farm lane, and just getting you that farm to carry the game is going to be key.
Question is, are they going to let him pick pay first game
for giving me a
for
chance.
Virtus.pro? I think it's open. They could go for it. But the Byron has also been picked here for the side of Virtus.pro. So, okay, so Vicious is just going to let it go and just give it to Virtus.pro if ever for this next pick.
Interesting. And I love it how the meta has kind of shifted, because I think that there were times where you would always see like the pay Byron. People would just instant pick it, just trying to set themselves up. But it seems like the teams have kind of evolved, and they've kind of revolved around other sort of strategies as well.
Yeah, I think one of the things that is good about the jungle as a role is that you have a plethora of picks. You have a lot of picks that you could go for. So even if you don't prioritize it in the first 3 picks, I think it's okay, because you still have a lot of options. But the other lanes, for example, the farm laner, you don't really have a lot of options, and the roamer. So that's why they are trying to pick out those picks first, so that they will not have problems later in the draft.
It's all like, set yourself up, right? I think that it's respect more than anything else of, hey, this series might go the distance, right? So you need to ensure that you're securing yourself the best possible avenue of attack, even for that late game, right? When you need those picks. And that's the brilliance of this global ban pick, where you need to be thinking next level. You can't just be thinking about this game.
Yeah, this is one of the beauties of picking Yu Huan on the first 3 picks, and you don't really know where she's gonna go yet, because you're always gonna think about, are they gonna pick a mid laner? Is this gonna be a Yuan roamer? Now they have their answer, but at least it's in the second phase of the draft. So having the for Virtus.pro, this is one of Highline's honestly, one of Hailang's my favorite picks of Hailang. Sorry.
Yeah.
I was about to put it in his mouth that it's his favorite pick, but no, it's my favorite pick of Hailang because he always does well whenever he picks a ship.
Actually, the way he's able to sacrifice for the team in terms of farm, and he's always been able to kind of get those silk imprints on point. I think that's why Hailang has been like a selfless player, right? Understanding that he doesn't have to be the high-flying mid to kind of secure games. It's more of, hey, if I need to take the backseat and be a support mid, I'll do that, and he's willing to do so.
Yeah, and that's what I like about him though, right? So the counter that they're looking for here for Fish is going to be the Flowborn tank against the Arlie. But they don't... What are they going to pick on the side of Virtus Pro though? Because when you have a Flowborn tank on the other team, you can make use of that early game disadvantage of a Flowborn tank because it takes so long for a Flowborn tank to get as tanky as you expect him to be.
Okay, well...
Okay, there you go.
There you go. The Jing, they want to just go with the Broken Mirage. Just get to that back line, right? The Loom potentially is that target. The Gan and Mo also looking very... Oh, no, they're going to pump fake it and make me sound very silly.
Wait. No. They're still not done, right? They're not going to pick that, right? But that is something Rock would pick. Okay, that is something more that Rock would pick.
Even more of what Rock would pick. I agreed. Hanshin, he's one of the best at it. I think Wira is also a notable player on the Hanshin. So letting Rock get to this, and he's great because he's so independent. Like he will be like invading the enemy jungle, and he knows the absolute limits. So his mobility to get in and out of the jungle as he pleases is going to be tough for Vicious to lock down.
Yeah, first game and we're getting a Rock special. I love this. This is something that we don't see a lot, especially even in the other regions, because Hanshin is in a very niche place, if you may, because he fits some compositions but not really everything. But because they have a Sure here, it helps him find a way to get that pick off for them.
I mean, the whole lineup of Vicious Esports was of the understanding that everything would be very linear in terms of the approach, the initiation, and how they would kind of proceed. Hanshin throws that all away. He can come from anywhere, right? He has the ability to jump from the sides. So the vision game is going to be even more key. And then once he also, you know, from the side of Vicious, you need to have some sort of control so that he doesn't take over the game because, you know, Rock on Hanshin will be scary on the back line.
Yeah, it's very scary, especially he knew that the God, when he saw the God and Mo getting picked, usually this is his answer. He goes for a very fast jungler. And now everybody, this is game number 1, Virtus Pro versus Vicious. And we are starting, it's game number, basically match number 2 for both of them because they already played their matches. So this is at least something different. But again, everybody, the biggest competition, the highest stakes, Riyadh is calling. EWC is where the champions rise above. Scan the QR code and get your ticket now.
Wait, Riyadh is calling? I didn't get that message. Wait, are they texting? Oh. What are they doing? Are they calling? Like
I got a message though.
Oh, you got a message. Okay, all right. the flex
I'll
is
forward it to you later, okay?
Awesome. I'll have to just scan the QR, find my own way there. We'll have to kind of see exactly what's going on for this one. But looking at this game 1, I mean, I think that Rock on the Hanshin, he's going to be off the map for quite some time. So it really comes back to Vicious putting the pressure on the 4 members that are visible in lane. Because, again, Rock will be off. It's going to be tough for Vicious to do it otherwise when he gets that Super Saiyan mode.
Yeah, and also you were saying it a while ago, right? I think one thing that you need to do in game number 1 is to set the pace, show them what you're made of, so that game number 2 and 3 will go in your favor. The momentum is in your hands.
Yeah, and I think that game 1 especially, I mean, Vicious, if they lose the first game, I think that momentum, like, you know, kind of what we saw in that first series, will really struggle with them, right? So they need to ensure that they really take the fight to VP, who are able to kind of reverse sweep them. I mean, they did that against Nongshim, so they had that possibility, but are they able to take it? And Vicious, more than anything else, game 1, super key.
Yeah, that is a question though. Are they good against just Nongshim, or will they be able to be good against a team like this? If you may, I think Virtus Pro is a lot more explosive, a lot more chaotic compared to how Nongshim Redforce plays.
Yeah, and to be honest, I really like this lineup for Virtus Pro, right? I think that, like, all of those players, like, it's weird to see them all on the same team, but we've seen them have success on the other teams, and now that they're together, you're like, oh my gosh, is this like the Avengers, where they're kind of going in? All of a sudden, you see Spider-Man, you know, and all these, you know, and Captain America together. It's very unique.
Oh yeah, and there you go. There's gonna be the push coming in from Faye, but a lot of damage from Cliché on the sideline. You have to flash away and respect that.
Definitely with the respect, right? I think that Vicious right now. Oh,
Hailang. Yeah, Hailang might be able to go for the pull. Infinite Fastness isn't available, though. They got the pull, and Faye, they don't even care about Zone. That's a first blood coming in for Virtus Pro, sorry.
Faye's like, come on, man. You're gonna leave me hanging. Doe's like, oh, he's got a dragon. Faye's like, I don't have a dragon. I don't have anything. I mean, he had level 4, but it wasn't really gonna be able to keep himself alive.
Stun comes in. Oh, good thing he was able to flash away from that, and that could have been very disruptive for them.
Interesting. Nighty actually goes for the full-on teleport as well. So they were looking to dive, if anything, but it looks like the call to retreat was a little late in terms of the comms. He continued on, and now actually Nighty has to make the walk of shame all the way back in the top.
Great punish from their side, but Rock still was able to manage to get that red buff in the end.
Look at how fast Rock farms. He's already 2 levels up over Sway. I mean, Flowborn Tank, not the fastest, let's be very honest.
Yeah.
But this is more of a problem for Rock, for Vicious, because Rock is getting a little out of hand at this point.
Cancels the TP though. Rock just went for it, and Sway is going to be tanking up a lot of damage. Not a lot of damage with this 3 that we have on the top side for Virtus Pro, so they're not going to fight that.
Yeah, and Sway right now, who did a great job against Nongshim Redforce, I think that this is also a test. Rock is one of the best junglers at the KML, so is he able to go toe-to-toe with him in terms of this jungle matchup here?
Yeah, this is the hardest part, right? Because you're fighting against one of the best. Rock has been very explosive, doing pretty well even when they were playing on the King's Major East. But this time, for the side of Vicious, they are trying to get this Tyrant. The position is there. Cliché trying to get some pop shots in against the members of VP, but they are not going to go for it because they know they have to respect this lineup this early.
Yeah, Rock wasn't really in position to really contest. Plus, Smite was on cooldown, so it wasn't really going to be a true contest in that sense. But, I mean, talking a little bit about Rock and, Clue from Gen G, this roster, let's be very honest, is a step up, right? I think that the players that they have and the synergy that you're starting to see is where these guys can, like, their output can truly be shown, right? The potential is definitely there. This could be the scariest lineup thus far.
Yeah, and we could also see that there could be some language barriers for their teammates, right? For Clue and the other members right here from the side of Virtus Pro. But it is looking like, with the performance that they're doing, it's looking like there's nothing right there. But again, Faye, very low again. The really big target is what Virtus Pro wants.
Yeah, and actually, you're talking about the language barrier. And it's interesting. Even when you're playing your ranked games, there's a bit of a language barrier with some of the players that you're with. I need to figure out, I need to talk to some of these players to figure out what they're doing properly, because sometimes I want to speak in the local language to be like, hey, let's get on the same page here.
Yeah, but it's working for them now. The Sun is going to come in for 3 people. They have to force the Infinite Fastness, but Faye is also down. They're going to go with more. The TP's coming in, but the backline has already been breached. All the flashes are down, but at least gold falls for their side. They're going for the chase down. Clue is going to be the target here. Doesn't have the Unending Sorrow anymore, but what are they going to do with this space, though? Clue is going to die, but there are no ways pushing. I think top side could fall anytime.
Yeah, Clue and Rock were just in no man's land, and Rock was just like, Clue, you know what to do. You need to die. And Rock just went north, Clue went south, Clue gets caught out. Because again, he's the poor old Rome at this point. He will get picked off, no real chance to get on out. But he did his job, again, of just buying more space and time for the team.
Yeah, we have some shutdown gold, so let's not give it to the other team. So they're just playing it safe. That's why Rock just went for the safer route, because Clue is not going to survive that for sure. Still, with that fight that happened, it's still equal. No big towers have been taken, so Vicious, again, doing a good job in this game.
Yeah, the net worth is a bit of a wash. I mean, the kills are like 3-2, nothing to really kind of, to tell home about, but it looks like they've got the top lane.
Yeah, he's going to go in. They were not expecting that Sway. He's going to go for the push on Hailang onto the backline. Gets to execute on him. And now they have a 1-for-1. They're going to go for the chase down. Pushes him with a shield bash. And that's another kill.
Oh, perfectly played by Sway. Just being able to rotate across. Getting Hailang on and T-Gold. Slowing them down even further. And Sway, hey, if he gets going, this guy is also going to be very scary on this Flowborn tank.
Oh yeah, man, he's dealing so much damage in this early game, and that's what you expect from Clover Tank, right? But this time, 90, he is just gonna be taking this tower. He needs to at least stem the bleeding from here. The topside tower has been taken down, but they're not gonna let the bot lane get taken.
Yeah, they're not gonna do so. I mean, 90 will ensure that at least there's some sort of level of push, right? T-Gold will be in the top lane. Let him catch back up as he just died right now. But VP, you still are just, as long as you're biding your time, Rock is farming, right? He's across the map. He's in the top lane already. How is Vicious going to catch this Nongshim?
Yeah, he doesn't even want to join the fights, right? And as you said, that's the question. How are they going to catch him? Because they don't really have a lot of things to catch him with unless Faye gets a very insane startup. But usually he can just dash away from that.
Yeah, that's going to be the toughest thing. Right? You can't really lock him down. He's like an assassin style, like the jungler, like the Jing Luna type. I mean, he's still very fast. He still has ways to get to that back line, but you need some sort of way to lock him down. Not the easiest thing for VC to do, and they have a ton of damage and a lot of knockups, but is it enough to really lock down a Rock?
Yeah, they wanted to go for the knockup though, but Kyung9 was popping the Sacred Tree Blessing at the right time, so no crowd control happened there. Now bot lane is gonna get tried and tested here for their side while they're taking the Tyrant on the objective side.
Yeah, and this is the biggest piece that Vicious need to do in ensuring that, hey, if Rock is going to be across the map, you want him to join those fights. And the way you do that is you force them, right? You force the tower push where the team fight will happen.
Oh, what a good timing, though. Sway's just gonna go for the shield bash again, gets him in his head. Clue had to flash away because the couple blades might have been able to hit, but Rock is not dealing any damage, though. I think this is the disadvantage of this comp, and it's not working in their favor.
Not yet. It's just because Rock doesn't have that farm. T-Gold as well. Both of them have been kind of, been thwarted. They've been focused, and Vicious has done a great job. This is what you want to do. Those are the two damage dealers. Hailong is literally, let's be honest, he's like a support, right? He's not going to do too much more.
Yeah, the support with the crowd control. That's what he's doing. Raging Sea hits the backline. No, but he's going to go for hit their backline. Cliché almost died, and they have to respect the fact that Kyung9 is in front of them, but he already popped the Sacred Tree Blessing, so he needs to run away.
Yeah, Rock almost killing Cliché. Cliché with that perfect Garter Grave, ensuring that he does stay alive. That was actually very close. Rock, I mean, he gets that next big item. Cliché might not be so lucky.
Yeah. Right now on the top side, you can see 90 is just trying to push him back. They're trying to get towers themselves. But Faye and Sway is already in the area, though 90 is going to be getting the shield from the force field suppression. Faye got pulled back, but they have the damage to actually kill him. No Raging Sea. Oh, what a cancel from them, and they're going to go for the chase down. Both of the junglers are trying to go for the objective right here. I think a kill is going to happen, though. Got the kill. Got killed rather, and now onto the back line they go. Sway and Kyung9 onto the back. They are trying to go for the kills, but it's not going to happen. Stuns comes in, flashes go through, but it is still on the hands of Virtus Pro in the end.
Oh my gosh, I hope we see a highlight of that. There's just the way that 90 was able to move around the battlefield, forcing things out. He was so low, but he just barely understanding the cooldown timings, was able to get the force field suppression. It's like 25 seconds. So the timing that he was able to just, dance around his opponents, staying alive just for that next big force field suppression, keeping him alive. Just his footwork is amazing.
I was looking at that though. I was looking at the cooldown timers, and I was surprised that after it got on the cooldown. Oh no, the pull happened though. Faye, or rather Sway, needs to run Kyung9 onto the back. Not really very tanky. He has to flash off because he could get bursted down by anybody at that point.
And this is also another problem by Rock, right? You're looking to fight elsewhere. You want those numbers, but Rock is munching down towers. That bottom T3 is not looking healthy, and you're just split pushing. This is the perfect way to play if you're playing this lineup by VP.
Man, the map is getting open now. A while ago, it was so hard, but Rock level 15, he popped the infinite bastards out of those hands. What's gonna happen? Sway's very tanky. They don't have T-Gold or even Rock in this fight, so they should respect that.
I mean, he's tanky, but he's not doing damage. I mean, the rest of, Vicious Esports need to be there so that they do get those kills. And this is the problem, again, why this draft from VP is just working out is because, again, like the VP side, they have so much damage from everybody else. If somebody gets caught out, then you're looking to just, take towers elsewhere.
they can also run. They can also just dash away if ever they need to go to safety. Right now, Faye gonna be the target. T-Gold onto the back. They want to go for the push. Raging C not gonna do anything for the team, but they will be able to secure the Overlord, but at what cost? Everybody is super low. No infinite fastness from Doe, and we're seeing the pull right on the hands of Kyung9. So this is just gonna take their time. Sway is left alone, and the damage is just going through with T-Gold. That was scary, but it was still a 3-for-0.
Yeah, 3-for-0. I mean,
he's gonna die.
Yeah, it would look like he was gonna die on this one, but now they're gonna find Doe as well. And VP hitting everything at this point. Cliche is the last man standing. I mean, they lost the Overlord. That was the one small silver lining by Vicious, but things are not looking good for them.
Oh man, they hit the stride just after one big fight, and now it's slowly going in the favor of Virtus Pro. They got all the towers that they need, even this T3 on the top side. They want to go for the finish. Right now, they are going to go for it. That is a tower down for sure.
I mean, taking almost everything. They've munched everything but the bottom T3, the last one standing. But the VP, the way that they've dismantled this Vicious Esports lineup, they've done it in style. They found the right targets, the right initiations. Rock is a little too strong, but Hailong almost dying the Shadow Vanguard. That would have been a highlight or low light reel worthy.
Oh, man. that could have been a highlight. He had to make use of his HP. Doesn't have the mana to throw with the skills, but that was a smart play because at least the tower survived.
That's going to be enough, right? I think that that would have opened things up a little bit and given Vicious a little bit more of a glimmer of hope in terms of coming back from this game. Yeah, but right now, Virtus Pro is just looking too strong.
Right now, I think it's going to be way harder. Remember, look at the gold. 13k gold on Rock at this point, and he even built a Starbreaker because he knows that he could be the one dealing the damage for the team topside, though. Look at that. He's pushing, he's taking down the waves while everybody's trying to fight here on the side of Virtus Pro. A distraction, if you may. Somebody needs to back. If nobody backs, the tower is going to fall. So they have to respect that he's also stopping them from going back. Cliche could be in the eyes of Rock here, so they're fighting. Right there onto the back line, Kyung9 got pulled, but are they going to find the kill? Yes, they do. They got it. And that's what they wanted all along. That is a 1 kill for the side of VP.
Yeah, and this is pretty much a team fight without Rock. Rock was just on like he was looking for that flank. He was all by himself and looking for some sort of catch for that retreat, and they only find Kyung9. So VP right now so far ahead, they're willing to take fights 4 versus 5.
Yeah, it's gonna be the last fight, 90. Forceful suppression, very tanky. Securing the guard, just got the knock up on everybody, but the Raging Sea stops them. And now they're trying to pull back, they're trying to pump the brakes, but no, it's not gonna happen. It's way onto the back. Rock is gonna die, Sage of Sanctuary is gonna pop, but 2 kills already in front of him. It doesn't even matter, because everybody falls, and that's the crystal on the hands of Virtus Pro.
Good news by Vicious Esports is they finally killed Rock. But it was pretty much at the cost of your crystal. So not the greatest of news, but you know, again, just Virtus Pro looked like they were in the driver's seat almost this entire game. Full control, able to close that one out. That was a flawless game by Virtus Pro.
Yeah, honestly, this game also, there was at least a point in where Vicious were in the lead on the early to mid parts of the game because their composition allows them to. But once Rock got going, when he got his items, got to level 15, that is when the gears started to turn, or rather, the wheels started to turn in favor of Virtus Pro, and man, it was hard to deal with Rock.
Yeah, very difficult. And this is why Rock loves that Nongshim. I mean, it's like 1 versus like 9 in a way, because he's like really not playing the game. Everyone else is just kind of there, but it's just buying enough time. And this is why also Virtus Pro, all of the other players that have kind of made this roster are making them look so much better, because, you know, Rock doesn't have to 1v9. He can just 1v4 in this, or 1v5 in this case, and he's able to get those items.
Yeah, what I want to get though is, at least for the other 4 members of the team, what they're very good at is holding on, even if they're just 4. Rock is doing his own thing, and the 4 of them are doing a good job holding the 5 people right there in place.
Yeah. And this is why they did that one in style. I mean, it didn't really seem like they had much of a chance in that one, but Virtus Pro understanding just like who needs to get gone on, the target priority, jumping to the back line, and it all kind of started with that draft. That Nongshim threw everything, you know, in a bit of a loop.
Yeah, it was a bit of a surprise here for the side of Vicious. They didn't know what to do after the fact that Virtus.pro just got their composition going. What's hard about this is that Vicious wants to brawl. They want to fight long fights. But Virtus.pro is not giving that to them. They were running, they were dashing away. They're not giving them that long fight.
And look at the lineup from Virtus.pro. Like, who are you going to go on? I mean, Hailan got caught out a couple times. That's definitely the easiest of all of the targets there.
Yeah.
But everyone else is either very sustainable or they have a lot of mobility to get on out. I mean, checking this gold graph, Vicious had their moments, right? That 10-minute mark kind of shifted a little bit in favor of Virtus.pro when Rock got online, essentially.
Yeah, it was pretty hard. You can see here some moments of brilliance here from the side of VP on the early parts of the game, but you can see in the highlights later on that once the game goes on, Vicious will find a way to win against the members of VP. Look at this. Like, Sway just going to the back, he knows he's going to win the fight because he has the damage.
Yeah, and Sway, I kind of feel like Sway needs a hero that can carry the game. I mean, the tanky Floorborn tank has its moments, but I think that in this one where they, you know, it seemed like he wasn't able to shine, so to speak.
Yeah, I think I would have preferred them going for something more aggressive. I think a Pei could have been way better here. Because if you know that Rock is going to struggle in the early game, at least have the Pei. Early mid-game, it's going to be yours. You're going to snowball. So that gives Kyung9, Cliché some space for them to get their items.
But if you're looking at the, I mean, you had the Lapu Lapu, the tanky frontliner, and then you had, like, a lot of damage dealers, like An and Mo, the Loong, as well as the Fatih. You had options, but I don't know if the tanky frontliner, you want that in this swing. I think that he's the type where he can carry. You gotta let the man shine, so to speak.
Yeah, I think so too. I think he's being held back by this pick, by the Floorborn tank, because he needs to counter somebody. But Hailan getting the MVP in this game, not really a lot of damage because everybody was dealing damage equally, but he was getting the right targets whenever they needed to. Out of the mournful tempo, he always gets a good Silky imprint.
True. And I think also that maybe production has a thing for mid-lane support style, because he was like the only one getting killed, you know, but I think production was just like, no, I've been there. I know what he's going through.
Yeah.
And he's actually sacrificing for the greater good. So, you know, more props to Hailan, well-deserved MVP. He really set him up. Those Silky imprints were on point, though.
Yeah, he was getting a lot of good Silky imprints, even on the tanks.
True.
The tanks aren't safe against him because they are going to find a way to kill them. Because remember, they have an Arlie, so they have the damage on the tanks if ever they needed to. But again, Vicious falling short, getting the advantage again, getting very close, a bit equalized at the middle stages of the game, but just one fight and everything's gone.
Yeah, the draft, it's all about stopping Rock. That's the #1 target. I mean, it's tough because he has such a huge hero pool, but in terms of draft, you got to expect what could potentially happen. The Hanshin is definitely one of his tried and true. They brought that one back.
Yeah.
And you see the power of it by Rock.
Yeah, that's what I want to see, though. This Rock just getting those picks whenever he needs to. Again, there's still a possibility that they can flex pick again and let Rock do his thing. Maybe even go back to being a farm laner at one point. So at least they have that option for the team, which is why Rock is such a great player, even back then when they were playing in the Major East.
Yeah, very good, very strong. He is definitely the #1 target, right? I think that it makes it a lot easier when your jungler is able to do those kinds of things, right? Because he's just constantly putting pressures across the map. You don't know where he is, and then that just opens up space for T-Gold to get his farm basically for free, right? Everybody else is just biding time for Rock to do that. So just like that's the perfect playstyle by the VP.
Yeah, I want to see that more, and more assassins probably is going to be expected here for the side of Virtus.pro, because they're very good at doing that, going for team fights. They're a lot more explosive, so games could be faster as we move on because they are a team fight heavy team.
Yeah, and we'll probably see more of that. I don't think that this playstyle is going away anytime soon. Vicious right now, it's up to them to kind of respond in kind, right? I think that, you know, we also know the way Vicious like to play. Let Sway kind of shine as well. Let the man go toe-to-toe with Rock.
Yeah, right now, they have to think about this again, Vicious. Man, this feels so bad, especially from another series fighting against Nongshim Redforce. They need to have that mental stability to just go through this day, because they fought against Nongshim, they lost 3-0, and now they're fighting against the strongest team, Virtus.pro. and they have to leave a dent on them.
They've got to do something, right? I think game 2, we saw it in the Nongshim series where Vicious were able to bounce back and to really take the fight to them. We need to see that kind of style of the never say die. Never say die and finish the game, unlike what they did in the first series. But I think that, it's the same idea of, again, just taking the fight to 3 p.m. So.
Yeah, right now, we're going to be going into the draft next. What do they have for us here for Vicious? Because there's a lot of things that they still need to do here. They tried to go for, a while ago, they tried to go for the Ogren. I think a Pei would fit way better because that was what they picked during game number 2, and he was doing wonders for Vicious, almost winning against Nongshim Redforce. So that could be something they could use this game.
Yep, they definitely need to do that. I think also let Kyung9 be the initiator, that style, right? Let him get that vision. I mean, not to bring back the Sun Tzu, but something that plays to his style. Kyung9, I think that's what he needs to be doing, just setting up Do and Sui for those kills. And hopefully they'll have a better game 2 draft here.
Yeah, I'm really expecting a lot more of Kyung9 having aggressive picks. Because for this game, I think he would need to go for that Amayin. I think one of his best picks is Amayin and a Sun Tzu. So having those picks get to the back line, make them uncomfortable, that's what they need to do here for the team.
Yep. And at the same time, find a way to just stymie the growth of Rock. I don't know how you do that, to be honest, but I think that's something that they need to target. Like, you got to be aggressive. I think that this is also where Sui, and it looks like they're kind of leaning on towards the Pei style. This is the perfect setup if they want to go.
There you go. There you go, Pei Byron. Just take it. Just take it. Yeah, there you go. There you go. The tried and tested Pei Byron for Vicious. This is what they need to do. This worked during game number 2 against Nongshim. Maybe try this against Virtus Pro and test your luck, and maybe this works too.
Yeah, I think that VP will have something in mind in terms of the counter here. But Sui on the Pei, as you saw in that first series, you were already talking about it, but he was incredibly strong, right? Let's be very honest. He was like a second carry. This is going to be a tough one for VP to kind of handle here.
Yeah, what is VP gonna do? They went for the Chano. I think they're gonna give up the Arlie here. So there's a chance for Do to go for that Arlie. I think that is what they did during last game. I think Byron, Pei, Arlie, or it was Pei, Arlie, then Byron on the 3rd pick. So this is what they're gonna do. If they go with the Arlie here, they already have the damage that they need. Even if they go Blazing K first item for Sway, it's all gonna go well. So just pick up the Arlie this game, even if you're countered by the Chano.
Actually, yeah. I think that you do want to pick up your farm laner. Okay, the Zaxiao is something that they're hovering.
Okay.
Other ways to kind of, wombo combo, a little bit of control, and save your farm laner maybe for the second phase. It doesn't seem like they're too keen on picking the Arlie here.
What is Virtus Pro's read here? Because last time, they could go for the Direnje and the Secure for the side of Virtus Pro, for the side of Vicious here. So they did that during the last game. It was effective for them because it helped the Direnje just stay in lane longer and try to push.
Yeah, the sustain, the heals, plus that control. The issue you got to deal with is that, how are the team fights going to happen? You jump in with the Pei or Byron, then you have the Zhangfei and the counter initiation. What is your combo on top of that? You need something to kind of deal with that huge team fight that's potentially going to happen.
Yeah, this is a lot safer. I think I'm okay with the Erin pick here for Vicious. I think Erin has been one of those safe picks that we have been seeing from game number 2, game number 3. She's not a game number 1 pick, but game 2, 3 is when you're gonna see her more because she works well against most matchups.
Definitely has a lot of options here, but it looks like the Ogren is going to be picked up. This is going to be an interesting one with Gan and Mo as well. So just ways to kind of, we've seen VP like the Ogren pick into the Pei, right? They just think that we just slow the game down. Our Ogren at mid-game will be fine.
Yeah. Honestly, just having Hailang on his trusty Gan and Mo, that is scary.
Yeah.
That is scary this game, especially. One thing that's good about this, though, is that they don't really have good crowd control to make it easy for Hailang to hit those. But it's okay. It's Hailang on the Gan and Mo.
Yeah. I think Hailang is going to be just... Oh, the Guigazi. Okay. I thought they were going to do the Leon Pro, but no, they're going to pump fake it.
Interesting.
Interesting here with that, the out-of-sight the potential ambush. And this is kind of a squishier lineup. If they get caught out, they might have a tough time.
I'm trying to see the angle. I'm trying to understand
it's
how this will work for the team.
So the biggest thing, okay, well, the way, obviously, like the Pei, Byron kind of going in, you're kind of forcing out the Ogren. He's going to look to be just kind of path of passing away. You have your Honey Sweet Breeze to kind of potentially lock him in, plus the pull from the Guiguzi. You have different ways to kind of take the fight that you want to fight.
Yeah, that's true. I think the out of sight is going to be the key here. Even without the Animus, the out of sight is going to be key because the Pei Byron is going to get into the fight easier compared if you don't have the Guiguzi.
Yeah, but if they don't have a good early game, this lineup will just completely crumble, right? It's going to get completely demolished. You know, I mean, Byron is a frontliner, but you don't really have enough to really take the fights because Hailong and T-Gold, you know these guys are going to do some serious damage.
Yeah, especially Chano. I think Chano is one of the marksmen in the game that scales so well in the late game. Once he goes to the late game, it's very hard to deal with him, which is why they really need to be respectful of this. My question is, what is Stowe going to build? Is going to go for magic? Is going to go for on-hit? I want to see that as the game progresses.
I think you want to just balance it out. I think Magic fine because you have, you know, other ways in Sui and Kyung-9. So you can kind of balance things out, make them kind of choose their resistances and not just stack up on one, right? And completely counter your lineup.
Yeah, I really agree. I think Animist on the top side, Faye, what a punish. I think 90's going to be dead here. That's first blood coming in for Kyung-9.
Already seeing value, right? I mean, you saw what the Faye can do. That pull is actually very key. 90 did not want to go that way.
Yeah, he wasn't expecting the early gang coming in from Faye, but you really won't know where Guiguzi is going to go whenever he starts level 1. So that was a good surprise here for the side of BP.
Great start for them. And this is what Vicious needed to be doing, right? Just using that, let it snowball, get your Sui Pei going, because he's definitely your win condition in this game.
Yeah. Now let's take a look at this. Right now, on this round, we're seeing Faye just looking for any kills. I think he's going to be dead here. The stun is going to come in. Does he have a flash? No, he doesn't have any flashes, but the Animus was able to pull him back. No kills just yet, but he is going to get executed in the end, but still a 1-for-1.
Yeah, trading away your Guiguzi for the Ogren, I think VC will be very happy with that. Vicious just like, okay, that's good. The trade I'll take 10 out of 10 times.
And that's a win. That's always a win for them because it all worked out because Rock wasn't able to get the execute because you could see the shield a while ago, right? It was the reason why he didn't get the execute.
Yes, and this is also a bit of a problem. Something that we didn't see in game 1 is that, hey, if we're able to slow down Rock, getting that kill, absolutely massive to start this game off.
Yeah, and especially in the early game, I think Clue is not going to get any value unless he gets the Unbridled Outburst. So punishing them from level 1 to 3 is what you need to do when you're fighting against a Zhongfei.
Yeah, and anything that you can do, again, Clue is very good on the Zhongfei. His setups are on point, but he's not level 4 right now. So taking that big team fight where that Umbrella Outburst can have huge impact, probably not going to happen until much later.
Yeah, they need to wait for that. Right now, I think 90 is now afraid of the top side because he knows that Sui, I think Sui and Kyung-9, what they need to do here is to bombard the top side with gangs so that 90 wouldn't be able to get up at the right time.
And also why the Byron Pei combination is just so strong, right? It literally will just dominate that clash lane plus that top side of the jungle. So it makes it very tough for 90 to just do what he wants, which is just farm freebie.
Oh no, again and again. And as we were saying a while ago, they just need to bombard him with a lot of gangs so that this wave on the top side will crash again and he will lose XP.
Yeah, but you're giving up kills to Sway, which is like worst case scenario. And now with that teleport in the bottom lane, it's going to set things up for a great time, especially since the Tyrant's going to be up in about 30 seconds. This game has gone in favor of Vicious at this moment.
Still has the advantage too, so it'll be pretty tough. The flash of the Garter Grave was able to get away. That is big value coming from them, and now they have the couple of Blade Faye left alone, and that's a kill execute coming in from their side. What a play from Hailong.
Hailong as well as Clue, the Unbridled Outburst with that lockdown. That was just enough. It makes it so easy for Hailong to hit those blades when you have that perfect stun. Plus he used his own, the common spell in that stun itself. So Clue with that extra lockdown, just enough for VP. Now they've turned the tables, and they will take the Tyrants.
I wish we can get the highlight clip of that. I think that was insane. Hailong was waiting for the flash on that Animus and throws him away and hits nobody. That is a big loss for Guigutsu if he doesn't get any of that. But Rock, top side, damage gonna be there. Kyung9 still has a lot of shields. He's gonna be surviving for long. But right now, the push from Sway, able to survive because of it.
Just enough. I mean, they got 90 as well, so they're going to continue to chase, but I don't think they're going to get anything. Sway will survive, but this is, you know, 90, this has got to be frustrating. You died 3 times already, but he has been constantly prioritized by Kyung9 and Sway.
Oh man, he's not having a good day, or rather a good game, because he's getting killed again and again by the other team, and I think very much so. 90 is a very scary player, so he very much deserves this attention coming in from Vicious.
And look at how 90 is actually rotated to the bottom. He's like, Teagle, take the top lane. I don't want it. I just want to farm. I mean, he's 1k behind Kyung9, which is like 5 minutes in. That's a pretty massive chasm.
Oh man, he has the lowest goal. Just, I mean, Clue is gonna get the lowest goal, but he has at the 4th place, so it's not really a good tell because he was losing XP left and right. But look at this. Vicious is still prioritizing him. FaZe already in this area, so he doesn't know that there's a lot of people. Again, 90 has the flash, has to use the Sacred Tree Blessing, but is he gonna fight? He doesn't know that FaZe is in the area. The Rock is gonna get punished, but there you go. The Unbridled Outburst was able to pull him back. Rock survives with a sliver of health. He was able to get there. Kyung9 gets HP, but Hailong sniped from the back line. Gets the kill right there on Doe.
Oh gosh, how does VP survive? I mean, Rock and, you know, 90 were so low, and just being able to take their heroes to the absolute limits where Vicious were like kind of baited out. They're like, oh, they're so low, I can take them down, and then they get caught out. Doe dying on that one, an absolute travesty, especially at this early stage of the game.
Yeah, he's not really having a good time here because remember, the range from Hailong is going to be pretty scary. You won't be in range, even Cliché, even with the Meteor Storm, so it's going to be hard for them to just get close. Right now, they're going to go for the punish here. You still get it in the end, so still good for Vicious.
Yeah, that was actually done without the smite. So Sway, a little fortunate with that because that was pretty much, you know, a free-for-all in that sense. But now 90 all by himself dealing with Kyung9, who's gotten the better of him throughout this entire game.
Yeah, going for the on-hit build, 90 again. Ah, man, this does not feel good, but at least he survives with the Sacred Tree Blessing.
Somehow staying alive. I mean, that's the biggest thing, right? You've forced a rotation. Vicious will be happy, at least with a little bit of pressure on this bottom T1. But Clue shows up and says, hey, anybody want to party? And nobody wants to.
Yeah, nobody wants to deal with him. Unbridled Outburst was ready. They had no information on most people from the side of VP, so they had to respect it.
Yeah, has to respect it. That's the biggest piece. And Rock, on the other hand, he's kind of fallen a little bit behind. He's about 1.3, 1.2k behind Sway, who's on this pay, has been making some serious headway in terms of this, you know, net worth lead as well as impact across the map.
Yeah, Glacial Buckler already built on Kyung9, so you're going to see him stay longer in the team fights. And you're seeing full damage right out of Sway in this game compared to his build during our last game. So more damage on this guy because they definitely need it.
Ooh, the blades potentially stolen there, but Sway with that smite.
That was scary though. If you see a whole team on Hal and out of sight, man, you have to flash away.
Yeah. They weren't able to catch anything, but Vicious, it's the threat, right? That's the biggest piece.
Yeah, it's the threat that counts. But here's the punish right here from their side, though. They had to force the flash out of Doe because they have nothing now, because they use everything on that one engage.
Yeah, a huge commitment of spells on this one, but VP not able to get any sort of catch or any sort of, benefit on this one. But unfortunately for them, but 90 now is starting to kind of hit that point where he can split push. And you know when a Fatigue is starting to split push, you're going to have a tough time because it just, again, opens up the map.
Unbridled Outburst, very smart use from Clue, just for them to go for the push right here in the mid lane. That is so smart.
Very smart in that sense. T1 taken down already. And now Sway, about, level 12 at this point. Still slight edge over Rock. He's done very well in terms of putting their team in a position to win.
Yeah, good kills. Or rather, no kills. Good tower takes from this game. Tyrant is still open. They still have 1 more minute in order for them to take this. I think Vicious is the one who is going to take this time because they're in position to go for it.
In position. The teleport, though, in the bottom lane, Nighty will look to contest, at least the bottom lane.
Might explode anytime soon. Had to use it out of sight to get the extra speed. Thank you, as VP said. Thanks for leashing the Tyrant for us.
Setting it up, making it very easy for them. And now VP looking to invade. This is the part where, hey, if you're feeling a little bit strong, now is the time to invade, to take things away and to kind of, because you know that Sway was in the top lane, wasn't there to really fight 5-on-5.
Yeah, I love that Nighty was really just going for the top side just for him to clear out the tower there. But I think the tower is still going to take a bit of damage because they were kind of expecting a fight in the mid lane.
Yeah, they were looking to fight, but, you know, I think Vicious have done a good job of understanding the state, is that they don't really want to fight 5 versus 5. They kind of want to continue to use their advantage to kind of go for those outside pushes, to kind of maybe pull somebody away, and then when you have the numbers advantage, that's the time to strike.
Oh no, Daybreaker already on T Gold. Man, this fight is gonna start, and it's not gonna go good for Vicious. You have to be scared about this. 3 seconds on the clock, or rather 1 second. There comes the Tyrant. They start the fight anytime soon. What a great line that I've seen there. Could have been a great Unbridled Outburst.
And now, looks like they're wrapping around. They're gonna push them back. Vicious, though.
Ah, man.
Top T2 is under siege as well.
Yeah, under siege. They have to push the mid lane tower. They have to respect this. Already pushing the mid lane here from the side of Vicious. This is going to be an easy take for them. They have to flash away guard. They're great passing to use, but T-Gold is going to pull down. A lot of damage on their side, but the back line is breached. And 90 fighting against Kyung9. It's a 4-for-3 right now, and they lost almost all of their members, and they have to defend mid lane, so they have to just back off because Kyung9 is not going to fall.
Look, VP on this one, it was looking to be kind of rough, but then Clue with the Umbrella Outburst had a 3-man stun, made it so easy for Nighty and the rest of the team to just make sure that they get the numbers advantage in terms of kills, because they've got 4 versus 3, a great trade by VP.
Yeah, what a great trade for them, and they even got the Tyrant in the end there. Close to getting the tower top side, but oh no, I think the tower bot side is gonna fall, right? That's gonna fall. Ah, unfortunate. Let's take a look at the replay again.
Yeah, and look at how the Tyrant is getting a little bit low, but look at how far Sway was. He wasn't really there.
Whoa.
That Unbridled Outburst, so good by Clue, setting it up, and Nighty is now hitting that point where he can start to do that damage, so you gotta respect it.
Yeah, what a great... Oh, what a shot again coming from Hailong. No flash, right? And Unbridled Outburst is going to get used. He is very fast with the Howl, but Hailong onto the backline, have to use the Splendor. They have to respect it, but now they have been collapsed on 90. Is he going to survive this? They don't have the damage dealer T-Gold just in time for them to go for the kill. Kyung9 in front. Rock is going to go for the backline as much as they could. They get the execute on 1 double kill on his name, and he's looking for more. The Path of Passing gets the kill in the end. He wants to go for the Penta. He got the Quadra kill. They have to give it to him. The Penta kill is going to happen, and Virtus Pro on Rock gets the pentakill.
So I think at this moment, it's safe to say that Rock has hit his peak moment. Like, he is definitely online. This is a moment where, again, VC thought they could continue to fight, but the way Rock was able to dismantle the team, just really well played there.
That's the game. I think Sway is going to try to defend this, but wait, never mind. The minions are not here. This is not good. I think they have to clear out the minions. 1 more kill on their side, though. They have to clear the way, but it's still going to go to Virtus Pro in the end.
What a great game there by Virtus Pro. Understanding just that one massive team fight, and that Path of Passing actually just barely clips May and gets that kill because it was so low, and just really well deserved. I think that was the first penta of the KML.
Yeah, what a good pentakill from what we've seen there. One thing is to see him getting those skills with the execute, but 1 kill with just 1 Path of Passing, he just laid the Path of Passing, gets the kill. I'm happy for him getting the kill anyway, but again, a pentakill for Rock. This is as expected. This is one thing I want to see here in the KML.
Yeah, and actually Rock did get MVP in the last game. I'm pretty sure with that pentakill, you gotta give him an MVP here. He was like, that's mine, right?
Of course. Yeah, of course. If he doesn't get it, oh man, it's just unfortunate. Highline could be a contender for that, but because he got the pentakill, I think it's gonna be his for sure.
Yeah, it has to be, right? I think that's the true power of the Auguring. Once he's able to go online and to have that moment, right? Where you're kind of thinking net worth is a bit of a wash. Sway had that, had a lead. They were doing a decent job of split pushing, but come that team fight, when that mid game was happening, there's no way you can fight into that Virtus Pro lineup.
Yeah, I was surprised that in the end there, it was a 3v5, right? Because two members already fell, but the two tanks survived for so long. They were surviving for so long during that fight, which is why T-Gold just got there in time. He was running from the mid lane to go to the top lane. It took so much time.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Rock was 9-2-1. If you're not MVP off of that and a pentakill, like, you did everything in your power to ensure that you win this game. And they definitely hit that mark. Had also, well, not the most damage, but, it was a bit of a tie in that sense with T-Gold, who did very well in this game as well.
Yeah, T-Gold really did well this game. The matchup really just favors him. Look at this. It's all in favor of Vicious. Again, this is a trend for Vicious, right? They win their early game. It's not really that big of a win, but they have a lead in the early game. And they kind of lose at the last 1/3 part of the game.
True. But at the same time, it's kind of like, would you rather them be losing in the early game? I think it's a better position to be in. They just need to do a better job of holding that win, that winning column, so to speak, and play a little bit better come mid-game, I would say.
Yeah, I think the problem still lies, right? You said it a while ago during the series against Nongshim Redforce. The problem is they don't know how to finish games. Yeah. And to make use of those advantages to translate into more kills, into more objectives. But Vicious definitely doing well and definitely deserving of that spot that they're in right now.
Yeah, clearly the #1 team. I think that this showed the fact that they are willing to be resilient and to take the fight, however they were going to be thrown at them. But this is that play, and this is where, cliche, you're thinking, he survives, and he just barely there. And this is just clean up by Rock. Look at him just go.
Yeah, once T-Gold got in the fight, they had enough damage, so I was kind of expecting. But Rock, with the damage that happened already that 90 did work on, look at the path of passing. He got the kill with the path of passing. What is
that? And look at how they're team players, right? They all just walk away. They're like, give the man his penta, right? And they just kind of gave it to Rock on that one. But just well-deserved, really well played by Virtus Pro, and you're just seeing the rise of them. And again, finally, Rock gets his MVP. It took him to game 2, but he's 9-2-1. Just really well played by Rock here.
Yeah, very well deserved. Getting the pentakill on the first ever pentakill of the KML. This is very good to see that Ogren, Rock, in the faction that we see again, at least most of the time, because Ogren, there's a lot of ways for you to get a pentakill, and it's because of the execute that he has. But the team players were there to help him get the pentakill.
Yeah. You don't see too many path of passing kills, right? I think that's the biggest surprise. But it's just enough. It's just the tip, so to speak. You got the kill. I think that was a great one right on the cliche at the very end. So just really well deserved. Pentakill, as well as just a well-deserved win by Virtus Pro. I think that shows just how this team is really hitting that next level, which is super scary.
Yeah, and I like on the side of Vicious that they're kind of operating in a way, just because they're fighting against Virtus Pro, it looks very fast, it looks very easy, but no, I think they're upgrading a lot more in this series compared to the Nongshim Redforce series, because they actually know how to team fight. And we're seeing that Stride and Kyung9 just being on top of everything on most of that, the parts of that game, is a good sight to see for Vicious.
It's a good sight, but it's still kind of in a hole, right? 0-2. I mean, you're going up against Nongshim Redforce, which were also one of the favorites, as well as Virtus Pro back-to-back. That cannot be an easy day whatsoever for Vicious Esports. But it's about bouncing back and ensuring that, hey, you learn from this, right? Take that and unleash that rage, so to speak, against the other teams.
They need to learn about this, at least for tomorrow, for the next days that they're going to have.
True.
At least take this as a lesson for the next days. I think this is something that they needed, because you're done with the first strong teams. At least the next teams that they're fighting against, you might have a better chance with.
Yeah. But you can't let this kind of affect the psyche, right? You got to just stay motivated. You can't let this like depress you in any way. Understanding that, hey, this is a problem. We'll probably face them in the playoffs, but we need to use this and just grow now. Look at just the, tomorrow more than anything else.
Yeah, we need to learn. We need to get to know what we need to do here for the next game, especially if they're fighting against Stamina next time.
Yeah.
So they have to win against them moving forward, because Stamina is also a middle of the pack team here in the KML.
Yeah, it definitely helped them out. I think that's probably the matchup to watch going into that one, because Stamina looked very good. Obviously, they didn't play against Nongshim or Virtus Pro, but I think Stamina are going to be very happy with at least that first matchup of the day for them. But going into this one, okay, Vicious Esports, you're the coach here. What are you telling them, Dash?
I told them something a while ago, right? Oh, that was CMF. It was not Vicious. Sorry. Okay, so if I was the coach, I'm gonna tell them something, guys. We can win. We can try this next game. Maybe we find a way to get a late game composition going, because that's where our hole is in the last few games that we've had. So let's get a late game composition, get to the late game, and maybe we can win with that. What do you think?
Okay.
If you're like the assistant coach, do you say yes to that, or do you say no?
I would say no. That's the worst call ever. Fire that man so I can be head coach. No, I'm just kidding. I will strike when the opportunity is hot. But I mean, going into this one, I do agree that I think that the late game has been a bit of a problem, right? In terms of closing it out. It hasn't been easy. They've been winning. They've had a good situation in terms of just being able to transition into that mid game. But that's kind of when the wheels fall off a bit. It seems like there are some holes. They need to figure out a way, again, to kind of shore those gaps quickly, because Sway can't do it himself. I think that Doe, more than anything else, eyes need to be on him, right? Because you have to look at your farm laner to help you carry and close out games.
Yeah, they need to really look at the farm laners here. I think Doe really needs that space, really needs that something, or at least if Sway is not working, find something else. Maybe make Kyungmine the win condition here for the team. Give him a Chicha for this game, if that matters. If ever this Chicha is going to be open.
Yeah, I think that it's the draft. Yes, I do think that Kyung9 is probably one of those guys, but I think like this is a lineup that, like, Cliche and Doe for me has not been the greatest. I don't mean to flame or whatever, but I do think that they have the greatest or the most ceiling to climb, right? I think that there are definitely some gaps, and those are the guys that need to fill it.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's one thing that they really need to work on here for the team. It's very much a needed thing to work for the team. VP, look at them. They are a very good team. Everybody's working out. But for this time, at least for this series, on game number 3, focus on the person that is giving you so much value. I think Kyungmine is that person for Vicious.
Yeah, but because I'm always like, I do agree that Kyung9 is probably the guy, but his play styles generally set everything up, have those wombo combos, look for, just like a typical Clash laner where he wants to solo, the lane throughout. Like, he doesn't have to join the team fights, right? That has been where he doesn't really close out games as a solo Clash laner.
Yeah, but if you want something, you could go for the Guanyu. I think the War Saint is perfect in these moments, especially because if he gets out Kyungmine on the Guanyu, I want to see how he plays this, because he has been great with his hero whenever he needs to be. They just need to have a good front line for the side of Vicious, because Guanyu is gonna have a hard time doing his job when there's not another front line to help him out.
Yep, and also VP, you could potentially go with the Mayin, which really messes with Guanyu and what he wants to do, the constant pullback so that he's not able to kind of gallop away or anything. But they have some options, especially since they went with the Yang Jian, the Diadia, nice little combination that they've got going as well.
They're banning the Long. What options do they still have? They picked the Arlie and the Chano in the last game. So, oh yeah, there you go. What you said. They banned the Mayin, so you're not going to see that during this game, because that's usually the counter that people go for. But the next best thing is a Charlotte to go for, so that she could stick to that Guan Yu whenever she needs to.
Yeah. And also just another, power pick by Nighty, right? He's able to, when you're talking about Kyung-9, you're like, hey, I need Kyung-9 to carry. Well, Nighty is definitely one of those guys, right? Especially from the Clash lane, and especially on that Charlotte. So it could be very dangerous here. Huh.
Interesting. Okay, this is an interesting pick because this is a good combo for Noya, right? For the Kaiser. But is this a good composition overall? Yes, I think so, because as I said, they needed a front line for them to work with this composition to help the Guan Yu do his work at flanking. And the Angela is also there in order for them to shred whoever is going to be the tank here for BP, which is actually the Yangzhan.
So without that Angela pick, I would have been very worried because, again, it was just like all into the arms of Doe to ensure that they win with that damage. But now that you've got the Angela cliche, this is one where, it is a bit on the static side, but you needed some way to burn through, right? I think that the problem, though, is that aside from VP, is they have so much mobility. Angela is going to be a bit of a sitting duck.
Yeah, I think the problem with the Angela pick is the more you lose the game, the less map presence you have, the less she's gonna be able to do her work. Because usually what you want with an Angela, she stays in a brush, she gets a kill when she stays in a brush. But if you don't have the brush control, she's not gonna be able to do that work because she's, as you said, she's a sitting duck.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, I love Angela. I love the idea of the hero, but there are just too many moments where things are very predictable. And she's great when you're winning because you have the map control and able to ambush from wherever. But when you're losing, and what we've kind of seen throughout the series, it's a tough time. So I think that really comes back to this Hai-Lang. How much pressure and early game presence is it going to have?
Yeah, they do have a lot of crowd control on the side of VP in order to stop the Guan Yu, the Kaiser from going in. I'm just worried about how easy it is for them to engage because they might be able to have that easy access to the backline just because of the heroes that they have for VP.
All right, going into this one, I mean, Dash, which of these two teams, though, has the ultimate edge in this game 3 here?
Oh, man, just because of the Aaron together with the Charlotte, I will go for VP. Or rather, I will go for VC because those are good, or rather, Aaron is a good target for that Guan Yu. So that is what I'm thinking here for this game. How about you?
Yeah, no, I do. My only concern right now is that the VP lineup, like Hai-Lang Mai, this is one of his signature heroes.
Scary.
Yeah. He has so much presence on this hero that it's going to be tough for, Vicious to kind of deal with. And also, now you've got Sui on a Kaiser, which is tanky, but doesn't really have enough in terms of the damage, which is, again, I don't think that they're playing his heroes or giving him heroes that he should really excel on.
Yeah, they should find a way to make use of him more if ever we go to game number 4. But Hai-Lang onto the backline, forced to flash away out though, but he almost died right there in Den. But that was a nice try.
Yeah, very close. Clue with the save, ensuring that he does stay alive. Giving up first blood there would have been an absolute disaster to start this one.
Yeah, look at the bullying here from Nighty. This is going to be a full 2v2 on the top side of the map. But I think they need to be worried about the Invincible Warrior because that is a scary skill to fight against in this early stage. Right now, they also have Cliché in the area. They got the knockback right there. 90 gonna go in. They got the first blood anyway. What a survivability here from VP. Sway needs to back away. He doesn't have the ult anymore. He has to respect it. And then at least he gets a bit of HP back to survive that.
Are you kidding me? 90, that was a moment where he should have been ganked 9 times out of 10, but he flashes away, but decides to go in because they know that Kyung-9 is low, and he was able to turn that around. Not only did he get the kill, but 90 survives. And this is why 90 is one of the best Clash laners at the KML.
So good because he knew the timing just right. Once he dashed in, he got the passive up, so he knew that he will win that battle. That is a very smart play. Knockup coming into the mid lane. Sway has to force the Invincible Warrior, but I think Clue, that was a bit too far forward, but good thing he survived.
Yeah, just barely hanging on that one. I mean, Clue, he barely survives on this one. Hai-Lang earlier just barely survives. It's about the details. It's the minuscule centimeters, if you will, in some of these team fights where they're able to kind of shift. Because again, if both of those goes down, the game dynamic is completely shifted in favor of Vicious.
Yeah, and right now for the side of Fishes, they really need to check a lot of boxes here in order for their comp to work. I think Kyung needs to find a pretty good flank in order for him to get there, and it's so hard to do so too because there's a lot of players that could stick to you, which is the Youngjan, the Maishiro. We could get the knockup, and your bar is just gonna deplete after.
Gonna have a tough time, and for him it's more about waiting in the wing so that you have that ambush, right? Catch somebody out off guard. You don't have to be the guy that does all the damage because you have Cliché and Doe that can do most of it, but you need to control them so that they're stuck in the Blazing Brilliance, for instance.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate soaring signal. I thought he was targeting the Spike-tailed Beast there, but it actually auto-locked the minion, so unfortunate. Nice try from Doe.
Yeah, I've done it myself, so I've been frustrated by that moment.
Understandable. Yeah.
But now they're going
18 seconds. Yeah, I think they have the objective after ready here. Faye's going to be the target. Doesn't have to flash. He has the heal, though, so he has to force it.
Oh, those wolves right on top of Clue. Does not like that. That is a frustrating moment. And you're thinking, T-Gold can just farm that up. But when those wolves are on top of you, especially early and you're very vulnerable, it feels bad, man.
Oh, he got the TP. I think Mighty has the space there. So it's going to be a 4v5 for a while. They're waiting for Kyung to actually get close here. Sway going to try to go in. Won't be able to go for the steal. It's Seagull taking it. The backline knockup coming from Hailong again and again. The engages from this guy has been so good. Kyung trying to run away, but the flash in from 90 just saves them the troubles because he still gets the kill anyway. Clue with the dodge. Sway, oh no, his ankle has been broken and it's not going to recover.
Not going to recover at all. My ankles are broken earlier too from the draft, so I guess haha. But Kyung, he goes in. He was very late to the party, and already at that point, like the team had already been fallen. They were looking to run away more than anything else. He was not able to get any sort of Razor Cavalry off. He was just focused, fired 90, just like a beeline, just like a homing missile on top of Kyung. He is so good on the Charlotte.
I love how he's just standing guard in the middle of everything so that Kyung wouldn't be able to just go in and get to his backline. That's why the formation wasn't breached, and that's what you want to do when you're fighting against Guan Yu. That's why they picked up the Charlotte, because they know that they will win the 1v1 against almost anyone, actually, when you have a Charlotte on your team.
Well, I mean, not just the Charlotte, but a 90 Charlotte. I think that we have to throw out that differential because he is so good. He will literally carry this game. You're talking about Hailong and T-Gold as being those damage dealers and having that pressure, but 90 will be able to close out the games as well. He adds so much value to a lineup.
Yeah, he's so frustrated. He wasn't able to play the 5P last game because he's getting killed again and again, and this time he's allowed to go crazy. The pushback right there, the Unleash the Hound just got on the right target there. That's why they weren't able to do it.
No sort of
now
catch.
They have the Blazing Brilliance. The damage is going to be there, but that is a 90 that you're looking for. Good 90, as he said to Cliché.
I'm pretty sure he doesn't say that. Good nighty. I would, I would think of a different name, but you know what I mean. Like, do you when you flash away, are you like dashed away, ha ha ha, like,
ha ha, good nighty, and he's holding the rapier too, right?
yeah. On guard.
Yeah.
He's actually just playing one hand because he's got the.
That's the rapier and he's on your hand though. Okay, and we're seeing another fight right here. In front is going to be 90. Has to force the Invincible Warrior at the get-go because he should be the one front lighting here. And Kyung, man, he's not getting the best game here.
So the Guan Yu doesn't have to go 50-50 with the Clash laner, but he needs to, he could be like that support Clash where he's kind of getting that right initiation. Unfortunately for him, VP has gotten vision on throughout. They've been predicting his movements. Nobody's really been calling out. So Kyung has gotten not too much value off of this Guan Yu pick.
Yeah, they're going for the bot lane. Sway left alone here. Does he have the ultimate? No, he doesn't have it. Doesn't even have the reset from it. There you go. There's the reset. Invincible Warrior is going to be ready. He's going to be running forward. Faye is going to be the target. They still got the knockup right there in the end. And Razor Cavalry will be able to push them back. But to what team? There's no team to push them back to. Everybody's dead. Cliché is going to be the next one here. T-Gold is going for the last shot. There you go. And that's 4 for 1 in favor of VP.
Oh, just a great fight by VP yet again. I feel like Kyung is just a second too slow for when those team fights are happening. And VP, their lineup is very fast. They jump on top of you. The team fight is happening. happening. So Kyung9 needs to kind of predict what's happening from VP in that movement, because if the Razor Cavalry happens earlier, they might have a chance.
Nah, that's just going to be an easy kill for them. And with this, they're going to be pushing the towers down, and there's no threat to the backline. So this tower, they just have to sacrifice this D-tree.
Losing that one. Nighty's respawned. He's already in the top lane looking to push this one. But VP, more than anything else, are invading your jungle, taking away everything from VC at this point. And again, they're on the defensive, huddling in their base.
Yeah, at this point, 10k gold lead, 8 minutes in the game. It's going to be hard to come back from this. This is just such a lead from the team. And T-Gold even went for the full magic build because he knows that it's going to be a tough game. But that didn't even matter because they will be able to go for the push on the top side. They are just zoning out the members right here of Vicious. And they are just forced to disengage. They are forced to just crawl in their shell. And they can't even move forward.
Invincible Warrior was committed as well. No value, no team fight. I mean, like VP were like, okay, we see it. We're not going to just dive the tower at this point. So they just like walk away, and VC have nothing to kind of make them pay. I mean, if there was a flank by Kyung9 or some sort of way to kind of initiate, but VP just too far ahead at this point.
Oh man, they are. They are so much ahead. Just looking at the gold charts for people right at the top, Enzo is 1k before even Highline at 6k. So man, it's just such a big of a lead.
I mean, Doe was actually 3 levels behind T-Gold. He just leveled up, so he's only 2 levels, but it's looking really rough right now for VC.
Yeah, very tough. Last fight probably here for Virtus Pro. They're looking to go for the finish. The Bears are looking to just maul them in the back line, and they were able to go 90, just being very aggressive right here. Every member of the team right here having an Earth Form, very tanky for Rock, but he needs to back off for a bit. Onto the back line, Highline goes in for the knockup, but it's not gonna work. Yes, it did, because right now Virtus Pro is just looking to go for the finish. The minions are gonna be down, but they could still back away and try to take an objective.
I mean, VP, if anything, it's just the small reprieve, but now another team fight going in.
Last team fight. No ults for Kyung9. It's going to be hard without the Razor Cavalry. They got the knockoff on 90. What is that? They get the kills, and Doe is the last person standing. And Virtus Pro, unscathed, and their record still remains.
I mean, perfect at this point. VP, the way that they played, I mean, for me, you got to give the MVP to 90, right? Just being able to just show up, the amount of impact he had with that Charlotte just made it so difficult for Vicious Esports. And now they need to go back to the drawing board. They need to figure out what they did wrong, because it seemed like Virtus Pro had their number throughout this entire series.
Yeah, it was like, yeah, man, give me the MVP now. This is my MVP, as 90 said, because this is a different game for 90, because he was frustrated from the last game. His spotty gank to like 3 times. He's dead every time, but this time he was able to unleash his rage for game number 3, and I like that. I like to see 90 in his element.
Yeah, and he was saying what? Good nighty.
Good nighty. Hey.
Trademark by Dash. I think that you should let him know what
90,
you should create.
You should contact me for that. Yeah.
yeah. Create some shirts and content around Good Nighty as he just dominates these games, because I think that's the way to go. It took me a minute to realize how good it was, but yeah, I'm with you, Dash. I like it now.
Okay. Next time that I see 90, when we see each other, I'm gonna give him the t-shirt, and I will be needing that picture for 90. So I can promote the t-shirt.
Yeah. I mean, he was able to just control and dominate that game. That was the perfect time in a game 3 to close out the series. That's exactly what you want to see. Everybody stepped up, right? They all had their moments from Virtus Pro, and why, again, a very scary lineup. All of the other squads, Nongshim, Redforce, watching this game, they're like, hey, we struggled at moments with Vicious Esports, but Virtus Pro, it didn't seem like they struggled at all.
Yeah, one thing that they're very good at here for Virtus Pro is that when they find an advantage, they're just gonna keep hammering down on that advantage, and they're gonna find holes here and there. And that's what's scary about this lineup. Yes, Nongshim, Redforce, very safe players, very safe team, They can pick themselves back up whenever needed. But what's scary is a team like this, a team that doesn't let you get back up.
Yeah, doesn't let you get back in whatsoever. Like this gold graph completely in their favor. VP understanding their assignment in terms of just how to close this game out. I mean, if anything, Nighty, I mean, you're going to see a bunch of his highlight reels, but he has inspired me to potentially learn Charlotte. So if you happen to be in my ranked games, when I'm playing Charlotte, I'm sorry.
Ken is not going to like that. He's not gonna like that. But again, everybody, we've seen this game. You can see a lot of highlights from, it's probably Hailang starting the fight, or 90 just finding a 1v1 or at least breaching the back line.
Look at how they just dismantle them. Sway is completely out of position, going the wrong way. Use the Invincible Warrior just to stay alive. And now Kyung9 has showed up. Buffet had already been killed. Nice Razor Cavalry, but they're all so low. They're not willing to fight. They're looking to run.
Yeah.
And Kyung9 is just like, hey guys, why did everyone die? As he's the only survivor here.
Yeah, this was what I called a while ago. There was no team to push everybody back to. And in this last fight, you can also see that 90 is doing the work. Look at what he's doing. He's just finding kills left and right, and it will all work out. He gets... Wait, it's Chloe gets the MVP! 8% damage taken, 16% with a 5.8k gold.
All right, I'm going to contest this MVP. I think in terms of kills, damage, all of those, the stats that really, truly matter, I think you guys did 90 a disservice here, but we'll continue and we'll pretend like this didn't happen. I will let you guys apologize to me and 90 later for taking away his well-deserved MVP. I mean, a good 90 production.
Good 90 production. Oh man. And Clue, with what we've seen from that game, it's probably the value of the heals, right? That is usually what happens when a Diathea gets played in the game. The heals are just too much, also dealing a lot of damage, which is the reason why he's definitely going to get the MVP on a winning team.
Well, I mean, look, I love Clue. I think he's a great player. I think that, but in this game alone, I don't know what you're watching. If you don't think 90 deserved that MVP, he was all over the place, right? His value, his kills, his setup, his power degradations. He did everything that you should have done as a Clash laner.
Yeah, he did so much this game. I think he deserved at least a medal for that, for what he did during this game, because he did so much. He was going to the backline, getting kills. So yeah, I think production, I'm with them.
You're with them?
Wrong side.
Oh.
I'm with them.
Well, you're with me or with them?
With you guys.
Okay, all right, because I'm just a single person. I'm not them. I'm a he.
I mean, you and 90.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I forgot 90's on my side. I thought it was by myself. I thought I played that game. But yes, well deserved. Thank you, Dash, for jumping on this boat, the winning boat that is. But of course, today's matchup, as you see in front of you, these are the results. Nongshim going 3-0 up against Vicious Esports. That was actually a much closer series than that scoreline would show. The second one, Stamina Esports taking it 3 over CMF Esports, and of course the final one, Virtus Pro, just too strong and destroying and dismantling Vicious Esports in the end.
Yeah, 3-0 day, everybody. This was a very fast day.
Yeah.
Just because of the fact that everybody just got the 3-0. And take a look at the standings here for the teams. A lot of 2-0s on the board here. 6-0 when it comes to the games for the teams. But on the other hand, this is just for round 2, everybody, okay? This is just the standings for round 2.
Yeah, and we have more days ahead of us. This is not the end. Obviously, going at, for the second round, you're looking at 2 teams that are gonna be eliminated right now. Team Max and Team Vicious, both not looking great, but Team Vicious, Vicious Esports, they went up against the top 2, right? That's going to be tough for them, but it's a single round robin. Let's see how they bounce back as we go through, of course, tomorrow's matches here.
Oh, tomorrow's matches is going to be VP versus Stamina. That's going to be a good one to watch. Vicious versus Max. At least now Vicious is not fighting the strongest teams. And now this time Nongshim versus Stamina. Oh, so it's Stamina's turn now.
Yeah, let's see how they, are they able to kind of overcome the terrible scheduling for them, because they have both of the toughest teams in one day. Do they get dismantled like Vicious Esports got dismantled, or are they able to kind of take the fight to them? I think that first match is going to be very telling in terms of how their day will go, because of course you're going up against Virtus Pro, right?
Yeah, and that's going to be the last part of the day here, everybody. I'm excited about the Nongshim versus Stamina because last time it was also a 3-2, right? So it is gonna be a good one to watch. So I'm very excited for that. But how about you, Holler? What are your thoughts about this day?
Actually today was incredible, right? I think that we just saw how some of those teams really take the fight to them. Are they able to keep it competitive? I think that that's the biggest thing. But that looks like it's going to be it for me, Holler, as well as Dash. Thank you so much. We will be seeing you guys tomorrow. And of course, stay tuned into the KML. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, putting one. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, stars in light. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.